Chapter 3151 The Atlas of Existence. 6. Three entities with different sources of existence came together for nothing else but a single purpose, himself. They wanted what autarchs could obtain a glimpse of before, but something they could no longer see right now, his base of existence. Since it took the center of the Atlas of Existence, everything about it became veiled, as even the Sanctus Empress was no longer able to peer through it unless they were fused. The phasing queen had taken the path of seeking aid with the other omniversal Ankyras of this Ionic omniverse record, and now they all sought Noah's base that was the size of a grain of sand in a small corner of the Var-El Ionic omniverse record. His Invictus Dominium buzzing and showing him the scene of these autarchs meant that they would soon find him, and he had to prepare. His eyes were filled with many thoughts as his distinctions as the Weaver had risen, and his eyes saw things very differently from others. What he saw was a breakdown of data and weavings coming together, and he could at this moment see the weavings of the very source of existence of these beings. How different were their weavings compared to each other in him, their systems of existence. Noah felt like he could almost peer at them fully. The phasing queen. Your system isn't sufficiently different to deserve its own spot in the Atlas of Existence. His gaze was a pondering one as he stroked his chin while gazing at the trio. His face showed immeasurable calmness, as if everything was under his grasp, and as the one with the Atlas of Existence, he was truly given this astounding sense of confidence, not arrogance, not pride, but a sensation as if he could have everything under control for the vast variety of existence if he really put his mind to it. This was the effect of merely having the Atlas of Existence, as its shocking potential and sheer existence alone was still something that even Noah felt like he didn't fully grasp. And his gaze turned towards the massive figure of the sun-winged Leprechaunus, overflowing with the light of Lut. The system of existence you cultivate is also not sufficiently different. Everything he was seeing so far indicated either low complexity or simply not too different from the conceptual system of existence. The only caveat of the system of existence of these beings was how focused and singular they were in themselves, the phasing queen and her focus on the mind, the sun-winged Leprechaunus and his focus on wealth as the source of power, and lastly, the Satyris nymph who focused on vitality in life. None of you are sufficiently different enough. Noah shook his head with gradually blazing eyes as he rose from his seated position. He remembered the visions that the glimpse of Invictus Maximus had given. The 9 portals of light that seemed to be reflections of the Atlas of Existence, but each of them were leading to different Ionic omniverse records. He was only within the Var-El Ionic omniverse record that he reached with the aid of Lumen, which he had now incorporated into the first Mundi of power within his Atlas of Existence, as he better understood how it and the weavings of the protagonist allowed him to enter this Ionic omniverse record. But this was merely just that, a single Ionic omniverse record. I will not allow it to take too much of my attention. His eyes buzzed with a profound sense of confidence as his ascendant existential extremity clone of Quintessence rose. Quintessence. Days had passed since he began and continued sparring with his people, and it could still not be considered to have arrived at the point where it could freely generate and utilize autarchical authority. One of the reasons why, even though Quintessence was at the forefront in autarky but had yet to achieve it, were the Invictus Dominium wings. Noah was urging them towards what he had only caught a glimpse of before Invictus Maximus. His wings were focused on the breakdown of Ashat and the autarchical omniversal authority it led to, its 4 components being focused on as apart from efficiency. Noah had been grasping and utilizing the other 3 components as well. This, and his Atlas of Existence, gave him an utterly profound sense of confidence, so much so that at this moment, let me have a taste of your sources of existence, HUUM. He only spoke while gazing at the illusory screen showing the 3 omniversal Ankyras of this Ionic omniverse record. As in the next instant, his figure turned into a streak of light that disappeared into this illusory screen. He didn't tell any of his people, he didn't even alert the Sanctus Autarch, who was refining her own authority and getting ready for a major battle. He only disappeared by himself, as when Noah was given plenty of time, utterly disastrous things could occur, in the area where the last battle had occurred between Noah's forces and the Fey-burned existences. This guy is playing hide and seek with us? The Var-El Ionic omniverse record is not that big. We could cover every single corner in under a day. I have to say, I'm a bit let down. The voice of the sun-winged Leprechaunus released a vibrant echo in the surroundings, his pressure alone causing the legions of the phasing queen and Satyris nymph to feel suffocated. Near him, the phasing queen seemed to be pondering, while the Satyris nymph, with an anatomy that seemed to be a mixture of a goat and plants, closed their eyes, the vibrant luster of life buzzing from them. Their eyes were filled with murky green galaxies as their intent weaved out at this moment. If that is what we must do, I must apologize for letting you down. The intent of the Satyrus nymph never finished. An audible voice echoed out in front of them that caused its intent to cease, its figure erupting with heavenly authority as it looked ahead. Ho, the sun-winged leopard Canis and the phasing queen were the same as the legions behind them also went on high alert. They had to. The voice had come from an entity none of their senses caught, where they hadn't sensed even the fluctuation of mana or any other authority. As shockingly, he was right in front of them, a devilishly handsome man in a colorless robe that had a white tinge to it, a halo of brilliant light above him, and ecstatic colorless wings on his back and feet. His gaze was immeasurably calm as he stared at three autarch equivalent existences, and this wasn't to mention the autarch equivalent Faberand leading the legions of the phasing queen, and another autarch equivalent nymph under the banner of the Satyrus nymph. None had caught the visage of the man before them before he spoke, and such a thing was extremely terrifying. Chapter 3152 Systems of Existence. He appeared before them, and yet they did not sense him until he spoke. The massive visage of the sun-winged leopard Canis squinted its eyes as it spoke while its body began to burn with dark gold radiance. This is him? Why can we not see anything, even as he spoke? His radiance was already spreading out across the surroundings as he asked a critical question to the phasing queen. She had stated days ago that the intruder of this ionic omniverse record has a unique base of existence unblemished and untouched as they could all see it with but a glimpse, so why was it that right now, they saw nothing on this man? Hell, they couldn't even sense any glimmer of authority on him. The phasing queen was stern as her authority also erupted while she replied, "This is him." He must have figured out how to hide it. Affirmation was given, and as soon as that was there, all right, that was all that the sun-winged leopard Canis and Satyrus nymph needed. But before they could fully exert their authority, let's not get too excited. Noah's voice arose as with his raised hand, he snapped his fingers, and existence distorted, his wings expanded and instantly overshadowed everything as in front of the eyes of legions of millions of Faberand existences and Satyrus existences. Noah's figure and the three terrifying autarchs of their source of existence disappeared. Everybody froze and looked around, the remaining commanders gazing at each other in shock and stupor as they didn't know how to proceed. Search for the queen. Only shouts began along a mad scramble as nobody truly knew what had occurred except for one man. The existence-based ascendancy skill of the first Monday of Power Asia's causality penitentiary. Noah had days to understand and mess around with his atlas of existence. One of the utilizations of this terrifying construct was the design and usage of all the authorities contained within the first Monday of Power. Even closer, Noah had placed his focus on Asia and its connection to an autarchical omniversal authority. The greater omniversal authority of Asia was an Axidir omniversal intersect that made up an intricate part of an encompassing autarchical omniversal authority, and Noah had been putting his existence through it and the usage of its four components to finally mobilize the weavings of this unknown autarchical omniversal authority. That, paired with everything within Noah's system of existence, was what powered up the existence-based ascendancy skill of the first Monday of Power Asia's causality penitentiary. At its basis were the four components of Asia. Under the component of formal, the form of the causality penitentiary is designed to be an endlessly distorting loop that will not have an entry or exit. Under the component of material, the materials making up the distorting loop of the causality penitentiary will include the authorities in the first Monday of Power. Under the component of efficiency, you have been determined to be the efficient or the moving cause of Asia's causality penitentiary, with your actions controlling the pace and acting as the agent of all changes within it. Under the component of final, the final cause of Asia's causality penitentiary has been determined to be your victory. The components of Asia were hard to grasp as even for the last and slightly simpler component of final it related to the end or purpose of a change or an event. An example of a final or purpose of a seed was to be a plant. In Noah's case, the final cause of Asia's causality penitentiary was his victory. The efficiency or efficient cause of a pill is the alchemist that made it. Noah was the efficient cause of the current prison he set up as truly. The complexities of Asia were something else. Asia's causality penitentiary was unique and filled with wonders, existing in its own space of causality. Three autarch equivalent existences were the first ones to find themselves in this space, and what they saw was utterly astounding. They saw the massive outline of an hourglass at the very center, its outline shattered as purple sand was leaking out of it and swirling into a storm around it. Hazy purple and gold radiance swirled all around as in the surroundings. There were dangling chains that at the very end of this domain that had metallic circular purple planes of existence, one chain moving with its circular plane to hit the next one in front of it as this one moved to hit the next one. And the next one and the next one, dong. 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 The swinging balls hitting each other one after another seemed to speak to cause and effect. with booming sounds echoing out every time they smashed into each other. When one tried to look further past these metallic planes of existence of chains, shattered glimmers of infinity symbols could be seen along with white gold pillars emanating embers of lumen, with space constantly distorting into a loop around them as getting out of this place was nigh impossible. I wanted us to have a little privacy with no interruptions. I wanted to really understand you all. The voice of the man who had brought them here rang out as his feet were dangling from the very precipice of the cracked hourglass. With his figure being situated atop it with calmness as he stared at the rising auras of three terrifying artificial omniversal Ankyras, his colorless wings vibrated behind him as they seemed to be getting tremendous feedback from Asia's causality penitentiary, his whole appearance seeming to be one of profound mystery. The sun-winged leprechaunus looked towards him as his face became etched with a leery smile. What's with all this mysterious bullshit and facade? Hey little guy, Missy here said you have an unblemished base of existence that I could get my hands on, but I don't see anything from here. Do you really have it? Because otherwise, I won't waste my time here, oh? Noah raised his brows as he looked between the calculating phasing queen and the sun-winged leprechaunus, as well as the silent Satyrus nymph as his chest glowed brightly. Could she have been talking about this? A smidgen of the brilliance of his atlas of existence flashed, a mere glimmer of what lay at its very center, and just this alone, This alone caused an eruption of opulentia authority as the massive figure of the sun-winged leprechaunus instantly tore across the weavings of Asia's causality penitentiary to appear before Noah, or at least, he believed to have done so, but the weavings of cause and effect were not so simple within Asia's causality penitentiary. Chapter 3153 Systems of Existence 2. The figure of the sun-winged leprechaunus surged towards Noah. His body radiated a dazzling bejeweled light as the rings on his nose and mouth knocked into each other with melody. But the moment where he should have smashed into Noah, boom, at that moment, no such reality played out. Asia's causality penitentiary, cause and effect were not under the rule of others within this penitentiary. The opposite of the choice one made would occur at the times that the one utilizing the four components of Asia deemed so. The sun-winged leprechaunus made the choice to surge towards Noah, and yet he appeared in the fringes of Asia's causality penitentiary as his figure smashed into one of the constantly moving planes of existence on a chain. His head turned up as his eyes blazed with dark gold flames, looking at the distant Noah who was gazing at him with curiosity as his voice echoed out, Opulentia. This is the authority you base your system of existence on? What did you utilize to link power to wealth? He asked such a question simply as he didn't even seem to be treating this as a battle, but more so a time to gather knowledge and information as such a reality caused the sun-winged leprechaunus to vibrate like a tumultuous giant. The wings behind his back made of trillions of suns blazed as his voice echoed out, Goblin's lucky charm, HUUM. The surroundings instantly exploded with a dark gold radiance as mountains of jewels and gold flashed into existence all around. Above the shattered hourglass Noah sat on, a massive illusory sack appeared and unfurled as countless gems and gold flowed from it, forming into serpentine snakes that surged towards Noah. They looked like endless rivers of loot ready to coil and overwhelm everything, the brilliance of the authority of opulentia seething around them as it rivaled any autarchical authority, and yet right before these snaking rivers of loot reached Noah, boom, they disappeared and reappeared above the sun-winged leprechaunus as they smashed into himself, a distortion of causality. The four components of Asia burned with full use as they pulled upon something that the greater omniversal authority of Asia sat at the center of, an autarchical omniversal authority that very few understood. Bombarded by his own rivers of jewels and gold, the sun-winged leprechaunus exploded out with dark radiance once more. You have some tricks. You scholars reveling in your concept-based systems of existence always have bags full of tricks. Parlor tricks, mere magicians. Why don't you rely on something real? Something singular and unshakable in existence? Why don't you revel in infinite wealth? An unfathomable surge of opulentia authority filled him as he smiled with a chilling light. With enough wealth, any and all conceptual tricks can be bypassed. His body shone with a dark gold crystal and luster as if he was made up of pure gold diamonds, his whole existence being supported by droves of endless wealth as he instantly appeared before Noah, his hand surging forward and sinking into Noah's chest. The dazzling innate infinite quintessential bloodline halo of lumen above did not even do anything as with a crazed light, the sun-winged leprechaunus pushed his hand deeper into Noah's chest as if he were seeking to grasp the base of existence he had only gotten a glimpse of. Interesting, Noah's expression didn't change as he actually used his hands to grasp onto the arm of the sun-winged leprechaunus, his fingers shooting out a colorless light of pathogenicity into them as it was only in this instant did the sun-winged leprechaunus realize that even though he pierced Noah's chest, it was his own chest that was punctured wide open and bleeding gold jewels, causality damage reflection. Noah's Invictus Dominium wings buzzed as they moved and expanded, coming forward to enclose him and the sun-winged leprechaunus in close proximity to each other. As the light of Lut shone within his eyes, the sun-winged leprechaunus instantly felt his vast reserves of opulentia authority tingling as he woke from his stupor and roared out, "This motherfucker has all the tricks, are you all just going to sit there and watch?" The three of them came together as why the hell was he attacking alone? The phasing queen and the Satyrus nymph that had been preparing and trying to grasp how the surrounding existence worked finally moved at this moment. At the same time, Noah's eyes of Diorkness blinked. And all light instantly became drawn into them, even the unfathomably grand dark gold light of opulentia. I see, Noah's voice emanated right after as around him, all devoured light began to be expressed by nothing else other than the light of Lut. You irreversibly have your existence linked to the units of wealth within your soul. The more you accumulate, allowing you to inflate your existence so much to the extent that you reached autarky, WAA, he spoke calmly while the sun-winged leprechaunus sank his hand even deeper into Noah's chest, ignoring the damage to his own as he believed opulentia would be victorious. His blazing eyes returned their heavy dark gold brilliance as he stared angrily at the entity before him. And Noah gazed back with calmness as he asked in a pondering manner, "This system of existence is straightforward and powerful. But what would happen to you if there was ever something or someone who could take away your wealth? One wouldn't even have to directly attack you." The words caused the eyes of the sun-winged leprechaunus to constrict into fine points. The countless trillions of suns on his wings blared as at this point, it was too late. The brilliance of Lut around Noah moved as after devouring a portion of opulentia with the eyes of Diorkness, Noah followed their weavings through the strands of pathogenicity he had released to locate the boundless mountains of wealth within the sun-winged leprechaunus. And he then had Lut wrap around these mountains of wealth for himself. Boom! A pillar of dark gold mass erupted as from the orifices of the sun-winged leprechaunus, gems and rivers of gold ceaselessly flowed as, shockingly, his authority of opulentia began to drastically reduce. The incoming figures of the phasing queen and Satyrus nymph paused at such a scene. Chapter 3154 Systems of Existence. 3. The phasing queen and Satyrus nymph only paused slightly before they surged forward with interminable and serious intent. They had to in order to ensure their success. But what was this? Why was he so much more powerful than mere days ago? The soul of the phasing queen buzzed as she exerted everything she had to change the current weavings of existence to her wishes. And the Satyrus nymph beside her, vitalistic totem symphony, they uttered out calmly as from all around, massive verdant black totems burning with flames of life bloomed, their sheer presence beginning to distort existence and reality itself as they pressed from all around. Yet Noah did not gaze at them just yet. He stared at the rough visage of the sun-winged leprechaunus who was gushing out mountains of loot from all orifices as in between all of this existence locked his eyes onto him as his wings expanded, the trillions of suns within them flared. "You motherfucker, WAA, I have reserves of wealth you cannot even imagine." Boom, his wings exploded, trillions of suns exploded. From them, an inviolable authority erupted that opposed anything that wasn't an overabundance of wealth, the sheer accumulation of this terrifying entity erupting on both himself and Noah, making multiple choices all at once to cover many possible causalities. BOM, it causes the visage of Noah to finally be pushed back as monetary after. The authorities of all autarchs here came on all sides for him. The scene was glorious to see as from where Noah stood before, the figure of the sun-winged leprechaunus could be seen breathing ruggedly, his chest heaving up and down as on his face, his golden rings around his mouth and nose were shattered, trillions of golden suns surrounded him like twinkling stars, each one seemingly holding boundless wealth and treasures. But even now, through his mouth, nose, ears, and other places, gems and gold continued to leak out like rivers of brilliance as his aura continued to diminish. Dumb. Booming drums that seemed to usher in glory and war rang out as in front of the eyes of the weaver of existence. Many things showed themselves. The source of existence of the sun-winged leprechaunus has been analyzed thoroughly, by having focus points of existence within the soul. His entire physiology was augmented to fuse and correlate his entire existence with the amount of wealth placed within these focus points of existence. He could see it. The trillions of suns now circling the sun-winged leprechaunus, other small points of singularities within his existence, focus points. It was something akin to a bird having wings that humans didn't have, akin to one animal having an entirely different organ compared to another. This was something that the sun-winged leprechaunus had, but Noah didn't. But of course, such a thing was something Noah could always change. His gaze became piercing as he looked at the ragged figure of the Sun-winged leprechaunus that was trying to stop the flow of his wealth as he spoke, focus points of existence, yes? Let's see what happens if I have the same thing. His words caused the massive visage surrounded by focus points of existence that shone with dark gold radiance to tremble in shock. As if Noah should have never found out about it, and he furthermore couldn't be someone who could confidently say he could have the same thing, yet Noah uttered such daring words while the barrage of terrifying authorities of the phasing queen and the satirist nymph thundered down his eyes, not even turning to them as he pointed his hand towards his body, his fingers becoming unfathomably sharp as they pierced into his existence. Squelch, the pain should have been something that no ordinary existence could withstand. But Noah didn't even bat an eye as a part of his existence became altered. A portion of your existence is being altered to form focus points of existence. Based on the physiology of the sun-winged leprechaunus, the focus points of existence are being designed in a quintessential fashion, the intricate hands of the weaver of existence painting over them. The weaver of existence designs the focus points of existence to be inexplicably and irreversibly linked to the weavings of Lut, connecting this to all things defined as the wealth of Noah Osmont. The definition of wealth is made clear. His existence buzzed. At this moment, the atlas of existence within him reacted as the 9 circles rotated with splendor. The weavings of a new system of existence have been discerned. The system of existence of opulentia has been defined, and its parameters have been fully set. The system of existence of opulentia is not sufficiently different from the weavings of your current system to be allocated to a different mundi of power. The system of existence of opulentia is being assimilated into the first mundi of power. His existence blared, past the pain, past the heavy weavings of an entirely new source of existence being built. Something new bloomed at this time. Within his existence, countless points of light formed that were patently filled with the glimmer of Lut. This authority linked to everything within and under Noah at this moment. Lut has been fully linked to the quintessential focus points of existence. A correlation between what has been defined as your wealth and the weavings of Lut and your existence has been established. Should you lose your wealth, you will lose your power. Brilliance unfurled, and from this moment on, the weavings of the system of existence of opulentia have been fully assimilated. Your existence will now acclimate to express its correlation with the amount of wealth you have accumulated. A terrifying reality bloomed, even though the power of multiple autarchical equivalent authorities surged towards him from all directions. Noah's body, which had been still this whole time, began to give off boundless light as his aura rose towards horrific levels. Noah's wealth, just how much did he have, and what exactly fell under the definition of wealth? Chapter 3155 Systems of Existence. 4. Wealth, the possession of something valuable. Something considered to be a treasure, or truly the accumulation of what is considered a limited resource. Could such a thing be subjective from one person to another? It was hard to say, but true wealth was something that some people would never experience in their entire lives, while others held it on a daily basis. When it came to Noah's wealth, among your abundance of wealth, the infinite existential omniversal seed is considered at the forefront. A myriad of things within the infinite existential omniversal seed are considered part of your wealth, including but not limited to quintessential fruits of existence, quintessential legions, quintessential armament, and countless more natural treasures. Ruination is part of your wealth. Your concepts exceeding many others are part of your wealth. The unfathomable atlas of existence within you is part of your wealth. The boom, dozens of prompts crashed down as within the first mundi of power, utter craziness unfolded. Noah's existence was already powerful. He was already receiving steady streams of autarchical authority from the Duru of autarky. His existence seemed to be dancing with this stage as what would happen when all of his wealth became correlated with his strength. Of course, the downside was that if ever he lost his wealth, he would also lose his power. But when would such a thing happen? When would he lose the infinite existential omniversal seed whose mere value was something barely being decided right now? Unless someone as obscene as him appeared and did what he did to the sun-winged leprechaunus, such a thing wasn't even a possibility. Boom, his existence was experiencing booms of expansions and elevations across every possible aspect, with everything within him cheering on the ongoing process as his wings stretched out with unfathomable brilliance as his heart, eyes, and lungs radiated an omniversal brilliance. You are approaching the first distinguished rank in relation to the Atlas of Existence. You have arrived in the laborer strata of the Atlas of Existence. He never held a true distinction in comparison to others as after the Invictus stage, there was only the Atlas of Existence. At this moment, as he assimilated the system of existence of opulentia, he truly stepped with a rank that had a distinction as when it came to the Atlas of Existence, he was a laborer, a fucking Laborer. Noah's existence understood that this distinction came as a result of his own weavings and understanding of the atlas of existence, with its true meaning flowing into his mind as truly, he was in the ranks of doing work for his atlas of existence. As a laborer, he had to search and grasp a myriad number of systems of existence out there, and then introduce them into his atlas of existence to see whether they would be distinguished enough to even deserve their own mundi of power, or whether they would be assimilated into his already existing system of existence. Truly, he was a laborer at this moment, and likely would remain so until he began to develop the atlas of existence and have the other mundus of power contain their own systems of existence. After that, who even knew what the next stage was? The authority of the laborer required to work towards the completion of the atlas of existence has begun to be generated within the first mundi of power. Not autarchical, an authority of entirely different standing came out of the first mundi of power as truly, Noah felt like he had to grant it another name. The authority of the laborer of the atlas of existence just didn't have that ring to it. Oh, Noah breathed out as a colorless wind erupted to turn everything wild. Any ounce of authority he was releasing due to his advancement disappearing as only his figure remained floating in the skies of Asia's causality penitentiary, and yet in the surroundings, the totems of the Satyrus nymph and the heavyweight of the authority of the phasinged queen faded along with the appearance of this colorless wind as if it disabled and cleared all of these coming authorities with its mere passage. The eyes of the autarch equivalent existences blazed as while Noah felt the changes of his existence, while he felt the blooming authority of the laborer he spoke towards the shocked figure of the sun-winged leprechauness. What do you know about wealth? The moment he finished speaking, his figure had maddeningly already appeared beside the sun-winged leprechauness as he pinched on the orifice of his right ear, a sea of lute light gushing out thereafter as the leprechauness smashed his hand sideways while moving back. Oh, he released a guttural bellow as the pace of his own wealth leaving him increased, and he saw that shockingly, it was all flowing towards a single man at this moment. A man that looked at him with a calm smile as he stated, "One man's loss is another man's gain. Your wealth was never meant to stay within you." Rivers of gold, armaments, herbs, and gems gushed out as once more the sun-winged leprechauness bellowed out, "I ask again, are you fuckers just going to stand there? Attack this fucking monster now." He seemed to be scrambling, and rightfully so, as the authority of opulentia around him had drastically reduced and was only decreasing. It was to the extent that, "I do not think you can even defend against me at this moment." His voice rang out again beside the visage of the sun-winged leprechauness, who didn't even see him until he spoke. Noah's hand reaching out and coming to tap on his forehead as there was no weavings of defenses that drew able to stop him. Whap! The figure of the sun-winged leprechauness warped in and out of existence multiple times to pull away, his gaze ashen as he appeared behind the phasing queen, seeking to utilize her as a method of defense if he had to, but the distant Noah only smiled and nodded at this. "Since you cannot even defend against me, I guess it is time for you to have your fatality. Don't struggle too much and go out with a bang." Asia's causality penitentiary pulsed. From within Noah, a new authority arose as he passed judgment on an autarchical equivalent entity. Chapter 31, 56 Systems of Existence. The authority of the laborer of the atlas of existence. It was unique in nature as Noah saw autarchical authority melding with it at the depths of his existence. The duru of autarchy flung wide open as a colorless authority constantly surged from it. The designation remained colorless, but the authority felt thicker and more robust. It felt heavier and even more immovable in nature, as if normal autarchical authority could not compare. As it gathered within his existence, the trillions of focus points of existence on the sun-winged leprechauness blared as they seemed to sense the perilous situation, the expression of this entity maddening as he roared out while gathering all remaining authority of opulentia. "Who do you think you are? Boom, do you know who I am? What I've done? Do you think you could possibly silence me? Take my wealth? Rubbish." Like a blinking star at the end of its path, his existence blared with the brightest light it had flourished with than any other time in his life as he was directing it all towards Noah, who gazed at this scene while grasping a few tendrils of the new authority of the laborer, his existence directing it towards causality and loot while looking at the sun-winged leprechauness. "For your final moments, you can go out with an overabundance of wealth." His voice retained its calmness. As carrying a hint of solemnity, he spoke out. Laborer's fatality opulentia, HUUM, a flash of colorless and gold brilliance unfurled. The gaze of the sun-winged leprechauness changed as he instantly raised his hands up, finding an unfathomably large and heavy stone of dark gold wealth appearing above his figure as if it were trying to crush him. Below his feet, a river of gold gems and armaments bloomed as it seemed like a flat disc anchoring him where he stood, his figure not moving down even an inch while the dark gold stone made of Unknown waves of authority pressed down to crush him. "OOH," he bellowed out with maddened fervor as the pierced rings and gems on his hands ripped and shattered at the sheer weight, his hands instantly caving in as the stone became supported on his back. A stone of infinite wealth crashed down, its core supported by an authority distinct from autarky and yet carrying a sense of undeniable oppression. Crack, the weight of the massive stone of wealth cracked and splintered not just his body but his existence itself. Within it, strands of the will of the sun-winged leprechauness flowed in as he sensed the wealth contained within this, a different type of wealth. He saw a glimpse of the wealth being used to crash his existence as within it, he saw the outline of an utterly glorious seed. Within it, boundless wealth was contained. Was that wealth? Was that dash, crack, his back supporting the weight of the massive stone of wealth was broken as the rest of his body followed. His eyes popping out of their sockets as this time, he used the last shreds of his authority to direct his loose pupils to gaze at his compatriots. "You dumb fuckers just stood there until the very end? Stupid, dumb, motherfu dash." Boom, like an unstoppable meteor, the massive stone pressed down entirely as the visage of the sun-winged leprechauness became crushed under it, the gold sea below his feet becoming painted with crimson gold blood. A gush of the authority of opulentia spread out amidst such a devastating scene. Loved by wealth, and living his whole life with the standing and accumulation of wealth, the sun-winged leprechauness was ultimately given a fatality of wealth, crushed under the sheer weight of wealth that he couldn't even comprehend. "My goodness," Noah's voice echoed out amidst such a terrifying moment of reality, his hand tapping out as the remnant weavings of the sun-winged leprechauness gathered together to form a single point of singularity that came towards him. He grasped and looked at it closely while his voice continued to ring out. "Now, that was the most powerful one among you, and he has met such a fate. I wonder. What will the two of you do now? Are your sources of existence sufficiently interesting enough for what is to come?" The phasing queen and the satirist nymph had immeasurably somber expressions as their authorities burned like a tide. While waiting for their answer, Noah gazed at the singularity within his hands. Seed of existence, a seed containing the very essence of existence that has been refined to the utmost. With it, an existence with a sufficiently strong soul could refine it to take them towards the distinction of autarky, a ridiculously simple definition. But it was an insane one as it stated one could go to the stage of autarky by assimilating this seed of existence. What was that? What was autarky? Could one reach it so simply as they wished? Now, under Noah's banner, one could. It was a ridiculous reality as Noah put away the seed of existence while turning to look at the phasing queen and the satirist nymph who were now inches from each other, standing together protectively as their authorities burned in a way it had never burned before. At such a time, the phasing queen opened her pink lips while emanating boundless charm. "We were wrong, WAA." She looked like a damsel admitting her mistakes, like a delicate flower surrounded by colorless and crimson radiance who needed to be carefully cradled and forgiven. "We should not have coveted something we did not understand, and for doing so I will personally pay the price with my body. You can do with it anything you will." In an utterly mesmerizing tone, the phasing queen uttered this while showing a maiden filled with defeat who only wanted her conqueror to take her. Noah nodded towards this being as her eyes lit up. "Using your authority of illudere even now." "Ah, you are right, I will do anything I wish with your body." His words caused the eyes of the phasing queen to brighten up as she saw an ounce of possibility, a possibility that was shattered within the next moment as Noah continued. "Among the things I wish to do, granting you death is one of them." WAA, a flicker of brilliance unfurled. And a newly emerging authority began to be tested even more as Noah was clearing up the artificial omniversal ankyras of the Var Elionic Omniverse. Record by himself, Chapter 3157 Systems of Existence. 6. Laborer. Noah uttered these words with a smile as truly, it didn't fit his grand image to be called this, and yet at the same time. The Atlas of Existence was just that terrifying as its starting stage was a laborer. The distinction of this authority wasn't being uttered by his ascendant existential extremity clone of quintessence that was within Asia's causality penitentiary with the remaining two artificial omniversal ankyras, but it was his ascendant existential extremity clone of the protagonist who was still within the infinite existential omniversal seed, a body of his that at this moment flickered, crossing the vast stretches of the infinite existential omniversal seed to arrive at an area with constantly spinning miniature galaxies that made it look like swirling stars were moving, with the figures of the prominent inhabitants of the infinite existential omniversal seed currently floating in this region with activity. The son of Osmond could be seen along with many of his usual compatriots, with even Hyperion and the Enders of Extremity participating as there were many in all shapes and sizes. A bustle of conversations echoed out along with cheers as they all floated in between swirling miniature galaxies while looking at a Colosseum-style architecture the size of hundreds of worlds with the figures of Dr. Hall and Erickson about to clash within it as a competitive spirit buzzed all around. On one side of the stage, Erickson grasped two flippers in his hands as he smacked them together with a melody while speaking. "I never thought I'd be whooping a priest today, I'll apologize in advance." His words drew smiles and laughter from those watching as opposite him. Dr. Hall smiled while shaking his head. "Please, call me the doctor. And today, I didn't think I'd be breaking an oath." The friendly banter exchanged only roused the competitive spirit as those watching cheered, but at this time, whap, an aura made itself apparent. It was so heavy and stifling that it nearly took the breath of all those here away, their figures turning towards a certain direction where they saw Noah's ascendant existential extremity clone of the protagonist. The moment all eyes were on him, he spoke. "The enemy legions have gathered for a fight. For those ready. Assemble to enter the battlefield." Along with his words, a massive colorless bluish rift erupted behind him, causing all forces to become alert and pulse with power. Not even a second later, all quintessential legions began to buzz and gather in an orderly fashion, those of Lumen, those of illusory weavings, those of automatons, those being led by quintessential commanders. While they all gathered, the figure of the Sanctus Empress also flashed to appear beside Noah as she asked sternly, "Are all three together with their commanders? That would be multiple autarchs for us to handle." She looked and was genuinely worried. The three artificial omniversal Ankyras were not alone, as the phasing queen alone had another autarch-level entity amongst her most powerful commanders. How could they face all of them together when she was the only autarch here? Yet towards her words and concerns, Noah only waved his hands dismissively. "No need to worry about any of that, just enter and have fun with it. As for the number of autarchs, Henry, come." Noah's gaze moved around and came to lock onto one figure that was looking at him with shining eyes, beckoning towards him as Henry appeared an instant later. Noah looked at his growing son as he waved his hands to reveal a dazzling dark gold seed, a seed of existence, a seed that would take one towards autarky in a short moment. It floated towards Henry under Noah's will, and before Henry could even find out what it was for, it sank into his chest. Thereafter, his body splendorously buzzed before it began to expand and contract with a colorless radiance. He looked towards his father in shock as all he received was a nod while he pointed to the rift behind him. "Lead the quintessential legions against the authority of autarky, WA." There were many questions everyone wanted to ask. They were just leaving to go face the terrifying legions as they were? Was there a plan? How would? There were many questions, but the son of Osmont didn't ask any as he only nodded, feeling his existence beginning to change and advance as his blue-gold hair began to gain a colorless brilliance. Forward, his voice was filled with immutable power as dense legions of thousands of prime entities lined up behind him. With a glimmer of light, they went towards the rift as beside Noah's figure. The Sanctus Empress was incredulous and wanted to ask questions, but Noah simply smiled while motioning for her to follow him. Sona had appeared beside them along with the entourage of Barbados, Adelaide, and others, all of them shifting across space to appear in the crimson skies that held the scattered legions of the phasing queen and the Satyrus nymph. The auras of two prominent autarch equivalent existences could be felt at the forefront of the legions, with a few others barely reaching this stage as both sides came to look at each other. The Sanctus Empress blinked as she gazed all around and saw no signs of the phasing queen or any other terrifying entities of her stature. Where are the enemy leaders? A baffling question, one that Noah replied simply while a shimmering throne appeared behind him as if he would only sit down and watch the fruits of his labor for the battle to come. Enemy leaders have been taken care of, and what remains is a bit of cleanup. A ridiculous reality unfolded as others accepted it easily. But of the most powerful beings within Noah's side who truly understood autarky, the Sanctus Empress was the only one who froze at this reality, as it simply couldn't be believable. But to the Weaver of Existence, it did not matter. He watched his son take center stage as a terrifying aura began to leak from him, pillars of destiny beginning to crash down along with colorless tendrils of light. He watched his son undergo a change while within his own body, he felt the newly emerging authority of the laborer accumulate and erupt towards the Duru of autarky brazenly, shattering it into pieces and creating a massive wormhole as it no longer just took the flow of oncoming autarchical authority. At this moment, it went deeper in as with the guidance of Asia and its unique standing as intersect. This brazen authority seemed to be going towards autarchical omniversal authority to stare at them straight on. Chapter 3158, The Closure of Varel. Across the Duru of autarky, colorless seas of authority flowed as at this moment, a heavy tendril of the authority of the laborer of the Atlas of Existence coursed through it. It seemed like an unstoppable force as while it did so, many extremely pristine wolves came to focus on it from afar, and yet its path continued further in, as if it had a goal, as if it had a purpose that it would achieve no matter what, within Asia's causality penitentiary. Noah followed this tendril of the authority of the laborer as currently he sat on the ripped wings of the phasing queen while gripping in his hands another seed of existence, a seed of existence belonging to none other than the Satyrus nymph as it pulsed with a verdant colorless brilliance. The sun-winged leprechauness was the most powerful among the three artificial omniversal ankyruses by the time Noah took care of it and proceeded to the phasing queen and the Satyrus nymph. Everything was already decided. The inclusion of the system of existence of opulentia and the subsequent advancement into the distinction of the laborer of the Atlas of existence was just that heavy. The changes it was causing to Noah were so thorough that others could not even imagine. Changes like your distinctions as the weaver of existence and extremity have risen from the stage of elder weaver and into the stage of ancient weaver. The ancient weaver was the last determined distinction, but the path has been further expanded by you. Further ahead, the distinction of the exiled weaver of existence and the exiled weaver of extremity wait for your brilliance. The authority of the laborer of the Atlas of existence was so potent that his distinction jumped forward right away. And they didn't stop there as within him, his very blood churned and exploded with brilliance as they took another step forward. Your existential omniversal lumen emperor lineage has attained the distinction of an autarchical existential omniversal lineage. Among your progeny, there lies a clear path towards autarky. Among your lineage, the doors to the influence of greater omniversal authorities are fully open. To you, the influence of autarchical omniversal authorities has opened as you can burn a portion of your lineage to gain the recognition of such an authority. Advance, and advance even more. This was what Noah felt like his existence was doing is right now. He felt like he was on fire, an endless fire of advancement that kindled his existence ceaselessly, and in the midst of it all, hot blood leaked from the lips of the phasing queen as her crimson eyes turned towards Noah sitting above her thoughtfully. Her power was bound and restricted, with the authority of Illudere lying half-shattered and broken at the center of her existence, as she would never be able to weave intricate illusions and wishes of her existence, in such a state. She looked at Noah and spoke with a maddened gleam in her eyes. You talk a great deal about choices. About causality. You do not even know what is about to happen once you kill all of us as your choice. Once the artificial omniversal ankyras of this ionic omniverse record are gone. You do not know. You do not know. Noah gazed calmly at the entity below him, an entity who had nothing to lose as even now. Noah knew what she was about to say was the truth. You will alert them. The ones who put us here in the first place. Against them. Oh man. I wish I could be there to witness your future. I fucking wish. You see, they are not like you and I. They don't look at existence for themselves, but seek and have control over all the myriad of existence out there. No matter how much you climb up, you can never match them. You can never. You can never. You will feel the same despair we felt. You will likely come to be put in a similar omniverse record as they won't even kill you. No, their cruelty extends past that. Honorable, they are. Kind, they are. Protectors. They are, the protectors of existence. I truly wish I could be there when you come across them and realize just how useless everything you're doing is. She didn't bother to keep her existence intact any longer. It began to crumble as alongside it, so would the Varelionic omniverse. Noah felt the existence of this entity dispersing and being collected into a seed as in her last moments. She was rueful. I am the queen of a lineage surpassing many others. Across the weaving's existence when it comes to the mind and soul. And yet. What remains of me? Her last words, as she spoke them, her head twisted unnaturally as she broke her neck to fully gaze at Noah, who was sitting on her back. I had it all, with utmost belief that my glory would only continue in the future. Noah Osmont, is it? Do you think your glory will continue in the future? Do you think you are special, so special out of all other types of existences out there? Just how high is your hubris? Just how vast is your pride? Crack, her existence splintered as her head rose up with a hazy illusory light, this head coming to gaze right in front of Noah as the phasing queen blinked with utmost calmness in death. I may be someone you forget quickly as you continue on from here. But remember my words. A time is coming for you in the future when the realization will hit. The realization that there are many others just like you. When that time comes, think of me, will you? Think of the woman you ended the dreams of as your own are coming to an end, to the very end. Her existence never let go of the authority of Eludere, to the very end. She tried to leave behind words of truth also paired with doubt and paranoia to hinder Noah's path, but did they hold any falsehood within them? Her illusory brilliance faded with a smile soon after as her body scattered away, and within a moment, Noah was holding a crimson colorless seed of existence in his other hand. Chapter 31:59 The Closure of Var-El. 2. There was an immense silence settling in. Adorned with his vibrant colorless wings, Noah calmly floated near a shattered hourglass, massive circular planes of causality still knocking into each other within Asia's causality penitentiary. As he was the only one left, he held two seeds of existence in his hands as an array of prompts cascaded. All three artificial omniversal ankyras of the Var-Elianic omniverse record have perished. The Var-Elianic omniverse record is not a very stable one. After the loss of all of its artificial omniversal ankyras, there are no pathways for succession, and the whole Ionic omniverse record will begin breaking down and close in 13 days. The amount of time left until the closure of the Var-Elianic omniverse record was exactly the time that was left on the 30-day timer since they entered. Noah silently took such a reality in strides as in the depths of his existence, he did not yet touch the systems of existence of the phasing queen and the Satyrus nymph. Both of them were weaker than the sun-winged Leprechauness for a reason, as their systems of existence were not as complex, with their similarity to Noah being something that could be assimilated to further enhance those aspects of himself but likely not yield a result as tremendous as the system of existence of opulentia, so he wasn't in a hurry as he felt the authority of the laborer of the Atlas of existence and what it sought to do. How it traversed across the duro of autarky, ignoring the potent weavings and gazes of autarchical omniversal authorities that governed and were made up of many greater omniversal authorities, and continued traversing across the lines of the intersect that was Asia to finally arrive at a grand location, surrounded by a purple sea of brilliance, tendrils of colorless light flowing all around. Noah's will could see a potent singularity that represented the very core weavings of Asia, and he could further see its four components within it. But at this moment, Asia was only one among multiple core singularites making up an utter behemoth of an omniversal authority, the weavings of the autarchical omniversal authority of Etiologia that govern parts of your natal omniverse gaze at you with scrutiny. Your existence has a clear alignment in belonging to the omniverse that the autarchical omniversal authority of Etiologia accepts, but your existence is diverging from the sole belonging and unity it has always observed within the omniverse. He was, of course, an entity of the natal omniverse that followed the system of existence of concepts. But something about him was changing that showed he was steering away, this being the Atlas of existence. It was something that actually gave an autarchical omniversal authority a reason to pause, but the Atlas of existence was not something so minor. Noah felt its 9 circles, its 9 mundus of power, swirled within him madly as at this moment. As if for a coiled snake waiting to pounce. The heavy tendrils of the authority of the laborer erupted. They formed chains that sunk into the depths of multiple singularities, forming the autarchical omniversal authority of Etiologia, including the singularity of Asia. As these chains trembled with invincibility, the gaze and recognition of the autarchical omniversal authority of Etiologia has been bypassed. Through the authority of the laborer, the influence of a few hundred million existential extremity authorities making up an autarchical omniversal authority will flow through you constantly and without any cost. The authority of the laborer of the Atlas of existence didn't ask to be recognized. It forcefully took its spot and pulled upon the authority of the autarchical omniversal authority constantly, an influx of colorless brilliance flowing back into Noah's first mundi of power at this moment. This was what happened inside of his existence. He clenched his fists. This was what he was looking for when he entered the Var-Elianic omniverse record. He was looking for the tools to allow the protagonist to tip the scales of causality have been obtained this whole time. The Deus Ex Machinas, the crazy workings of everything within Noah, the distortion of causality, it was all for the sake of tipping the scales in his favor, and at this moment, he truly gained the tools to do so as while he looked at his hands and the power flowing through them. Asia's causality penitentiary began to crumble around him. The ascendant existential extremity clone of quintessence faded as more of Noah's will focused on the eyes of the ascendant existential extremity clone of the protagonist that was watching his son and all others facing the remnant legions of the artificial omniversal ankyras. At the center point of the battlefield, Noah sought his son, and he couldn't help but smile. There, he could see his son swirling with colorless gold autarchical authority as he faced the autarch equivalent commander leading the remaining legions of the Fey-burned existences, and the sense of pride he had watching his son was overwhelming. seeing how grand the possibilities could be in such a short period of time. In another direction, the Sanctus Autarch could be seen dominating the Autarch equivalent commander of the Satyrus existence as the victors of this battle having long been decided. But Noah looked past all of this. He looked at what lay ahead, the words of the phasing queen. But more than this, it was the myriad of scattered records these beings carried that Noah had just begun to sift through as the ancient weaver of existence. Records of where they were before all of this, before they were in the Ionic Omniverse record. The phasing queen spoke of the powerful entities who put them here. The sun-winged Leprechaunus and Satyrus nymph knew of what happened to them in the past and how they arrived here. And yet as Noah sifted across the memories and records, none of it existed. No records of the terrifying entities they mentioned, of the protectors of existence, no records of anything but their own homes, their source of existence, and their lives. These were all Noah had to go on as the words of the phasing queen reverberated in his mind. And he then looked further ahead into the future as his eyes became stern with decisiveness. One thing at a time, he breathed out while stretching his evolving existence, his eyes coming to full focus on what plagued him currently, what they would find outside their doors in 13 days after the closure of the Var Elionic Omniverse record. The Devouring Worms, Chapter 3160. Momentary Peace. The true enemy plaguing Noah had always been the devouring worms, these enemies being something that their system of existence was entirely ineffective against, and so he prepared for them. He pondered and planned, wanting to see just how the gains within the Var Elionic Omniverse record and the advent of the Atlas of Existence would change things. Time unendingly continued to flow, seconds turned into minutes. And minutes led into a single hour, an hour since Noah released his quintessential legions to clear the forces of the phasing queen and the Satyrus nymph. It was an hour that was followed by a moment of silence. This was all that could be granted to those laid waste to and those who ultimately bent the knee. The visage of the Sanctus Autarch stared forth with shining eyes at this scene, her gaze eventually coming to land on Henry, who currently grasped a golden sword of destiny while his body crackled with the colorless brilliance of autarky. Was it always that easy? What could be attributed as real or not seemed to constantly change over the past days, and the being responsible for it all didn't even give her any pause as his voice echoed out across the battlefield, a battle well fought, and now, it is time to rest. Whap, the massive structure of the infinite existential omniversal seed appeared above them as things ended this simply. The Sanctus Autarch warping to appear in front of Noah's ascendant existential extremity clone of the protagonist as she asked with somber eyes, "You took care of the 3 Autarch equivalent leaders of these legions?" "You alone," she had to ask to make sure, and she received a smile and a nod along with her affirmation. They were merely shadows of their former selves after being locked in here for too long. Now, the true enemies to prepare against remain the devouring worms. And the Imperium Autarch sitting above the Omniverse. The protagonists laid out what waited for them as they simply had to accept the current reality, the Sanctus Autarch nodding as even though she held many questions. She returned to the infinite existential omniversal seed nonetheless for a moment of peace and preparation. The hours of celebration came after the quintessential legions returned victorious, with these celebrations not lasting too long before many entities went back to the task of elevating their power, and in the midst of all of this, whispers began to spread, within the infinite existential omniversal seed. Across the countless swaths of space within a myriad of Alethean havens, there was a small region filled with stellar suns of Helios and golden radiance stretching all around. In a certain star at the center of that region, a massive castle made of crystal and gold light rose to the skies to show off its glory. In such a castle, a balcony with a pool shimmering with gold water could be seen, along with the pristine figure of Lilith in crimson swimwear to match the occasion floating at the edges of the pool as she stared above the distant stars of Helios. A radiant halo silently buzzed a few inches above her head, causing her demonic horns to shine in the night. Her blessed chest bobbed up and down the waters as from the depths of the castle, another figure came into the balcony while holding a white tray filled with dazzling fruits of existence. A halo shone above her as well, her figure adorned in thin, comfortable clothing that showed off her curves as her gold-blue locks of hair cascaded past her shoulders radiantly. It was none other than I am of the infinite extremity who came and dipped her toes into the water, tossing a quintessential fruit of existence towards Lilith as she asked lightly, "Are you joining the tournament?" The prize is something similar to what allowed Prince Henry to attain autarky, the whispers echoing out across the infinite existential omniversal seed that were told by the existential omniversal Lumen Emperor himself. A tournament with the prize being a seat of existence for its champion as they would be able to attain autarky thereafter. It was so enticing that likely, nobody would miss it. Lilith bit into the fruit and smiled as she replied, "We all have the ridiculous boons from his lineage." It became even thicker in the past days as now, even I can utilize the influence of 3 greater omniversal authorities. This should be the same case for everyone as overcoming everybody else to be a champion in this tournament. It was bound to be hard. Immeasurably hard, I nodded as she stared out into the halcyon expanse as well. Yes, the difference will have to be made from your own design skills or innate abilities. And depending on whether you are a follower of infinity or quintessence, the ranks of power were hard to ascertain for many entities across the infinite existential omniversal seed, with Noah's lineage boosting all of them immensely as those with the purest of his blood became even more powerful. Iam and Lilith knew this well as the visage of Lilith rose from the pool to come sit beside Iam, her gaze filled with brilliance as she replied firmly, "No matter the challenges, we will join the tournament as well." I couldn't believe I would be here just weeks ago, so who knows where we could be days from now. Her words pulsed the surroundings as tendrils of Helios in the nearby space flickered with agreement. Iam and Lilith, 2 entities coming from drastically different environments, one stemming from a demon world in a tiny universe as another was a scion havens of extremity. Their origins and weavings of existence were so far apart that if one was in tune with fate or destiny, they would say the paths of these entities were ones that would never cross, and yet these 2 beings formed an unlikely friendship after going through trials together. Unlikely friendships like these were abundant in the infinite existential omniversal seed that brought entities from different times and places, but all of them were looking for the same destination. Chapter 3161 Momentary Peace. 2. Sitting side by side with their legs dipped into the golden waters of a pool, the figures of Lilith and Iam remained filled with power and serenity as, at this moment, Lilith gazed at the sons of Helios far above while asking slowly, "When was the last time you talked with him?" "From the records you shared with me, you moved together with him across dissolution in Helios." A light of interest was flickering in her eyes as what she asked caused Iam to shake her head while replying with a smile, "I haven't personally spoken with him these past days. He feels like the same man I got to know briefly back then, but now he also just feels too far away. I don't think I could look at or speak to him like I used to. It's hard to explain." But, as she was answering, she turned her eyes to the daughter of hatred as she asked sharply, "This is the 3rd time you've asked about him. Are you interested in our great emperor? He's already got his harem around him, and I don't know how messy it is right now, or if he's just as capable in handling the emotions of everyone in that whole web as he is in terms of his power, the collection of women around the true emperor of quintessence, who knew just what emotions they felt on a day-to-day basis and exactly how the existential omniversal lumen emperor took care of them. Well, he does have a lot of clones. And dilated time, so Iam had this thought in her mind as beside her, the daughter of hatred laughed while waving her hands, "I was his enemy all the way back then. It truly just seems like yesterday I was stronger than him, held legions under my banner, and so on." The grandiose dimensional Hellion ruler. The dimensional deceiver. It all seems worthless now. He came out of nowhere and ate everything up. Her gaze seemed reminiscent as she thought about the desolate mausoleum and the dimensions under her banner. She shook her head as she answered Iam's question. "No, I don't see myself entering his grand harem, but of course, I've never stopped being curious about the man who bested me and is currently leading this whole ridiculous circus of freaks and monsters. Like, what the hell is even going on in his mind? Even this tournament he's starting tomorrow, how is he able to just think of doing something like that while around the Omniverse, the threat of the devouring worms that treat every ounce of power we have built so far as useless is waiting? Is he just that confident that he will overcome this just like everything else? Is he planning everything for what is coming in the future? Or does he make it up as he goes?" Iam calmly watched Lilith continue to speak as both of their feet waded across the golden waters. Her gaze was far as Iam couldn't help but shake her head while looking at her friend. She may be telling the truth regarding the existential omniversal lumen emperor, but she didn't see the fascination she showed just while speaking about that man, so she tried to offer a solution as, but on another quintessential fruit of existence, you could always just ask him. Send your thoughts across your lineage and he'll probably bring a clone of his before you. Lilith turned to stare at her as if she were crazy as she shook her head while rising from the golden pool. "Why would I do something like that? What would I even say to him? We are currently at entirely different places. No, I'll do what I set off to do not too long ago. I'll seek for a seat of power that would distinguish me as a ruler once more. For this, let's put our all into the coming tournament." The eyes of the daughter of hatred burned with a glorious competitive light as Iam smiled and nodded at her words. Yes, yes. Come on, the healthcare branch of Dr. Hall's practice of life now has students capable of giving existential massages and pedicures. Let's relax a little tonight before the business of tomorrow. I am Push, the daughter of hatred, who was absorbed in her thoughts towards another location as these two beings, just like many millions and billions and trillions of others within the infinite existential omniversal seed. Lived their own lives, amidst all the wars, amidst all the conflict, upgrades, and elevation of the infinite existential omniversal seed. A wondrous culture and civilization continued to advance within it in different forms of entertainment, businesses, and rituals. Dr. Hall's practice of life had multiple branches extending to different sides of medicine that many entities came under his banner to work on. There were those who became fanatics of the armaments that could be made within the infinite existential omniversal seed as they lived within forges. There were those taking the example of the true emperor of quintessence, and were seeking the essence of cooking, many chefs rising to see how many different delicacies could be made from domesticated fantastical animal species made from breeds of dragons or phoenixes. And more, all of this lay in the slightly deeper surfaces of the infinite existential omniversal seed. As truly, it was full of life. Within it, hours passed, and a tournament began. Roars of excitement boomed out within a portion of the Alethian haven of Genesis. A white gold sea stretched out all around as at its very center. Two figures with raging influences of greater omniversal authorities were clashing, and tens of thousands of miles all around, small white gold thrones by the millions surrounded the sea to form a massive arena. On the millions of seats were some of the more prominent entities within the infinite existential omniversal seed, around the circular white gold thrones forming the arena. There was a portion with even more regal thrones, and at its very center, a massive throne where the existential omniversal Lumen Emperor sat on could be seen. He watched the ongoing tournament as on a throne near him. The Sanctus Autarch looked at the battle before her while voicing out, "I was going to ask why you would do this tournament when you should already have a gauge on who would win, but I see why now." She spoke with autarchical authority as Noah smiled at her words, nodding. As he replied grandly, "Yes, in the midst of apocalypses and wars, people have to have something to release their stress on. I'll make sure dungeons and tournaments become more mainstream." Apart from everything else occurring, Noah still had other plans for development. Among other things, Chapter 3162 Exit and Entry. A white gold sea of an arena vibrated as combatants fought above it for supremacy. The vibrant figure of little Ciasiulatan currently fighting against Bubbles, or formerly the one taking the identity of the blue slime. An array of entities fought within this tournament, ranging from those who had been with Noah the longest like Kazuhiko and the Emperor Penguin, to weavings of old records like Commander Phone, to the primogenitor of Steel, all the way to weavings of Lumen like Piety. Each one sought to make their mark as nearly all the powerful entities of the infinite existential omniversal seed participated. Nearly all. The Sanctus Autarch turned her head further to the side of Noah's throne as she squinted while asking the graceful figure of Sona, "Why didn't you fight for such an opportunity?" One of her many daughters, she was exceptional in many ways, yes, but did she truly believe that she didn't need something that could advance one towards autarky? Sona blinked a few times as she shook her head towards the Sanctus Autarch while replying calmly, "I don't need it." She didn't need it. She really said such words that stumped the Sanctus Autarch as in between them, Adelaide and Barbados exchanged glances as if they knew something others didn't. While on his throne, Noah only smiled, far away from the ongoing tournament. Within a portion of the desecrated existential Chronos domain, Noah's ascendant existential extremity clone of quintessence stood before another body of Sona, his chest splitting open to release an icy gold blue heart tinged with tendrils of colorless light, the heart that Sona had given away to him not too long ago, being with him during his advancements, especially the advent of the Atlas of Existence and subsequent entry as the laborer of such a construct. This omniversal organ of Sona carried weavings of a seed that were even more pristine than simple autarky. "I was looking for anomalies to assemble into the initiative this whole time when it seems I really should have stopped after finding you." Her eyes glowed with brilliance as she accepted the vastly altered omniversal organ that was much too different compared to when she gave it away. With it, she could confidently say that her titles of a genius and anomaly meant nothing if she couldn't assimilate it to arrive at autarky and even adopt the uniqueness that Noah was taking with him across his journey. It sank into her chest as instantly their surroundings turned freezing cold, glacial waves of authorities surging all around as radiant dignity filled with a colorless brilliance unfolded. The heart of hers was no longer what it was before, what it was now, the existential autarchical dominium seed, a seed. She didn't need the seed of existence from Noah to attain autarky because truly, he had given her a heart in the form of another seed that would undoubtedly sprout to something even grander. Boom, from the depths of Sona's existence, a colorless light began to explode and vibrate outwards. Time passed, the tournament lasted a whole day as many entities gave their shot. Glorious battles waiting through the eyes of many as a myriad of concepts were displayed to the fullest. Everyone strove for the title of champion, but it all shockingly came down to 4 beings. The matches occurred simultaneously as it was Kazuhiko against the Emperor Penguin, and on another part of the arena, Commander Phone was facing the relentless attacks of the Daughter of Hatred. The commander has stanchions of golden pillars surrounding him and smashing toward the Daughter of Hatred strategically, his eyes glowing coldly as he spoke out. Your drive and emotions may be high, but that is not everything in existence. Just because you think you deserve something, does not mean it is yours to attain. Even when you imitated me before, you failed. His words would cast doubt in the heart of any common entity, but for one that had lived for millions of years, for one that had endured, manipulated, and deceived. They were whispers of nothing. The authority of multiple greater omniversal authorities stacked in between 2 massive demonic horns. Crimson tendrils of an extremely pure authority guiding all of them as a sonorous will was carried along with it. You were a great man then, and you are a great man now. But when it comes to the drive between us, I truly don't know if that is anyone that could compare to my hatred. Hatred, it was such a pure concept that paired with the genuine emotion and core being of Lilith, the greater omniversal authority of Hata boomed out at the forefront. This authority that was yet another intersect amongst omniversal authorities was pulled out by her deep hatred as it thundered down onto the figure of Commander Phone. On the other part of the arena, the combatants that had knocked out Piety and Tiamatherian were facing each other as their history traced truly far back into the records of the existential omniversal Lumen Emperor. Kazuhiko, from Noah's home world, the Emperor Penguin, the first spiritual beast of the source of the infinite existential omniversal seed. A storm of obsidian katanas swung forth constantly in a barrage of attacks that carried the influence of a greater omniversal authority with each strike, while behind the illustrious Emperor Penguin, a massive golden axe glinting with pride was grasped in its flippers as it swung away everything coming forth. Who said my axe could be blocked? Who decided that your defenses are impervious? Boom! The katanas were being knocked down and shredded as the concept of pride was pulled out to its utmost, the boon of the purity of their lineage that these 2 beings had, which allowed them to triumph over others being roughly the same between them as their battle was a tough one. But eventually, a victor was decided. In the other arena, the visage of a tantalizing demon stretched her hand out towards and knocked down Commander Phone, this record filled with countless thoughts as it actually turned out to be its loss. On the other battlefield, the dark-haired Kazuhiko grasped the flippers of the Emperor Penguin tainted with blood, this prideful beast letting out a harumph as it let it be known that things were not over. Oh, the millions observing in the surroundings cheered as only 2 entities were left in the arena, a dark-haired man holding a katana, and a demoness that couldn't even believe she was there. Chapter 3163 Exit and Entry 2. Atop a white gold sea. 2 figures stared at each other from a distance as a rising silence echoed out all around them. The cold eyes of Piety, who was knocked out a few rounds before, burned with competitive spirit. The shining eyes of the Sumerian architect, who was knocked out by Commander Phone, burned with intellect. The primogenitor of steel was somber at not being able to advance after falling to someone who should be his junior in age and wisdom, the Emperor Penguin, but within the infinite existential omniversal seed, power was guaranteed by the purity of the existential omniversal Lumen Emperor lineage. And this was mainly affected by how close one was to Noah. Power was guaranteed by the resources within the infinite existential omniversal seed. And such resources were much freer in the hands of those closest to Noah. Thus, even ancient entities and records of past weavings like Oppenheimer, Commander Phone, or the primogenitor of steel were knocked out in the rankings of power. Following this mindset, the friend of the true Emperor of Quintessence, who was with him since his homeworld, was understandable to be where he was. But Lilith? She was not close to the true Emperor, nor was her purity and lineage as pure as others. So how did she reach here? You're thinking too much. Whap! The battle had already begun. Kazuhiko divided into 1,000 clones shrouded in darkness as dozens of clones instantly surrounded the Daughter of Hatred, whose body exploded with nefarious crimson smoke soon after. The battle fully unfolded under the eyes of all. Weavings of greater omniversal authorities unfolded. The innate infinite quintessential bloodline halos of Lumen on both of them shone brightly in the first 10 minutes before both shattered and became inactive. Swords hummed, horns bloomed. A certain phoenix watched Kazuhiko with a calm gaze even though her fists were clenched. The visage of Iam watched the Daughter of Hatred as at a certain point, she rose from her seated throne and bellowed out in support. Hatred went against pure skill and proximity to Noah as everyone saw the overwhelming potency of such an emotion. But at the end of the day, Shuring, a clear blade of an extremely sharp katana came to press against the neck of the daughter of hatred after a whole hour of exhaustion. Her eyes shone vehemently with defiance, but the reality did not change nonetheless. The rankings on the banner of quintessence shifted greatly today, with this tournament giving chances to many as the queens of the infinite existential omniversal seed did not participate. She thought, Victor, HUUM, a booming feminine voice echoed out across the white gold sea, Kazuhiko. The name echoed out across plains of existence and havens, the sky splitting open to reveal an incandescent colorless green seed of existence that rained down over Kazuhiko's head. Lilith rose up while gazing at this descending treasure with a gaze of yearning, but she ultimately turned away as this was not hers. She was close to grasping something, but sadly, her hatred was not enough. Victor. The booming feminine voice ushered out again as the cheers that were about to begin halted. In the skies above, a crimson colorless seed of existence erupted down and began its descent as Lilith, WAA, the existential omniversal Lumen Emperor, had defeated 3 autarch equivalent existences himself. His son and the Sanctus Autarch had defeated another 2, for this tournament, 2 seeds of existence came down as the visage of Lilith fell to her knees, tears streaming past her cheeks as she raised her hand towards the dazzling colorless crimson seed of existence. It was a scene gazed at with scrutiny by many, where in the far distance the visage of Guinevere, Lancelot, and many others connected to the 9 dimensions shone brightly, but the deed was done. 2 shining stars rose from the tournament within the Var Elionic Omniverse record, and from it, 2 new autarchs were welcomed within the infinite existential omniversal seed, the autarch of hatred, and the autarch of the sword. Silently, a past Sanctus princess also attained a realm similar to autarchy. This wasn't to mention the son of Osmond, whose power had reached unprecedented levels as the first produced autarch within the infinite existential omniversal seed, and all of this still left behind 2 seeds of existence obtained from the commanders of the Phasinged and Satyrus nymph legions. For the days to come, the changes that would continue were many, and the existential omniversal Lumen Emperor fully utilized these days to prepare. The tide of time continued to flow as the days passed within the Var Elionic Omniverse record, until no succession of omniversal Ankyras exists within the Var Elionic Omniverse record, and its lifeline has been sustained for as long as it could be absent any Ankyra. The Var Elionic Omniverse record has begun its descent into an endless slumber. 2 prompts flashed before Noah's eyes as he held a shining seed in his hands, the infinite existential omniversal seed, while he looked out to a crumbling Ionic Omniverse record around him. He was given days, and he truly utilized these days. His wings, his heart, his eyes, his lungs, they were either elevated omniversal organs or entirely new ones, and this was in addition to the Atlas of Existence and its wonders that he had explored in the last days. It is time, HUUM, a terrifying unseen authority vibrated around him as in an instant, his visage disappeared. He made an exit from one place, and he was making an entry in another, a place that was frozen in an instant of a moment as in such a space, Imperium legions and swarms of devouring worms waited, but as Noah left the Var Elionic Omniverse record, as things crumbled in the minutes that followed towards oblivion. HUUM, the weavings of the entire Var Elionic Omniverse record trembled as an utterly terrifying consciousness spread out across it, a consciousness whose weavings seemed surprised initially as it held utterly unique power and standing of existence. What did this? It seemed more like a question filled with curiosity. But the intent ringing out alone caused what remained of the Ionic Omniverse record to shatter and crumble right away. Chapter 3164, The Worms of Existence. It was moments after Noah left, as if even though the indescribably unique weavings of all artificial omniversal Ankyras were gone, his departure further allowed things to fall apart. It was at this time that a terrifying will descended and swept out across the dying Var Elionic Omniverse record. This will only being able to catch a glimpse before everything collapsed. Interesting, a single other glorious blaze of their will, and after that, boom, the Var Elionic Omniverse record was no more. An instant of time. This was how long some supremely powerful beings could take a moment of time and expand it, with a true emperor having done just this within a battlefield filled with chaotic entrants. Stay together, HUUM. A bellow came out from Exarch Shavrin as her hair whipped around gloriously, the legions of the Imperium lining up around her and the other exarchs to minimize the damage as much as possible, but at the same time, she already sent word out as she knew they needed stronger exarchs here. The exarchs closely situated around the Imperium Autarch himself, exarchs holding that same level of power. She had to call for such forces as their enemies were just that powerful. The enemies were just that tricky. What she didn't like was the fact that the entity connected to the unearthing of Lumen disappeared along with the forces of the Sanctus Populi, even though in the surroundings, Massive sentinels of lumen continued to appear amidst incandescent white-gold storms of flames that were greedily being taken in by the devouring worms. Their paracosms were immeasurably powerful, with the exclusive existential extremity authority of the Imperium carrying with it something that other people may not even understand. The omniversal authorities raging around them were abundant, as many of them either held codexes of extremity in their hands or equipped on their bodies, but even all of this rubbish was being pushed back as even the exarchs found themselves on the losing end against the devouring worms. This couldn't be allowed to continue. They dash, whap. The thoughts of Exarch Shavrin came to a halt. She wasn't the only one. Other exarchs, Martial Empress Yelena, Imperium Knights in all ranges of the Dominium realm, even the buzzing figures of the winged devouring worms filled with piercing sickle-like limbs, everybody came to a stop as their gazes were pulled towards a single area. An area where the one who was unearthing the weavings of lumen had disappeared. This being reappeared after what seemed like the passage of a mere instant, and yet his mere presence felt magnetic, ecstatic, unfathomable. It felt like the aura of an entity far distinguished from them, and yet they couldn't sense even a strand of existential extremity authority around him at this moment. Adorned in white emperor's robes, his figure seemed like it had just stepped out of an Ionic painting as he exuded a sense of profound beauty. A halo of brilliance spun above him as when one looked at him. There was another feature that caused their eyes to feel as if they were cut by a knife of time and causality. His colorless wings on his back and feet, feathered and wrapped in tendrils of colorless light, they caused one's eyes to flicker and feel like their very existence was being ground down. What was most obscene of all was something that Exarch Shavrin and other exarchs felt closely that caused their gazes to become immeasurably somber. They felt their eyes forcefully be pushed down whenever they stared at this being. As if his sheer glory was too much for them, as if after catching a glimpse they couldn't continue to look on anymore. If they went against their gazes being pushed down, their very existence began to tremble as if they were already in battle. This. The mouth of Exarch Shavrin opened wide in shock, as she had only felt a similar sensation on one other being, a being she respected with all her heart, a being who was the reason she was currently where she was. How could this entity before her emit such an aura as well, especially after disappearing and reappearing in an instant? It was such a baffling sensation that she didn't even want to believe was possible. But the surprises didn't end there. He seemed unfettered at all the gazes he alone pulled as next. Space fluctuated around him as other auras that were nowhere near as terrifying appeared, but they produced just as much shock as each of them was surrounded by a colorless brilliance. Someone they knew of real well appeared to his right, surrounded by colorless radiance and seeming filled with wisdom. It was none other than the Sanctus Autarch who appeared here right before the devouring worms came. But ridiculously, she was currently not the only being emitting the glorious aura of autarky. Around the being whose glory was supposedly so heavy that it was hard to gaze at him for longer than a moment, the visage of Sona appeared. Icy blue and gold tendrils of light danced around her head as a colorless brilliance also surrounded her, and the surprises only continued as figures they didn't even know of or see before appeared with the blazing aura of autarky. A young man surrounded by golden hues of surging destiny, golden robes covering his figure as a sea of colorless light seethed beneath his feet, a man holding two katanas bathed with colorless flames, his dark hair dancing wildly as he seemed filled with drive and excitement for just being here, a woman with the enticing allure of a demoness with two colorless horns inscribed with crimson tattoos on her head, dazzling crimson wings erupting behind her as her blessed and curved figure already caused most weaker entities to feel weak in their knees. But there were more. The first unearthing of Lumen, the last guardian of Lumen, appeared, its white gold brilliance being so potent that it rivaled that of an autarch. And then, there was one more blazing aura of colorless grandeur that represented the last entity to devour a remaining seed of existence. This entity attained this opportunity for no other reason other than shooting a shot going before the true Emperor of Quintessence and asking if he had any other remaining seeds of existence hidden away that he could take, purely because of this. Noah had laughed and changed his plans as the last seed of existence was given to none other than the young Master Erickson, adorned in white and blue beachwear, his toned muscles and tan skin shone with a colorless radiance as in his hands, two slippers burning with colorless flames seemed ready to strike out at any moment. Chapter 3165 The Worms of Existence 2. It was a dazzling lineup, and wondrously, every single one radiated an aura of autarky aside from the central figure that many couldn't even gaze at for too long, the existential omniversal Lumen Emperor, followed by the Sanctus Autarch, Henry, Sona, Kazuhiko, Lilith, Piety, and Erickson. A total of 8 entities estimated to be at the level of an autarch appeared as the exarchs of the Imperium wondered whether the current reality was an illusion first, but their auras were Irrefutable, and they weren't the only ones who saw them and reacted as in the next moment. Woo. Woo. Woo, the wails of the terrifying obsidian worms boomed out as their bodies were visibly vibrating. Vibrating with an unimaginable and intense fervor, these entities were extremely mysterious as even their thoughts could not be easily discerned, and yet at this moment, all those here could definitively say that they sensed from them excitement. Their very bodies seemed to buzz with excitement as the thousands of devouring worms here all turned their unfathomable intent toward a single location. Towards the entity that had appeared first and was currently surrounded by multiple autarchs. They all seemed irresistibly pulled towards Noah's visage as like a swarming tide. They charged towards him while ignoring everything else. Oh boy, the large figure of Erickson whistled as he raised the flippers in his hands. His bare feet glinting with purple brilliance as he swung the slippers forth. The probability of you all reaching him is infinitely close to zero. The slipper bloomed and expanded, covered by an austere colorless authority that sought to achieve its aims. He wasn't the only one to move. Stanchions of colorless golden light bloomed around Henry and barreled out like celestial pillars of light while the daughter of hatred brought her hands to her chest as if she were praying, and far above, a crimson rift tore as a massive illusory image of a demonic entity bloomed. Stanchions of colorless golden light bloomed around Henry and barreled out like celestial pillars of light while the daughter of hatred brought her hands to her chest as if she were praying. And far above, a crimson rift tore as a massive illusory image of a demonic entity bloomed. 81 hands bloomed on it as its horns bloomed with colorless majesty, his face showing utmost fury and hatred as wondrously. This image was of none other than hatred himself, from the memories of Lilith, from the weavings of her father. An illusory construct formed above as a disastrous flood of authority gushed out towards the incoming tide of devouring worms. The Sanctus Autarch, Kazuhiko, piety, and Sona also moved as everything accumulated into an array of colorless brilliance that sought to block off every single devouring worm coming for Noah. The impact was deafening. It felt like existence itself was being smashed into and ground into a paste. The attacks of the autarchs were powerful, causing the swarm of thousands of devouring worms to actually be halted, but this was all. Their advancement could ultimately not be hindered as in the face of these terrifying autarchical authorities, various parts of their bodies open, jaws shimmering with endless abyss as they devoured the surrounding authority, the blockage gradually being weakened while these worms themselves did not receive any viable observable injuries. It was a terrifying reality as the center of the swarm faced a more concentrated attack, cracks forming on the massive illusory slipper of Erickson until it was punctured through. An obsidian devouring worm rushed out from there to continue its advance toward the being that caused its whole body to tremble with excitement. It had to devour him. It had to. Every part of what made it screamed out such a thought as deep within it. This need had long since been passed back towards the source worm. Its sight held nothing else but Noah as compared to all others. He seemed like a radiant singularity of a panacea that others could not even compare. His existence. His existence. Woo. The wails of the devouring worms only became more pronounced as at this moment, the foremost one was captured closely in the eyes of Noah. He saw it, he analyzed it, and he felt his atlas of existence churn. A new type of existence has been discovered by the atlas of existence. Much of the weavings about it are veiled as at this moment. This existence is termed Helmut Ormra. The mundus of power within his atlas of existence buzzed and began to circle as his eyes shone brightly. It was for no other reason other than the fact that at this time, a sufficiently different and complex existence with a different system of existence apart from what Noah already held had appeared before him. Within his first mundi of power that was further enhanced by the recent inclusion of the systems of existence of the Satyrus nymph and the phasinged queen, the unfathomable authority of the laborer was pulled upon by Noah as he wrapped it around his fist at this moment, and from his floating position the wings on his feet flapped lightly. It instantly caused his figure to appear in front of the foremost devouring worm as directly on its obsidian carapace. Noah struck forth with his fist. It felt like time had come to a stop, because for the first time since the advent of these terrifying creatures, crack, the eyes of all beings nearly bulged out of their sockets as they saw the impenetrable carapace of a devouring worm actually shatter. The fist of the existential omniversal Lumen Emperor even went further to sink into its body as from it, a viscous obsidian cloud erupted out. For the first time, a devouring worm was pushed back as if their eyes didn't deceive them. Was it actually injured? This question didn't just occur in the minds of the Imperium exarchs and autarchs behind Noah, but it also seemed to be buzzing within the devouring worm whose carapace was shattered. And even those behind it. The sharp limbs and broken carapace of the injured devouring worm turned around to stare at those behind it. The viscous smoke leaking from it pulsing as its action held an intent that seemed to express to others a single sentence. Are you all fucking seeing this? It was that. Unbelievable. Chapter 3166 The Worms of Existence. 3. Unreal. This was the reality that many entities were privy to at this moment, as behind Noah, the figure of the Sanctus Autarch was extremely stern while watching the figure of Noah do what he just did. This was because she had fought against and ran from these very same devouring worms, as her authority would not be capable of damaging them, and it would instead be devoured over time as she could kill any of these terrifying enemies. The man before her had been looking for an answer since not too long ago, on how to fight against things that their own power was ineffective against, even during the scenes they were shown while fused together. Some only showed the collision between him and a massive devouring worm, none had shown him damaging them, but had his answer truly been grasped by the terrifying atlas of existence that she only got a faint branding of on her own existence, the Sanctus Autarch touched her chest subconsciously while at the same time, she began to leave behind everything she knew while focusing on the branding of the atlas of existence within her. Ahead of her, the swarm of devouring worms actually came to a stop after one of them was injured, and as if the whole dynamic had changed, these forefront one right before Noah moved back and became surrounded by dozens of others just like it. The colorless autarchical authority released in the surroundings gradually became devoured and absorbed as the whole atmosphere was rapidly changing. At such a time, whap, behind the Imperium legions, space distorted as one terrifying aura after another rose, each one blazing with colorless brilliance as a total of 4 auras of autarchs bloomed, the core power of the Imperium who answered directly to the Imperium Autarch. It was 2 men and 2 women adorned in golden armaments that crackled with colorless inscriptions, multiple colorless codexes of extremity surrounding them. The first one to arrive was a golden-haired man that Exarch Shavrin walked beside and bowed respectfully, a bundle of authority flowing from her to him as he was briefed on everything that had occurred so far. He smiled coldly while looking at the foreboding enrichment of devouring worms and the figures of Noah and his people. Well now, it seems like all pertinent forces barring a few have gathered here. Though these circumstances are truly unfavorable. Do you all know what you have unleashed upon our peaceful omniverse? As he spoke, a blinding golden light erupted from him and covered the many remaining Imperium legions here, each of them being warped away rapidly to the extent that only the Exarchs and these 4 radiant beings would remain. The man with pristine golden hair continued to speak while gazing coldly at the swarm of silent devouring worms, his eyes coming to lock onto Noah. Lumen was akin to a beacon of light for them, as we did everything to snuff it out. But you had to go and dig it up, didn't you, young friend? These words were directed to Noah, but great care and caution were being given to the devouring worms, whose behavior continued to be something out of the norm. Noah continued studying the swarm of devouring worms ahead of him while he spoke without even gazing at the entrance of autarchical Imperium Exarchs. I'm not the one that drew them here, old friend. You'll have to find a different scapegoat for that. He was gathering more information. He confirmed that even while being near and even in contact with the Helminth Ormra, the devouring worm, none of his authority of the laborer of the Atlas of Existence was capable of being devoured. It meant the unfolding reality was continuing to tip in the favor of the protagonist as what he was doing was working. But it still wasn't enough. As of now, he was the only one who could even oppose their existence. Lumen is the beacon that draws in these enemies. The least you can do is take responsibility, and we will leave you to do just that. The voice of the autarchical Imperium Exarch echoed out as his body flashed again, the cold faces of Exarch Shavrin and others also beginning to disappear as the new entrants moved decisively to take away all of their forces here. They seemed to understand the terror of the devouring worms as seeing them make a swift exit. Noah was preparing to do something similar as he prepared to enhance his Atlas of Existence to the extent that he could erase these devouring worms as he wished. As for the reason why the autarchical Imperium Exarchs and even Noah had the thought of leaving this place, it was the same as the image that Noah had seen with the glimpse of Invictus Maximus. A heavy and piercing wail echoed out from the devouring worms that had grouped up this whole time. In the surroundings, more swarms suddenly bloomed on all sides as swiftly. Noah waved his hands and caused the figures of Henry and other autarchs from the infinite existential omniversal seed to disappear. He affirmed that the devouring worms could at least be hurt. He didn't need to risk everything else now as he had to prepare to finish them. The whales came out again as with their cold gazes remaining the same. Only the 4 autarchical Imperium Exarchs remained as even their bodies were flickering with a unique spatial radiance. They will soon cover the ends of the omniverse. If you wish to at least take responsibility, you know where the above of the glorious Imperium autarch is. Boom. With the end of these words, their figures exploded out of existence while scattering the weavings and flow of reality here. They didn't want to stay as far above. The massive outline of a devouring worm bigger than any others had begun to appear, the source worm, the one to truly be feared even more than any others. In the surroundings, the sentinels of Lumen stopped generating as every ounce of authority was being sucked away. Noah's lone figure looking at all of this as before the full descent of the terrifying sourceworm, he gathered the rest of the weavings of existence here before his figure also disappeared. Chapter 3167 The Worms of Existence. For, the devouring worms were a force to be feared. The forces of the Imperium knew this very well as they did not stay behind after pulling their people out, towards the complex swarms of devouring worms and even the hazy outline of an even more massive one. Nearly all forces were gone in a short period of time as nobody seemed entirely ready to face them yet, within the natal omniverse that no one knew as home. In the vastness of the source of the Imperium. In a location veiled by layers of space and time, and even the weavings of the autarchical omniversal authority of Aetiologia, there was a small point of a pure gold singularity that very few held access to. Within this space, the auras of powerful entities buzzing with multicolored radiance could be seen, each one shockingly radiating the aura of paracosm as all of them without fail. Were kneeling down with their knees on a clear gold sea. The sea was seemingly endless, stretching out into a golden horizon. Among those on their knees, the figures of Exarch Shavrin and Malagaro could be seen accompanied by other Exarchs in neat rows. In the next moment, these rows were completed by the arrival of 4 entities radiating a colorless brilliance. These entities also came to kneel at the very front as 5 others were radiating a similar aura. 9 autarchs, behind them, rows of paracosm Exarchs. They added up to 81 to make the pillars of the Imperium as at this moment, they were all gathered and kneeling towards a single direction. When one looks over here, though, one may see entirely different scenes. To the common eye on the eyes of the paracosm Exarchs like Shavrin, they could see absolutely nothing in front of them. To the eyes of the 9 autarchs, the outline of an utterly regal being could be seen, an entity whose sheer existence was so high that one had to be an autarch just to be capable of seeing him. Naka, the one you referred to as a young friend, is someone I cannot fully see the weavings or the future of. His words caused autarchical Imperium Exarch Naka to kneel down even further as he spoke out sternly. If I said anything out of line, I seal your punishment, O Imperium, Huum. In his face and in his heart, there was only profound reverence and respect as his words held utmost truth, yet the figure that only autarchs could see smiled while waving his hands dismissively. Of course, they were talking about the way Naka had referred to Noah earlier, everything that had played out before their eyes being something this entity saw. The Lumen Emperor is also someone I couldn't see the weavings of, so it makes sense if his successor is the same way. As he spoke about the Lumen Emperor, his face changed to become reflective as he gazed out towards the endless expanse of gold all around them. His hair flowed gold all the way to his shoulders, his figure slender like a scholar as he was adorned in pure white robes. His face was one of extreme honor and beauty as he spoke with reminiscence. All those years back then, after I knew of the terror chasing the Lumen Emperor, I undertook heavy actions to prevent it. For the sake of all living beings. For the sake of the omniverse, golden tears shockingly began to stream on his face. He looked out onto the golden expanse as he continued while his tears flowed. For the sake of the omniverse, I eradicated countless lives of Lumen. Entire families and clans. I wiped them all out, as it was all for a single purpose: to prevent these worms of existence from ever finding this omniverse. And now all of that death was for naught. The genuine pain seemed to curse through him as he spoke of what he had done. All of them have now effectively died for nothing. This reality burdens me greatly. And now, these unshakable enemies are here. I have been preparing you all as a contingency in case this day ever came, and you all are not yet ready. Forgive us, O Imperium. All 9 kneeling autarchs bent even deeper as they felt genuine anger at their own uselessness, yet the man only they could see smiled as he spoke with grandiosity. No matter, we will get you all ready. The advent of this Noah Osmont, this new Lumen Emperor, is welcome news, as it means the old Lumen Emperor didn't die for nothing. He will be like a beacon of light attracting them, as this will give us time. And this time, I will use it to ensure that at least you 81 will gain the full capability to go against these worms of existence. Otherwise, what I sought to protect all those years ago and what we seek to protect now will be lost to the weavings of endless non-existence. A brilliant golden light flourished. The paracosm Exarchs could not see or hear anything, but a shocking intent was transferred across their lineage as they understood. It will be grueling, and since we are accelerating things, it will come at the cost of your own existences. Are you all willing? He was telling supremely powerful existences that they would gain the strength to defeat their enemies in exchange for mortal injuries to their very own existences, and yet the exarchs before him, for the Imperium, for the Omniverse, Ho! They fearlessly agreed to move forward. After all, they had to protect what was theirs no matter the cost. The scholarly-looking man in robes nodded with seriousness as, with his hands behind his back, he gazed out into the vast halcyon horizon once more. And I will have to converse with this new Lumen Emperor. For a moment there, I nearly believed he was yet another outsider delving into our omniverse. He nearly believed so, after all, an entity nobody had even heard of erupting to the upper echelons of power and status in near days, to stand toe-to-toe with the Sanctus Autarch and even have her seemingly move at his beck and call, and for that Ionic Uttera, a true outsider, to want to talk with you from the weavings of Pompeii. What did he see? His gaze could see many things, as the favored child of the Omniverse, the greater omniversal authorities and autarchical omniversal authorities told him many things, even though the existence of this entity itself was currently shrouded. His gaze was still deep. The image of the devilishly handsome man with pairs of colorless wings flashed within his mind again and again as behind him, a formless authority leaked out and wrapped around the 81 pillars of the Imperium, seeping into the depths of their existence as something began to be altered. Tomorrow's working chapter titles: Traverse into the Atlas. I2, Chapter 3168, Traverse into the Atlas. The space distorted with layers upon layers of existence, the gaze being pulled from the golden brilliance of the Imperium and back to the area that all forces had quickly made an exit from. In this space, swarms of obsidian worms floated calmly as their bodies seemed to be oscillating up and down almost as if they were undergoing a ritual. This whole time since their entry into this omniverse, they had always moved with great speed, seeking anything and everything, and yet today, they remained in this place calmly oscillating with purpose. Far above, the outline of the massive source worm as it floated in front of the worm whose carapace was shattered. Black smoke filled the surroundings of this injury as it did not heal. Waves of vibrations and oscillations were traveling between the massive source worm and the one whose carapace was shattered. The obsidian segmented body of the source worm currently showed black feelers that were weaving around this space as every single weaving was captured. They had been searching for a long time. What they sought for the most was something potent in its existence, but not at all vibrant in its lethality. Those that fit this category were few and far in between, as at this time, they had come across an existence that could injure them, but it was not yet a lethal one. Their task was to devour it before this lethality increased and before anything else ruined their playing field. The source worm let out a commanding wail as the injured obsidian worm before it floated forward, the segmented body of the source worm opening to reveal an endless abysmal expanse that the injured worm was pulled into before this endless abyss closed. Crunch, heavy sounds echoed out while the bodies of all devouring worms here continued to oscillate. In the weavings of the source worm, an image gradually became clear, an image of a man with colorless wings, an image of tendrils of authority that covered his fist, authority that caused a heavy attractive sensation on the source worm while at the same time reminding it that its extensions could not heal once injured by this authority. The target of its obsession within this omniverse had revealed itself. It was OS at $$mon #%T, a heavy and guttural intent weaved out as it caused the surrounding space to twist and distort, the way it came out being enough to cause the existence of a common being to collapse by hearing this intent alone. There was always a question of confidence in whether any leader knew what he was doing. For Noah, his mindset was that he just had to make the right decisions 99% of the time, and everything would be alright, from being able to discern what the weavings of the future may be, all the way to being able to analyze the current unfolding existence. Analyze. When he thought of this, he stopped in his tracks and looked for certain prompts among fields of prompts that had constantly been bombarding him. At this moment, his consciousness was being expressed through his ascendant existential extremity clone of quintessence inside the infinite existential omniversal seed that was actually being carried as something smaller than a grain of sand by his ascendant existential extremity clone of the protagonist outside. He was standing on an earth filled with golden grass and shimmering clouds of dreams, the surroundings showing rising golden sand dunes in the distance and a stellar sky above that showed hanging golden sandy suns. It was somewhere in the weavings of the Alethian dream haven, as he wasn't alone, the figures of all of those that had achieved autarky situated in front of him. They were all waiting for him as he had stopped in his tracks to look for certain prompts relating to the analysis of existence, his will locating them quickly as they were magnified before him. The analysis of the weavings of the sun-winged leprechaunus are at 77%, its illusory weaving not yet available for construction and usage. The analysis of the weavings of the phasing queen are at 65%, its illusory weaving not yet available for construction and usage. The analysis of the weavings of the Satyrus nymph are at 63%, its illusory weaving not yet available for construction and usage. He smiled at the prompts that continued to rise in percentages. There were a few things in life he never got tired of. The ridiculous reality of being able to analyze the weavings of his killed enemies and be able to bring them back as illusory weavings for him to command was one of them, but the weavings of an autarch were much more complex, as even within the expanded time of the now-gone Var-Elionic Omniverse record, the percentage had only reached where it was until this point. There was still more to go. Noah cleared his thoughts as he came to look at the beings who had attained autarky, the beings who may be of help to him, and the infinite existential omniversal seed in the times to come. As he spoke out, "You've seen the devouring worms for yourselves. You've seen how your authority reacts against them. What is your analysis?" His question was a light one that he spoke out freely, but to the autarchs before him it felt like a weighted hammer that nobody wanted to carry the weight of. The Sanctus Autarch. Henry, Sona, Kazuhiko, Lilith, Piety, Erickson, all of them seemed to ruminate on this question, as it was his son who raised his head and replied to him in a straightforward manner. "We could hold them at bay for a long time, but our authorities cannot cross whatever barrier of existence or anti-existence that they have. They'll devour our authorities over this time, as if we cannot escape without scattering traces of our existence. To lose them, we would likely die one by one over time." His words were calm, and his assessment was a deadly one, but it was the truth all of them knew. As a sense of frustration bubbled within the depths of their existence. In his blue beach attire, Erickson picked his ears as he spoke. "As frustrating as it is for your extreme to not do its intended purpose simply because of the contrasting difference in a source of existence, there is likely a way past it. Is it possible for us to grasp it too? What you were able to do against them that allowed your authority to injure them, they were frustrated, yes. But they knew the man in front of them was only there as a friend and helper. As he asked them what he did in order to guide them, all eyes rose up and locked on Noah after such words. As he smiled and waved his hands, 9 circles of light manifesting and beginning to spin in front of him as his figure emanated undeniable waves of ancientness and wonder. Yes, there was an answer, and it lay within the Atlas of Existence. Chapter 3169 Traverse into the Atlas. 2. The Atlas of Existence. His eyes were magnetic as he said this. Nobody could take their eyes off of him, least of all Lilith, who was still half in shock in the past few days. Her figure was robed in a crimson demoness attire, as her eyes were seeing everything occurring in front of her, but if one could see through them they would see a shining crimson light that connected to another body of her in a vastly different location, on top of a large bed filled with crimson gold pillows. Another body of Lilith was in front of Iam, who used her finger to knock on Lilith's head lightly as she asked, "Come on, continue. What's going on now?" She was curious about everything that was going on as Lilith's clone refocused while speaking to her sternly. "The way for us to beat any entities, even those who are of different sources of existence. Something called the Atlas of Existence." She was relaying some of her experiences to her friend as she needed someone to make sure she was sane while experiencing this crazy new reality. Iam nodded with visible excitement as the glow of infinity pulsed in her eyes, her red lips opening with a sense of longing at something she knew she may never get close to, the Atlas of Existence. Her words overlapped with the weavings that Lilith was hearing as her attention fully got back into the field of sandy dreamy golden light where she was surrounded by other autarchs and the man responsible for bringing them all here. He indicated to the spinning circles of brilliance while his magnetic voice continued, "Any single being has a source of existence. A system of existence that their very being follows. For us, we have a conceptual system of existence bound by specific ideas. Natural laws. Extremes. Omniversal authorities. All are concepts coming together to present an extremely stable whole. From the little that I've managed to discover by comparing other systems of existence, ours is an extremely stable one that many forces share." Many forces. These words seem to have captured and caught by all of them here as the son of Osmond interjected. Forces? Which forces? Was he mentioning different existences entirely from other omniverse? That many were like them who utilized a conceptual system of existence? Noah nodded at his interjection with a smile. "Yes, we'll get to that. But the issue that arises next is that some systems of existence are inherently favorable or unfavorable against others. It is no indication of being weaker or stronger, but just that the type of existence can be so different and incompatible that every ounce and power of one source of existence may not be able to do anything to another source of existence. This is the case with the devouring worms. The conceptual system of existence is extremely mispaired against them. As he spoke, the 9 circles in front of him expanded and formed into large portal-like constructs that rotated around him, and yet uniquely. To them, concepts are akin to a tonic that makes them even stronger. This is simply how their existence, or to us, anti-existence, is. Simply put, we were unlucky to come across them. Now, if we seek to go against them, we have to change the dynamic and add things to ourselves that would erase this unfavorable relationship. Something like having a different source of existence, or adding the weavings of another source of existence to your current one. The words caused their existence to buzz as they knew such a thing bordered on the lines of impossibility, and yet, you've done it. With this atlas of existence, the voice of Sona echoed out as Noah turned towards her and nodded, pointing to the 9 dazzling circles as. At this time, a single one showed its brightness, for now. In its initial stages, it has allowed me to change my existence enough to now be capable of even damaging the devouring worms as against them. My authority is no longer nullified to nothingness. But to get you all on the same stage is another impossibility. I got where I am because I already was not following the pathways of the Dominium realm. Unless you all break your current weavings of existence and start over, and even be lucky enough with the same opportunities one had. Forging anything similar to the Atlas of Existence is another impossibility. They couldn't do it themselves, but if Noah was telling them they couldn't do so, it meant he saw a way of utilizing his own. As if they couldn't construct it, they could be connected to his. The only thing was that if he was explaining all of this, it meant that such a thing would never be so simple. So they all looked up at him and waited for what they had to do. They would follow whatever he told them to do. Noah saw such an intent within all eyes gazing at him as he sighed. The authority of the laborer of the Atlas of Existence was profound, but it couldn't just be shared or passed down simply like nothing. He had tried to integrate it into his lineage in the last days to no success, as even his son, who carried the purest lineage, could not access it. No. The authority of the laborer was too pristine, too sentient. For its authority to be utilized by any others apart from him, they had to be accepted and authorized by the Atlas of Existence. For this, they had to prove their existence and gain the recognition of the Atlas of Existence. Only then could they gain access to the authority of the laborer and stand a chance against other sources of existence. Prove your existence to the Atlas, and you will stand to gain its recognition. One of you has it easy, as such recognition is already branded and simply waiting to be unlocked. Noah looked towards the Sanctus Empress, whose mouth was open wide as she finally realized the distinction of the branded 9 circles of the Atlas of Existence that came as a result of her being fused to Noah during its conception. Sona gazed at the Sanctus Autarch as a competitive light bloomed within her, her icy eyes radiating splendor as she spoke out. So we gain recognition of the Atlas of Existence, and then we can clear out the devouring worms. She asked a critical question to gain affirmation for what they were doing. She wanted to hear that after they did this threat could be taken care of. But was it ever so simple? Her eyes flashed as she didn't hear Noah's confident reply right away. He was smiling, but she could see the trace of seriousness within his eyes as he shook his head. Immense silence descended. Surrounded by the manifestations of the 9 mundus of power, Noah sighed as he peered deeply into the first mundi while recalling all the memories he was unearthing from the analysis of the sources of existence of the sun-winged leprechauness, phasinged queen, and the Satyrus nymph. He thought about all of it before he spoke with a heavy tone. The devouring worms are a serious issue, yes. But it is something else that is going to come along with their entry that will make things very hard. The ones who put the phasinged queen and other artificial omniversal ankyras within the Var Elionic omniverse record we just left. The ones who caught traces and will make it infinitely hard to enter similar Ionic omniverse records without being caught. The ones whom all my weavings are currently telling me will inevitably be making an entry into our omniverse. Heavy words echoed out. With the Atlas of Existence, the things that Noah could see were expanded greatly. This allowed him to prepare for what was to come, but the weavings of the future that he was seeing were maddeningly drastic ones, as there was a lot to do to prepare. Chapter 3170 Traverse into the Atlas. 3. His words caused a sense of suffocation to spread out. Only colorless authority flashed around their bodies in the golden sandy domain, but even with all of its power and mystery, it seemed to carry hesitation. The devouring worms that could nullify their conceptual system of existence had just now become one of the many issues plaguing them. They all remained silent as Noah shifted his gaze between them. A smile was on his face to portray his calmness still. To still show them that things were okay. But even they could feel the tension held in his words. Just what had he seen? What did the memories of the autarchs he had decimated show? First, he affirmed that entering another Ionic omniverse record would very well lead to terrifying gazes pushed toward their direction after the destruction of Varel, and he had to find a way to bypass this before he did it again. This was only part of the intricate future that had risen as Noah sighed while turning to gaze up at the backdrop of sandy gold suns. Just what exactly is coming, amidst the silence, Sona wanted everything to be made clear as she asked. With his hands behind his back, Noah opened his mouth to reply, and his words came out as if they were a grand prophecy. They will call themselves protectors of existence. They will not simply discover this omniverse, but will become heavily invested in it as after they find it. It will no longer just be an omniverse existing in its own weavings of rules and ideas. Once they do arrive, the devouring worms will be less of an issue as, truly, these beings do the job just like their distinctions, as protectors of existence say. But I still told you all that you would need the Atlas in order to be capable of fighting against those of different sources of existence. These coming entities. Many will have different sources of existence. The conceptual system of existence was widespread as many would retain something like this. But another majority held entirely different systems of existence as this posed a great issue. Noah had seen glimpses of it. As he stared out onto the blank openness, he continued, you may ask yourselves that even with all of this, what would make them enemies? And the very clear answer is that these existences, these protectors, have a singularity main task. And that task is to ensure the purity of sources of existence. To ensure that a single source of existence does not seek or is ever successful as incorporating another system of existence, that everything remains how it was born. His words were akin to a booming hammer that shook the autarchs before him, his son stroking his chin as he replied grimly. So the Atlas of existence is something they would seek to destroy if ever they find it. The critical point was laid out as Noah brought his gaze down and nodded. Silence resumed once more before the visage of Kazuhiko raised his head with determination and spoke with clenched fists. How much time do we have? Time. Something that everybody seemed to be running out of, as there could never be too much of it. Noah thought about such a question while the manifestations of the nine Mundus of power lined up behind him, the only one that was filled with brilliance coming to anchor itself beside him and radiating a heavy light as he replied, could be a day, could be a few days. When they do come, things will get moving very quickly, as we should be ready as best as we can. It was a short period of time, but Noah prepared them for what was to come as he beckoned towards the glowing portal to his right, intent on starting the process that would grant his people recognition to gain access to the authority of the laborer. Henry was the first to rise and appear before Noah as between them a prompt rose that everyone could see, the incursion of the Atlas of existence has opened. Entrants who delve into the incursion and successfully prove the complexity of their existence will be branded with the Atlas of existence and granted the distinction of wayfarer of the Atlas of existence. They knew what was at stake. They saw the indeterminate amount of time they held, so without wasting any of it, Henry nodded to his father before he took a step into the vibrant, colorless mundi of power before he delved into the incursion of the Atlas of existence, and all others rose and began to follow, as soon as Henry stepped through the portal leading to the incursion of the Atlas of existence. The weavings of existence warped before him as he found himself being thrown across countless wormholes, his journey only coming to an end when his body smashed into the waters of a vast sea. The surroundings shook as he rose up to the surface, his feet stably anchored to the surface of the water as if it were a floor as he looked around. A deep blue sea. On this sea, a small island could be seen as on it, a man with the likeness of his father could be seen. He looked primal and ancient as he was adorned in animal skin, his fair skin glinting with brilliance as his hair was dazzling white, his eyes held simple black pupils filled with a shocking amount of wool that seemed to hold coldness and utter majesty. He looked like a stark contrast to Noah, a contrast that Hanner felt was off, as he couldn't sense any of the love and carefreeness of his father. Such a being stood atop the island at the center of this vast blue sea. As he raised his hand in the next moment, a crimson gold blade landing on it as Henry squinted his eyes. Was that ruination? He only had time to ask this question, because in the next moment, whap, this distant figure that was on the island far away appeared in front of him while swinging the sword across Henry's chest, a cold voice booming out at the same time as it carried deadly decisiveness. Prove your worth, boom. Chapter 3171 Traverse into the Atlas. 4. The strike of the blade held undeniable coldness as Henry's gaze changed quickly, his body erupting with colorless and golden grandeur as a massive explosive split apart the blue waters for miles. Boom, his figure was akin to a rag doll that was thrown back, smashing into the surface of the water multiple times before he gained his bearings, and even as his head rose, The figure of the white-haired Noah was already right before him as his left hand slithered out like a snake, shattering any remaining weavings of the innate infinite quintessential bloodline halo of Lumen. As he came to grasp the neck of Henry, his right hand held the pulsing crimson gold blade as his pupils gazed coldly at the shocked figure of Henry that was amassing power to fight back, the sharp tip of the blade being directed forward as it went towards the chest of his son. Squlch, the blade pierced deeply into the chest of Henry as golden blood gushed out freely. Henry's eyes were unfocused as he felt his very existence shaking with instability, his soul unable to call upon his autarchical authority freely, as when he looked deep into the eyes of the man who had injured him so greatly that he could affirmatively say that it was not his father. "Who are you?" Henry's intent barely got out as he felt his existence vibrating, and yet the man before him didn't even bat an eye as he replied succinctly, "The accumulation of power and wisdom. The road that must be traversed if ever there is to be a future. I am Atlas, Huum." His left hand swung out and through the visage of Henry as his body smashed into the blue sea. Golden blood freely mixing with the water as from all around, a voice thundered out, "Prove your existence." It was a shocking scene. What went inside of the incursion of the Atlas of existence was not a mental body or clone, but Henry's genuine autarchical body, and yet it was already racked with heavy injuries even as waves of colorless authority sought to heal him, and he wasn't the only one. In another incursion, the visage of Lilith smashed into an erupting mountain of Apollyon. As a huge gash was opened from her right shoulder across her chest, her face that of utter rage and humiliation as above her, a figure with Noah's likeness and white hair holding a spear gazed down coldly. "Prove your existence." She heard this over and over again as this being utterly trashed her. The pain and injuries to her existence were very real as she roared out while chains of hatred flourished by the millions around her. How can I prove my existence?" Lilith roared out her words as the chains that had erupted by the millions. The visage of Atlas only swung his spear down as they all faded into nothingness. His gaze was piercing as he stared at Lilith, his reply cold, "You cannot, you are weak, and will not survive the change to come." WAA. The words smashed into Lilith and caused grievous injuries worse than any before as her eyes became blinded by hatred. Roaring out as she shot towards the visage of Atlas, this was what occurred within the incursions of the Atlas of existence as those close to the existential omniversal Lumen Emperor sought to gain recognition to utilize an authority not limited to a single source of existence. Around the same time, in the location where sentinels of Lumen rose no more, the massive obsidian body of the source worm could be seen. Its feelers were commanding the many worms around it for different tasks when, in the next moment, it paused and gazed towards a certain direction. There was nothing there, but as if this worm could sense something occurring far in the distance, it let out a wail seemingly filled with anger as around it the worms of existence began to disappear into the foldings of existence. At the same time, within the source of the Imperium, atop an endless gold sea, the gaze of a scholarly-looking entity changed from calm to stern as he gazed in the same direction relative to what the source worm had roared out towards. "Impossible, it is not yet time." It was not yet time. Something that should have happened much later down the line was brought forward if his senses were not lying to him. Why? What could cause such a drastic change? Even the invasion of the worms of existence shouldn't have triggered any mechanisms yet. It was baffling. It was something that threw a wrench into many plans. And if this was truly the case, he had to prepare. With a glimmer of brilliance, he disappeared from the endlessly vast golden sea, within the vast omniverse, in the direction that multiple gazes had just turned towards, surrounded by an absence of light, in the crevices where the weavings of very few autarchical omniversal authorities reached. Whap! Space was ripped apart as a flash of crimson lightning revealed a radiant figure with a ragged expression appearing at such a place. His features were unique as they were humanoid for the most part, but he held lustrous crimson gold fur with the features of a monkey present on his face and a golden tail weaving around from his waist. He cracked his neck while stretching, his eyes lighting up when he looked around him as he quickly pulled out a device from a necklace around his neck. "Where are we?" His voice was melodious and sweet, filled with interminable power that caused the surroundings to vibrate. A blue light flashed as the device he held floated up and radiated a burst of cerulean radiance before moments later, a feminine voice echoed out from it. "An undocumented omniverse outside of our system. Preliminary findings show complexity and structure similar to most prized omniverse under the Commonwealth." Words that caused the eyes of the crimson gold-furred entity to open wide echoed out, excitement rising on this being's face as he instantly waved his hands to pull out a flag. A flag burning with a crimson gold insignia of an intricately designed wheel, a wheel that held within it countless dots of light. Chapter 3172 Existential Colonization. A flag was pulled out by the glorious entity with the features of a humanoid monkey. this being thrusting the tip of this flag onto the dark space right away. Du. It pulsed 3 times before it became fully anchored in this space. The insignia of a wheel on this flag beginning to spin as a fantastical weaving of light began to unfurl in the distance. At its base, a flat golden surface began to spread as from it, golden pillars pointing above bloomed. As this occurred, the blue device this being had taken out continued to vocalize with an autonomous voice. The undocumented omniverse boasts great integrity as it has been deemed to be a type of conceptual omniverse governed by specific rules. It is determined that authorities scaling up to Tier 9 of existence hold the makeup of this omniverse. Much of their weavings of existence have not been spurred by any catalyst, nor have their products of existence been procured. Everything was being analyzed rapidly as the smile on the humanoid monkey entity only became larger, his voice echoing out in kind. We have found another treasure trove for the Commonwealth. A link will be established soon enough. What about the inhabitants? He asked with shining eyes as the pillars that had risen from the golden flat surface burst into golden flames that illuminated everything. With these flames beginning to hum and resonate as above them the outline of a massive portal began to form. An infection of neonatal worms of existence has been detected, but it is presumed to be in its early stages. The system of existence of the inhabitants may hold some effectiveness against them, as it is estimated that there are over a dozen Tier 9 existences within this undocumented omniverse. Contact will soon be made. No, before the device could continue, the humanoid monkey entity denied its request as he voiced out, I will make contact with the natives myself. For the infection. Those critters are extremely perceptive against us, especially when they are still in the neonatal stage. Begin the procurement and deployment of the synthetic existence legions. Understood, Protectors Antonio. The process was fast. Following the commands of Protector Antonio, a flourish of blue and golden brilliance bloomed above the flaming golden pillars. The outline of a portal gradually became more distinct as from it, space began to fluctuate as a massive void vessel floated out, colored crimson and gold. This vessel bore the same insignia of an incandescent wheel, and it floated out of the portal with interminable glory. As moments after, its center opened to show a flurry of entities stepping out from it. In the lead was another entity adorned in gold robes and with the likeness of a humanoid monkey. This one boasting dazzling gold hair and a feminine charm as she smiled toward Protector Antonio. Protector Antonio, it seems our positions will soon shift after your finding. She gazed around her as she spoke, a blue device flowing out from her as well. Behind her, dozens of entities adorned in blue robes followed, their robes holding an aperture of a hammer as they looked around with shining eyes while awaiting for orders. Protector Antonio smiled while waving his hands dismissively. A finding is a finding, no matter how big or small it is, all for the benefit of the Commonwealth. Protector Nia. For now, establish a base of operations while I track down the strongest natives and ensure no hostility forms. I will bring them the good news and let them know they no longer need to fear the worms of existence. I shall start the spread of the glory of the Commonwealth and prepare them in this omniverse of the glorious times ahead. The glorious times ahead, glory for some, may not be glory for others, but change was coming nonetheless, whether it was good or bad. Well, this was another point entirely. With a flash of golden light, Protector Antonio's body split into multiple parts that shot out in different directions. He left behind another protector and a massive vessel as at this moment, Protector Nia gave out a command that made the entities behind her with the aperture of hammers to begin moving. Get started. We have to prepare many things, a simple command, and soon after, the glow of structures and massive constructs began to bloom in the surroundings as the weavings of a whole new civilization began to form. Across the omniverse, a line of crimson gold light crossed unfathomable distances in a short period of time. It was none other than Protector Antonio, as at this moment, he was going towards the signature of the strongest life form that happened to be closer to his point of entry. It was through veils of weavings of concepts, and yet his body tore through them like nothing as the blue device on his hand beeped constantly. Within moments, he broke through a veil of a high-tier authority of existence as he came to observe a nest filled with titanic life forms. Their existence buzzed as they turned up towards him in shock, some of them having their bodies glimmering with golden or multicolored radiance. Protector Antonio ignored all of them while flashing deeper into this area, heading straight for the signature of the strongest lifeform here. As past massive mountains of authority, there was a throne made of the bones of authority of existence. On top of this throne, the figure of a lone man sitting on it could be made out as he raised his head calmly at this moment, watching the arrival of Protector Antonio, whose device beeped with a set of words only for him to hear. The observed lifeforce holds a unique identifier that may not be entirely in line with this omniverse. But much of his existence has already been influenced to be part of this omniverse. It was a quick assessment made about the entity before them as after a moment, Protector Antonio nodded while voicing out, "Hello, native of this omniverse. I am Protector Antonio, bringing you the weavings of glory of the Commonwealth. How may we call you?" The monkey-like visage bathed in the golden brilliance of Protector Antonio smiled as he ignored the tendrils of colorless authority that had erupted since his entry. He didn't even bat an eye towards the rising sense of suffocation of multiple autarchical authority. He only smiled while looking ahead as the man on the throne had his eyes flash sharply while he replied. Utera, the Ionic Utera, Chapter 3173 Existential Colonization. 2. A protector met someone he referred to as a native even though he could see there was something else there, but the time spent in this omniverse was enough to consider them a native. As his distinction revealed itself, the protector nodded while the device in his hand voiced out something only for him to hear once more, confirmed the physiology of existence of this Ionic Utera to be based on a singular system of existence. He matches the criteria to be included as a citizen of the Commonwealth, a singular system of existence. This matched the criteria for this being to be taken as a citizen of the Commonwealth. The monkey-like figure of Commander Antonio smiled as he waved his hands and caused the flourishing of a massive golden page of light behind him. Above, it had the words written in pure white that stated, "Contract of Existence. Before I can continue any further, I will need prospective citizen Ionic Utera to infuse a portion of your existence in this area here. Under dozens of points of stipulations, there was a blank area for one to brand their very existence under, the Ionic Utera." Sitting on his throne, looked at this with a sneer. His figure was stout and filled with power, his hair dark gray while glimmering with a powerful stellar light. He looked like a king in every possible aspect. And he spoke out while lying forward on his throne, "Should I not at least know what I am signing my name to? And why should I do anything like this?" As he spoke, the area behind his throne pulsed with interminable brilliance as 6 massive omniversal pillagers radiating a colorless aura appeared, along with legions of thousands of terracosm and a few dozen paracosm omniversal pillagers surrounding everything else nearby. And yet Protector Antonio seemed unfettered by this as he only smiled while pointing to the golden page above him. Most of it is a few rulings, the major ones to keep in mind being not to harm citizens of the Commonwealth and, of course, not to leave your natal omniverse unless given strict permission to do so. Everything else is small stuff. As for why you should sign, the surroundings shook as a unique aura erupted from the monkey-like visage of Protector Antonio, and this eruption of an aura alone caused a disruption in the flow of omniversal authorities, followed by a golden burst of waves of light from the golden tail of Protector Antonio that smashed into terracosm, paracosm, and even the 6 autarchical omniversal pillagers behind the Ionic Utera, and without fail, every single one had their consciousness disrupted as horrifically they fainted entities towards the very peak of the Dominium realm, and yet the weavings of their very existence were knocked out as they lost their consciousness. The Ionic Utera had stern eyes as his whole body pulsed multiple times over, looking towards Protector Antonio in shock as the fur of this being merely waved with brilliance, crimson gold brilliance. "We are here as protectors. This is the task of the Commonwealth, to protect and ensure the vast throngs of existence continue on to a glorious future. I would hate for you to not be a part of it, friend." It was a deadly situation, one that Protector Antonio was smiling at as he pointed to the blank area of the golden page once more. "Please, sign here." A glorious wave of change was truly coming, and it was hard to say just who would survive this change and be ushered into the future. Far, far away from the area where the Ionic Utera was, within the bounds of Cappadocia, on a lone blue mountain floating near a plane of existence, a young man was looking at a circle of terracosm stage Imperium martial kings and 3 paracosm stage Imperium martial emperors cultivating. Every time they advanced, the young man felt an advancement in his own power. His eyes flashed with tendrils of blue lightning as the earth filled with blue stones below him vibrated, and the figure of a devilishly handsome man with pairs of colorless wings appeared beside him. "It's been some time, Eckert." Noah's voice was calm as he spoke to the great usurper while looking out into the vast openness. Eckert smiled and whistled while looking at the visage of Noah that put a strain on his ridiculously vast soul just to look at, but after acclimating on this strain, he was able to gaze at him fine as he nodded. "Yes. I reached out to you because of what seemed like an impossible problem with worms that devoured everything, but my soul is telling me there is now something even more disastrous." He could feel it, but while Eckert could only vaguely feel something, Noah had bountiful information about it as he nodded. "I thought there would be more time. But I feel something has already arrived. What I can tell you about it is to bide your time. We are currently outclassed and outmatched as what has arrived is a heavy ordeal. But through it, Noah's eyes shone brightly. He knew it, with every insurmountable danger came an equally grand, if not grander, opportunity. Through this ordeal, a springboard to propel ourselves upwards in an unfathomable way can be made. But for now, bide our time and learn. Bide our time and collect information. Because the omniverse is about to undergo a great change, immense silence descended at Noah's words as Eckhart sighed. His blue eyes pulsed again and again as he stared in the same direction as Noah and shook his head. You know, a dream of mine is to leave this constant struggle of power and retire on a farm. And yet just when I think it's right there within my grasp, it once more seems like an impossibility. His hand reached out to something only he could see as he continued, you know, in your infinite dash. His words were stopped. Eckhart felt Noah's hands on his shoulders as he went silent right after. His gaze became stern. Moments later, a crimson gold light flashed in the far distant area as the outline of a monkey-like humanoid entity appeared. His golden tail weaved with interest and uniqueness as he looked at Eckhart while raising his brows. And he then turned towards Noah with shining eyes as he uttered a single word, interesting. On this day, a protector of the Commonwealth arrived before the existential omniversal Lumen Emperor. What this simple meeting would lead to. Even the most abstruse existences could not imagine. Chapter 3174 Existential Colonization. 3. Crimson gold fur and a monkey-like disposition. The figure almost reminded Noah of the Bard of Quintessence, but when he locked onto its eyes, any possible similarity faded away completely. Within those eyes, he saw the brightness that had great pride and self-worth, unlike anything he had seen before, the beings that the phasing queen was so fearful of. The beings that were scorched out of their records as not much information was obtained about them even as Noah perused these records again and again. Hello, natives of this omniverse. I am Protector Antonio, bringing you the weavings of glory of the Commonwealth. How may we call you? The words were said with a smile, but Noah could feel their rigidity as if they had been rehearsed and said too many times before. The one introducing themselves as Protector Antonio was looking between Noah and Eckhart as Noah took the lead to reply, with Eckhart squinting his eyes and following right after, Emperor Osmont, the great usurper. A beaming smile bloomed on Protector Antonio as he looked at the two of them, waving his hand up as a radiant blue scroll of light unfurled above him. Wow! Emperor Osmont and the great usurper. I bring you glorious tidings of the Commonwealth, where we commend you for your hard work in stopping the spread of the infection of the worms of existence so far, and are here to let you know that you can rest easy. The Commonwealth will take care of things from here. Noah blinked at this entity before him as his first sentences after learning of their distinctions was akin to that of an adult listening to a child call themselves a name as they seemingly played along. In his repeat of the words Emperor Osmont and the great usurper, no matter how beaming his smile was, they couldn't feel any ounce of respect or honor. Before I can continue any further, I will need prospective citizens Emperor Osmont and the great usurper to infuse a portion of your existence in this area here. Protocol dictates for us to offer this right of citizenship to autarchs. But I believe an exception can be made for the great usurper. WAA, the eyes of the Protector Antonio gazed from Eckhart's figure to those of the paracosm and terracosm stage entities behind them as if he saw something others could not see and made a determination due to it. Noah and Eckhart stared at Protector Antonio silently as their wills observed the massive page that read, Contract of Existence, along with the many points of stipulations on it. While reading it, Noah voiced out calmly, why should we sign such a thing? Seemingly, a point of contention arose, and the eyes of Protector Antonio twisted into a sharp smile. Before the eyes of Protector Antonio, the device that had returned to his neck flashed with a powerful blue light as it continued to give out readings. Confirmed the physiology of existence of both Emperor Osmont and the great usurper to be based on a singular system of existence. Both matched the criteria to be included as a citizen of the Commonwealth. Additional information regarding Emperor Osmont has been discovered. Protector Antonio's eyes flashed sharply as he followed a blue hue that broke down the figures in front of him to great detail, this light coming to focus on a small circular ornament around Emperor Osmont's waist. A unique mobile plane of existence with slight similarities to those of Omniverse X-108 has been discovered on Emperor Osmont, with auras of more prospective citizens veiled inside, a tremendous finding. The moment such a thing was ascertained, Protector Antonio smiled while turning into a thundering flash of lightning that disappeared instantly its vector towards the simple-looking round ornament on Emperor Osmont. As Protector Antonio entered, before anything could be done, under the means of the Commonwealth, nothing could be hidden. Any secrets that the natives of an omniverse believed were theirs to keep would be unveiled in a short period of time. Protector Antonio spread out his will. The moment he entered the unique mobile plane of existence, as his eyes lit up, he saw clusters of cosmos and universes stretched throughout, and at the very center of it all, there was one particular cosmos that held powerful auras at the autark equivalent stage. Protector Antonio flashed towards this cosmos as he drilled into its depths and arrived at a domain where he saw the shocked eyes of Emperor Osmond gazing at him on a round table, a table which held other autarchs who seemed to have been called here for a meeting. "You asked why you should sign such a thing as this contract of existence." Protector Antonio spoke with a smile as multiple blue scrolls of light unfurled, his eyes landing on Henry, Sona, the Sanctus Autarch, Kazuhiko, Erickson, Piety, and Lilith before they came back to lock onto the shocked visage of Emperor Osmond. "You should sign because the Commonwealth is here to share its knowledge and resources, but only for its citizens that it can protect. If you aren't citizens or do not fall under the banner of one, it is hard to guarantee your protection." A clearly veiled threat, one that caused the billowing visage of Erickson to rise up, but Emperor Osmond placed his right hand on his shoulder while he sent a small portion of his existence under the line on the contract that had to be signed. On it, the brand of Emperor Osmond appeared. Protector Antonio only smiled deeper as similar contracts of existence came to float directly in front of the eyes of other autarchs here, all of them looking towards Emperor Osmond initially before they signed with gritted teeth. The moment it was done, these contracts collapsed into singularities of light as the voice of Protector Antonio echoed out grandly. "Not to worry. The only things a citizen of the Commonwealth is obligated to do is remain in their natal omniverse unless given strict permission otherwise, and to occasionally go where the Commonwealth directs you to. But this may never come to affect you. Let me be the first to welcome you as the glorious citizens of the Commonwealth." Chapter 3175 Existential Colonization. For the arms of the Protector were spread out wide as he spoke with a smile. "Let me be first to welcome you, and we will soon be in contact again as the Commonwealth sets up bases to protect you all against any threats in the future. You will also have the privilege of enjoying the boons of the Commonwealth soon enough. So be on the lookout for more news, O glorious citizens." His golden tail weaved maddeningly, his smile was deep as his audience remained stern, his figure began to flicker with radiance as he rose upwards, his sharp eyes coming to gaze at Emperor Osmond as he spoke out his last words. "You really do have a nice home here, Citizen Emperor Osmond. You should do your best to protect it." With a thundering boom, he was gone right after. As he left the small mobile plane of existence, Protector Antonio spoke to the device on his neck. "See if this omniverse has any more mobile planes of existence. They're nice trinkets to have for storage." "Understood, Protector Antonio." Brilliance flourished, and with a glimmer of brightness, Protector Antonio was gone, back on the makeshift roundtable, around Noah's ascendant existential extremity clone of quintessence. His brilliant halo returned along with his colorless wings as he breathed out heavily, the interminable authority of the laborer of the Atlas of Existence burning around him as his plans and contingencies came to a great success. "All traces of the intruders are gone, Master." A unique tool of unknown ranking and origins aids the so-called Protector as its capabilities to analyze existence are extremely high. The voice of the infinite existential omniversal seed echoed out as around him. The gazes of his people were filled with anger and sullenness, but Noah had a profound expression on his face as he had achieved a major victory. Sensing that the infinite existential omniversal seed would be something hard to conceal under the gazes of these beings, he left it out in plain sight, but only in a way that he wanted to. He left it out in plain sight, but when the Protector discovered it, the only thing they were able to discern was that it was a plane of existence. The grandiose Alathian havens were able to escape the gaze of these terrifying beings that he wasn't ready for. These are the enemies we're going to be dealing with for the foreseeable future. His voice was calm as he spoke towards his son and all others here. His existence was analyzing the results of how effective the authority of the laborer was in veiling the weavings of existence as he continued. "They are currently more advanced than us, and they hold much greater numbers, as just that single Protector alone is not someone I can guarantee the death of at this time, much the hundreds, or thousands, or tens of thousands of others that may be just like him." They had very little information as of right now. They didn't know much about the behemoth that was the Commonwealth and what its forces entailed, but one thing was clear: they hold sway over sources and systems of existence as one of their stipulations. Noah waved his hands. He recreated the contract of existence that Protector Antonio had brought before them. There was a class among many that stated, attempts to study other systems of existence or to emulate them are expressly forbidden. Should anyone be discovered even attempting the adoption of other systems of existence apart from the one belonging to their native omniverse, they will be stripped of their citizenship and judged in the courts of existence for execution. The purity of separate sources of existence must be maintained to ensure the equilibrium and longevity of all existence, this being one of the core missions of the Commonwealth, a single stipulation among many, but this stipulation showed the terrifying reality of something Noah was already breaking. Within his atlas of existence. Within his first mundi of power, there were the weavings of 3 other sources of existence apart from his own conceptual system of existence, but it wasn't discovered. Everything we do will be in secret as we learn more about these entities entering our omniverse. The vastness of their commonwealth, their numbers, their power. We will learn, adapt, and in time, his eyes burned brightly. He could see a grand future ahead even with the challenges that would come alongside it. For now, continue seeking recognition of the atlas of existence. Until you all gain access to the authority of the laborer, you cannot sufficiently veil yourselves and move about freely in front of these beings. He spoke out simply, yet the gazes of all those here changed as if they could feel the injuries they had suffered before rising up again. Erickson cleared his throat as he spoke out hesitantly. Is it not possible to tell your other self to go a bit easier on us? His other self, the atlas of existence itself. Noah smiled while shaking his head at this, his will expanding and entering the dazzling atlas of existence within him. His vision changed gradually as he found himself standing on top of an endless blue sea. Above it, 9 glorious circles of light flashed as at the very center, a colorless singularity spun with unfathomable brilliance. In the center of this singularity, a figure that looked just like him with white hair could be seen, his eyes opened just as Noah arrived, rising from the center of the atlas of existence. As by the time Noah took a single step, he was right before this manifestation, a manifestation that kneeled before him an instant later. Master, his atlas, his wonder. It came out of his wildest designs as it was something under his control, but it didn't mean he understood everything about it. It didn't mean he could predict all the surprises that would come from it in the future, just the infinite existential omniversal seed. What lay ahead was a wonderful waiting to unfold. Noah looked deeply at himself at his atlas as he commanded out. Let's see what analysis can be made regarding this protector Antonio and his source of existence. With steady steps and a careful weaving of his will, Noah continued to prepare for a future full of possibilities and perils. As he looked into the entity known as Protector Antonio, grand changes were beginning to be enacted within the omniverse, starting at a small area. The place where Protector Antonio had appeared minutes ago had been dark and void of anything, but at this moment, titanic structures had already begun to be enacted as from the major ones. A flag adorned with an interminable wheel made itself present. Chapter 3176 Existential Colonization. There were many ways to colonize. The most efficient start when it came to colonization was to enact laws in the place one wanted to colonize and have the locals and all those there follow these laws. So the contract of existence was the first thing that Protector Antonio spread, as dozens of stipulations of the Commonwealth lay within and the most powerful natives would all be governed by it. This was the first step to create a set of rules. Thereafter, the invaders, the very entrants who made these rules, would be the ones to enforce them upon the locals throughout time. After this step, a great deal of things could be done, as the methods of the Commonwealth were terrifying ones. From the titanic golden portal above, hundreds of pillars burn with glorious flames. Equally massive figures of 3 monstrous creatures that seemed to be most similar to whales passed through. Below them, blue flames burned endlessly as the moment they passed, the massive bodies opened their jaws and released a cluster of humanoid figures before they began to miniaturize and change an instant later. The massive whales transformed with a binding light into the figures of 2 men in a single woman, all 3 with burning blue flames on their heads and feet as they came to stand in front of the thousands of humanoid figures they had spat out of their jaws. Uniquely, the thousands of humanoid figures all had the same face and body, entirely identical in all aspects, as even the clothes they adorned were spotlessly white robes, a single écriture of a golden wool branded on their back. These were synthetic existences of the Commonwealth who held no emotions and only listened to orders. In front of one of the legions of synthetic existences, the woman with cerulean flames dancing on her head appeared and breathed out a sigh, pulling out a metal tablet that glowed a similar hue of blue on its screen as she didn't even bat an eye. Down below, where the figure of a protector could be seen, our orders have been given. 3 focal points have been determined for this omniverse, as I am assigned to the focal point where the highest ranking citizen is Emperor Osmond. The woman shook her head while speaking as she didn't waste any time. Tendrils of light vibrating with the heavy brilliance of a truly powerful autarch wrapping around the legion of synthetic existences as they all turned into a streak of blue light towards a certain direction. She traversed across this newly documented omniverse that had yet to be given a proper distinction, but for 3 of them to be sent here and all the others that were to come, this was bound to be a Massive finding. Within a few minutes, she had traversed great distances while obtaining some measurements as she quickly arrived before a massive existential domain, after confirming she was where the coordinates stated. She sent her terrifying will into this domain of existence and located the ones who should be in the lead here, her figure disappearing again as by the time she and her legion of synthetic existences reappeared, two enigmatic men were standing at an area of vibrant blue light. The gorgeous woman with blue flames burning on her head gazed between the tablet and the visage of entities ahead of her as if to confirm, eventually nodding as she spoke out, "You must be citizens Emperor Osmont and the Great Usurper. I am here to aid in the smooth transition from the lands you once knew to those under the protection of the Commonwealth." Oh, simple words, ones that caused the brows of Noah to rise as he asked calmly, "And who might you be?" A new entrant after Protector Antonio. But this one seemed distinctly different as when she spoke about the Commonwealth, Noah couldn't sense the same entitlement and pride in her words, yet her aura blazed with far more than the blue flames they could see, her entire physiology and source of existence drawing Noah's eyes as she was more powerful than the sun-winged Leprechauness, phasing queen, and Satyrus nymph combined. But towards his question, this being simply shook her head. "I'm nobody, just here to do my job. We can get it done relatively quickly without all of these questions. I'll even do you a favor. This place, this domain of existence. What do you call it now? I can have its name remain the same after the existential terraforming." Existential terraforming. These words instantly caused Noah's and Eckert's eyes to flash with a sharp light as Eckert replied calmly, "Cappadocia. All right, this region will retain the name Cappadocia after the existential terraforming." The woman blazing with blue flames nodded as behind her, the identical synthetic existences moved with a beckoning of her hand as they began to spread out towards different corners of Cappadocia. A silence hung in the air as this woman could see the hardened gazes of Noah and Eckert, and she gazed back and forth between them as if she were hesitating, and she eventually sighed as she floated forward, coming only a few meters away from them. Her terrifying aura became even more prominent at this time as it was maddening for Eckert, who had yet to subjugate an autarchical existence. Within burning blue flames all around her, she spoke with her eyes focused on Noah. "I always play a guessing game on what stage you all might be on right now. It's never acceptance. A lot of the time, it's denial. You don't believe nor accept what is occurring. And you're likely making many plans on how you can fight against the Commonwealth. Let me save you a lot of hard work and heartache and tell you early. Just accept it." Her words were straight, almost as if she wanted to help them, and she was going out of her way just to tell them this. Many others have been in the same positions as you. Emperors, kings, rulers. Some had the entire omniverse under their grasp. But after the Commonwealth claimed their omniverse, none of those titles mattered. There was only the Commonwealth after that. Chapter 3177 Existential Colonization. 6. There was only the Commonwealth. Even if you reigned at the very top of your omniverse before all of this, it didn't matter now. Her words were meant to help us at this moment. Noah smiled while asking probingly, "Is that what they did to you, Empress of the existential omniversal Orcanium whales?" Boom, a typhoon of blue flames instantly seethed as Noah brought his figure forward, standing in front of Eckert as the flames passed by his innate infinite quintessential bloodline halo of lumen and caused it to flicker with brightness as the woman before him became stern, the Empress of the existential omniversal Orcanium whales. This was the identity Noah had managed to discern with the elevated capabilities as the weaver of existence, Empress of the existential omniversal Orcanium whales. "Irene, is it? Is this the same thing they did to your omniverse? Does your title no longer matter?" He felt a gap with the entrant of this new being here as he poked at it. The protectors were too powerful and reserved as not much could be gained by them currently, but more information and weavings of the Commonwealth could be obtained if it was from beings like the one before him who seemed to only be working under a certain directive from the Commonwealth. The Empress of the existential omniversal Orcanium whales, Irene, gazed at Noah coldly as she shook her head. "Emperor Osmontiare, as soon as I saw that title of emperor in your distinction, I knew you were going to be trouble. You have an eye for quickly analyzing existence, good for you. But I only see you bringing yourself and your people waves of trouble if you continue acting like this." As she spoke, she moved back while tapping on the tablet in her hands. From different ends of Cappadocia, the synthetic existences seemed to have been stationed as at this moment, dazzling blue light began to flourish from different directions. "As of right now, I will carry out my mission of raising one of the core areas of the factions of this omniverse under the light of the Commonwealth." The moment her words finished, she pressed a few buttons on her glowing tablet, and instantly, waves of cerulean light burst from different directions where the synthetic existences were thin blue lines shooting out and converging towards the figure of the Empress of the existential omniversal Orcanium whales. Irene, Noah and Eckert observed silently, and an instant later, they began to observe a wondrous scene. All around them were wisps of weavings of omniversal authorities. Those more powerful, like Noah, could even sense the heavy but silent autarchical omniversal authorities and the extension of their influence on everything, at this moment, amidst the spread of dazzling waves of blue light. The makeup of these omniversal authorities began to fluctuate. If a few million existential extremity authorities were moving in a complex manner to make up an omniversal authority, something got on between their weavings as these few million existential extremity authorities multiplied. Boom, the density of existential extremity authorities in the surroundings instantly began to shoot up. Space distorted and began to permanently expand. Cappadocia trembled before moments later, it began to undergo a process of expansion and enlargement as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Existential terraforming, surrounded by blinding waves of blue light, Irene spoke out calmly. A process of artificially expanding and increasing the breadth of domains of existence, and by extension the omniverse itself, starting now is just the first phase that will greatly alter this entire omniverse. Reality stretched out. The countless lines moving together to form weavings of omniversal authorities multiplied again and again as an eruption of multicolored brilliance spread out. And the figure of the Empress of the existential omniversal Orcanium whales, Irene, lifted her hand up and released a gorgeous blue singularity that anchored itself in this expanding space, a singularity that pulled in all of the blue waves that were catalyzing the ongoing reaction as it soon began to sprout into a massive tree. A tree whose trunk burst out of Cappadocia, its roots drinking the glow of the artificially expanded omniversal authorities and continuing its growth. The roots curved around the massive domain of existence as if it were a globe, its roots wrapping around it for innumerable light years as if a truly powerful being were to be looking from a far, far distance. They would see the blooming of a gorgeous ancient cerulean tree, and its roots were bulbous and wrapping around a vast globe that was a domain of existence, and this sprouting tree was growing larger and larger, affecting everything around it as it continued to expand, growing bigger than any existential domain, and with every expansion, it pulsed like a beating heart, and with every pulse, invisible strings of light were spread out for uncountable light years, strings that formed into waves that disrupted the weavings of any omniversal authorities they came across, doing something to catalyze a process that caused the breadth of the existential extremity authorities all around to multiply, expand, and enlarge. It was a shocking process as Noah's powerful will had spread out of his body within the changing Cappadocia and captured every ounce of change occurring all around based on what Irene had initiated. Noah had found the first thing he had to fully study and replicate with the advent of the protectors and forces of this unfathomable commonwealth. Something that could expand and accelerate the source of domains of existence themselves, and in extension the omniverse itself. If he could obtain these means and apply them to the infinite existential omniversal seed itself, this whole omniverse is about to change in its entirety. Back in the changing Cappadocia, the Empress of the existential omniversal Orcanium whales continued to speak from beside the trunk of the massive cerulean tree whose waves were spreading out in the surroundings. Inclusion into the Commonwealth means an influx population of entities as powerful as you all will appear, and as the phases of the existential terraforming occur, the purity of existence of this omniverse will be determined. And its nectar of existence. What should have been forming the simple fruits of existence for you all. Will start to be harvested. Be careful in the times to come, and start thinking of how you can simply fall in line. Chapter 3178 Existential Terraforming. The scene could be frozen and encapsulated in time as a moment of paramount change. Noah looked at the figure of the Empress of the existential omniversal Orcanium whales after she had initiated the first phase of existential terraforming, something which would irreversibly alter their current omniverse. He looked at her while he continued to send out his will wrapped in tendrils of the authority of the laborer to study exactly how this change was catalyzed. His voice echoed out after her words, telling him to start thinking how he should fall in line. You talking to us like this? Does it come from experience? Did you once fight for your omniverse? Your people? The words could be akin to a blade in the heart of someone else, but the blue flames around the Empress of the Orcanium whales were still as she looked up at the expanding tree. I did fight. I devised and made up plans. I ushered in an uprising with all of my people. Only for half of them to be erased with a single tap of a finger. amidst such devastation and power, I finally realized something that may take you a long time to realize, maybe until you face painful losses yourself. Do you know how those in power, more often than not, believe they have that power because it is their right? That they were chosen for a great purpose? That even though there are trillions and quintillions all around them, they are somehow the center of all records? The belief that everything moves, rotates, and reacts around them. Do you know something about that? She brought her head down to look at Noah as she didn't like his ever-present smile, as if he knew everything, as if he could overcome everything. He didn't know anything, so she asked, and Noah couldn't help but smile because this being was describing what he had adorned on himself as a distinction, the protagonist. So he nodded towards her while around them, Cappadocia had already expanded to be 3 times the size it used to be. I know something about that. As the one with the ascendant existential extremity authority of the protagonist, he knew it too well, and the Empress of the Orcanium Whales nodded as she continued, even if such a thing held a hint of truth before, it is about to lose all of its value. There is no single central figure that reality revolves around with the Commonwealth. There is no one being that is somehow destined for glory, someone who can do whatever they want and overcome any challenges ahead of them. There is only the vast Commonwealth and its rules. The sooner many natives of discovered omniverse accept this, the less pain there will be. Her words danced in the space around her with the ever-expanding waves of existence as she made one thing clear: there was no protagonist, there was no main character, there was only the Commonwealth. These words resounded in the surroundings as in the distance. Eckert looked on calmly as he seemed to be doing something silently with his robust Dominium soul. And Noah smiled while nodding to the visage of the Empress bathed in flames as he spoke out. All right, you have convinced me. There is only the Commonwealth. Now, as citizens of the Commonwealth, we can be friends, right? I would love to ask my new friend here about what she's doing exactly. Bathed in flames, the Empress squinted her eyes and paused, the mannerism of Emperor Osmont, his words, his carefree smile. The Empress of the existential omniversal Orcanium Whales smacked her lips as she knew didn't convince him of anything. She shook her head and instead focused on the massive expanding tree beside her as his voice echoed out while coming close to it. The existential terraforming is this something unique to your omniverse that the Commonwealth has you oversee? What exactly are you utilizing to catalyze the weavings of existence themselves to multiply and expand many times over? The question sought the heart of the process of existential terraforming. The Empress of the Orcanium Whales blinked as she gazed at Noah's interested figure. Frankly, even if she told him anything, he wouldn't be able to use the knowledge for himself in any way. His only omniverse was now under the banner of the Commonwealth, as he wouldn't even be able to leave it without their permission, and even if he had the knowledge, what it required to be done was something she had designed over eons. She didn't see a harm in speaking about her work, the work that the Commonwealth utilized and allowed her to gain her position right now to freely traverse across different omniverse. So she sighed as she explained, the synthetic existences I've sent out to multiple different parts are the key. And the nucleus I threw out is another. For existential terraforming, IT was a base concept from my omniverse when we were trying to save the seas from endless corruption. We sought to expand and enhance the existence of other parts of the omniverse to rapidly expand its breadth and reveal just how pure and glorious it could be. After eons, my search bore fruits as I discovered the method to affect the weavings of existence and start them on an irreversible path. If done wrong, it could effectively destroy the whole omniverse. If done right, these are the results. She pointed towards the expanding Cappadocia and the waves of tumultuous existential extremity authorities that were only gaining more and more to their complex weavings. Noah nodded with bright eyes as he beckoned for her to get to the good parts. Her blue eyes burning with flames seemed to be remembering her glorious times as she spoke freely, the process of constant initiation of existential nuclear fission and fusion. Entities like you and I cannot do it, as I finally figured out that the constant calculations and permutations needed to catalyze the very weavings of existence required a consciousness devoid of any emotions or attachments to the weavings of existence. The answer was synthetic existences, Chapter 3179, Existential Terraforming. 2. Synthetic existences. This was the answer that the Empress of the existential omniversal Orcanium Whales arrived at for the process of expanding and increasing the breadth of existence itself. Since the process itself can go very wrong and destroy existence quickly, the factor of emotion or the factor of attachment can never truly be erased in its entirety, as this always brought discrepancies during the process of existential nuclear fission and fusion. Discrepancies led to issues. But with synthetic existences, existential terraforming became a reality. The words of the Empress of the existential omniversal Orcanium whales caused Noah's will that was already observing everything in this region to focus on the identical synthetic existences that looked like anchors. From them, string-like vibrations could be seen lashing out to their surroundings as when they came in contact with the complex weavings of existence that were akin to countless threads. They brought two threads together as if they were undergoing fusion. When two particles collide and join together to form an even heavier and more pristine particle, a large amount of energy being released in the process. It was the same process taken by countless stellar systems with suns that power up entire systems with their constant process of fusion. The synthetic existences catalyzed the process of nuclear fusion as when two weavings of existence were joining, large amounts of existential extremity authority were produced. But the moment this fusion was about to complete, another string-like vibration would come out from the synthetic existences and cause the two fusing strings to split apart. But when they split apart, the dense amount of authority produced during the prior fusion was pulled in from the surroundings, and instead of the joining strings splitting back into two, they split into four strings of existence, four weavings of existence. Fission, a process of splitting a single, denser particle into two lighter ones. This process was used in conjunction with fusion, and manipulated in a way that it yielded four split particles from a single one. In totality, there was an overall increase in the weavings of existence. These synthetic existences that the Commonwealth helped me design are able to manipulate these dangerous processes to increase the concentration and breadth of existence itself. This process applicable to domains of existence with a 99% success rate on any relatively stable omniverse with a strict set of rules. Omniverse like yours are perfect candidates for this. The nucleus I released, which allowed for the emergence of the tree of existence, is merely an existence modulator of the Commonwealth that further enhances this process by providing more energy, more authority to ensure that no discrepancy occurs and causes a chain reaction that turns all weavings of existence unstable. The Empress of the existential omniversal Orcanium whales spoke as towards all of this. Is that so? Noah's eyes were shining brightly, so bright that it radiated a blinding light that even the Empress squinted at, her gaze coming to lock on him as she harumphed while speaking out, "Don't look at this and get any wild ideas." It was found viable with a high success rate for domains of existence and omniverse overall, but had a 0% success rate when trying to do the same thing to the weavings of an entity's existence. The stability of their existence is nowhere close to that of an omniverse. Don't go and explode yourself based on something you heard from me without a full understanding. Her words were meant to be a kind warning as Noah nodded lightly. Of course, his body was nodding here, but on the circular ornament by his waist, within the infinite existential omniversal seed, another one of his bodies appeared in a space locked away across the weavings of space and time. In a place where a multicolored throne sat amidst storms of interconnected existential extremity authorities. Noah appeared near the throne connected to all the weavings of the Alathian havens and rules that made the infinite existential omniversal seed as he spoke out. How is it? If the process of existential terraforming was applied to the infinite existential omniversal seed, the first possible boon from the intrusion, nay, the invasion of the so-called Commonwealth, countless calculations had already been made the moment this was mentioned as behind Noah. A humanoid manifestation of the infinite existential omniversal seed arose from the dense multicolored streams of light surging towards the throne, her monotone voice echoing out. The predictability and accuracy of this process are viable for the infinite existential omniversal seed. With the job that synthetic existences are carrying out being something I can personally do across all of the infinite existential omniversal seed. But as I study the initial process of fusion and the subsequent process of fission, the newly split apart strings of existence are more in number, yes, but they still hold minute differences. Noah listened silently for the discrepancies even he had begun to uncover. The newly added weavings of existence are 50% less stable, and if an entire omniverse undergoes this process, while it will explode in efficiency and power, it will be like a flame that has been caused to burn brighter momentarily before some time later, this flame is extinguished. A heavy assertion of reality was made. This is why they utilize the so-called existential modulator that makes way to the tree of existence. This provides a unique influx of authority to stabilize the weaker products of the process of fission. They will have to continue providing more and more existential modulators in the future if they want to maintain the explosive rate of expansion and acceleration of existence as they harvest the nectar of existence within this omniverse. If this influx of energy is not there, the instabilities of this whole process will unveil themselves. By that time, the expanded breadth of existence will no longer be sustainable and stable by itself, and then. Boom! The end. This was the analysis that the infinite existential omniversal seed made towards the methods of the Commonwealth. After they conducted the process of terraforming, the omniverse itself would be dependent on the Commonwealth for its sustainability and future existence. Of course, were we to proceed with the existential terraforming of the infinite existential omniversal seed, something that could provide a source of energy to ensure stability endlessly, the manifestation of the infinite existential omniversal seed did finish. It didn't need to finish. Noah smiled as he took a seat on the throne connected to all authorities within the infinite existential omniversal seed. His words light as he gave the go-ahead. Let's get started. The infinite existential omniversal seed had been a seed for what seemed like too long. As new entrants came and powerful invaders appeared, it was time for the seed to sprout. The question of an existential modulator that could provide an endless source of energy. Did this even need to be posed to the man possessing infinite mana? Chapter 3180 Existential Terraforming 3. An existential modulator, a king, an emperor, a hero, a villain. Noah had been many things in his short life, and today, it seemed like he would simply be taking on another role. He sat on the multicolored throne made of pure authorities of his vast infinite existential omniversal seed as this construct itself took on the role of a few thousand automated synthetic existences. Among the many authorities, relativity rose up with grandiosity as along with mana dynamics that had its tendrils across every stretch of energy, all things were seen as strings and waves. Take from my authority, Noah spoke about grandly as his body vibrated, the colorless authority of the laborer rising from him like conscious mobile tendrils of snakes. With his connection to the infinite existential omniversal seed, he had to take reins in terms of directing this authority as it took on the role of existential nuclear fusion, to take on two weavings of existence of a part of the infinite existential omniversal seed and fuse them. But just before they fully fused, have them split under the process of existential nuclear fission and use the output of energy produced to end up with four weavings of existence instead of the initial two. We shall start with dreams. Dreams. The Alathian haven of dreams stood towards the very bottom of the massive extremity vein that was in the form of an infinity symbol, but its location changed as it gravitated around this extremity vein over time. As a haven, its size was already massive. Its sandy gold brilliance stretched out for countless light years, and yet at this moment, the makeup of the countless dreaming gold sands began to tremble, fusion, and then fission. Truly, all that anyone could have possibly seen was a mere flash of colorless brilliances. In the next moment, the landscape of the dream Alathian haven stretched out and enlarged. Its concentration of this existential extremity authority began to increase rapidly. Golden brilliance flourished. Existential terraforming has been successfully initiated in the dream Alathian haven. In a far distance, seated on a colorful throne, Noah's body freely gushed out endless waves of mana that were channeled to bathe over the lands being terraformed, his face not even showing tiredness or sweat. No synthetic existences were needed, no existential modulator from the Commonwealth was required. The concentration of the existential extremity authority of dreams is rapidly scaling upwards. The first haven's progress was monitored, and once nothing wrong was observed, proceed with the terraforming of other havens. Noah gave the command as his eyes radiated brightness. His atlas of existence spun within the depths of himself as more authority of the laborer was pulled out. The first mundi of power that contained the sources of all past natural laws, decreta, and havens beginning to pulse the changes occurring being reflected here as well. The process of existential terraforming has been initiated for the Alathian haven of Apollyon. The process of existential terraforming has been initiated for the Alathian haven of Fantasia. The process of existential terraforming has been initiated for the Alathian haven of Quantum. The process, one after another, the infinite existential omniversal seed proceeded forward boldly as endlessly, interminable waves of mana continued to gush out from Noah to stabilize everything. It was at this point that all across the infinite existential omniversal seed, all across the infinity symbol of the extremity vein that had havens gravitating around it, and even inside of the extremity haven for the haven budding within, the potency of authority exploded. The level of existence was forcefully being elevated, and this meant multiple authorities are taking the step to become ascendant existential extremity authorities. The general level of existence of the infinite existential omniversal seed is increasing. It was a thorough elevation. It wasn't only the infinite existential omniversal seed that benefited, as Noah's own source of existence within his atlas benefited from the expansion and acceleration of existence. He closed his eyes, on the multicolored throne. His wings stretched out brilliantly as if they could cover everything. His lungs pulsed, his heart beat, and his eyes swirled with endless darkness. He recalled the image of the floating spiritual land floating in the beast world, he recalled the emperor penguin within and the trials he had undergone, he recalled where this grand construct of his had come from, as he truly couldn't say where it would end up. All he knew was that on this day, it would make yet another jump. Before, he had to devour and eat up the place he was in for it to continue its rise. He devoured worlds, universes, cosmos, and planes of existence to reach these levels themselves. He ate up the vitales and vacuous existential domains to further solidify its existence. But thereafter, there wasn't a rampage of devouring, and now, its advancement was purely from its own expansion of authority, tremendous storms of power surged as Noah opened his eyes to see the manifestation of the infinite existential omniversal seed clasping her hands on her chest, her figure scattering into waves of light as her intent flowed out. The infinite existential omniversal seed has reached a critical level of existence. The weavings of ascendancy have allowed the single pillars of existence supporting the infinite existential omniversal seed to emulate the power of thousands. As the breadth of their existence increases and they climb higher on the phases of ascendancy, the emulated power will only increase. The authorities supporting the infinite existential omniversal seed have met the requirements to officially advance it to the next stage. Shall we proceed, Master? On the throne he sat on, Noah breathed out lightly. He could see glimpses of the future. Yes, he didn't know what it held, but he knew that there would be boundless possible brilliance for him to discover. So even with the profound enemies ahead, even with the advent of something not yet entirely understood, he would continue his steady steps forward. Proceed, he gave the command, and the infinite existential omniversal seed has begun its elevation towards a young omniverse. Chapter 3181 Existential Terraforming. For, within Noah's home, in a small village, children moved around busily as a few formed a circle that was kicking around a ball of manna, the goal being to keep it in the air for as long as possible. Around the village, multiple plots cultivated with vibrant plants could be seen, this reality being one of serenity and happiness. Near one of the plots around the village, a young woman with dazzling white hair and blue eyes sat down, her fingers digging into the earth below her as she smiled. Rising concentration of existential extremity authorities, and BZZT, she felt the plot she was near vibrating as, a moment later, another one just like it appeared from a stretched earth. Vibrant authority gushing from it as if existence here had been duplicated. The kids playing within the village and the men and women toiling around stopped in shock. The ball of manna the kids had been kicking in the air falling down as it multiplied into multiple balls of light, towards the people beginning to look around at what was happening with curiosity. It's okay. The white-haired young woman spoke as she was none other than Sophia, the past guide of the blue planet from what seemed like eons ago. She smiled as she gazed towards the distant blue skies that had arcs of manna coursing through them, the faint connection she held allowing her to sense what was coming more than others as she continued. It's just another jump forward for our home, another jump forward, another step, towards what even she didn't know. She was among the trillions and quintillions of existences in various stretches of Alathian havens who began to feel rising atmospheric authority along with bursts of brilliance that they could only assume were the results behind the actions of their great emperor. An omniverse is structured and kept together by a high-tier set of rules of weavings of existence that allow the stability of life across it. The greater the number of existential extremity authorities weaving together to form omniversal authorities, the more stable an omniverse becomes. The weavings of mana dynamics lead the way forward, the first omniversal authority of the budding infinite omniverse. It burned with a heavy light of ascendancy as even mana dynamics alone held the weight of hundreds of thousands of existential extremity authorities. Entropy was the same, continuity was the same, dreams was the same, a select few representing many, they spearheaded the path forward as at this time. The infinity symbol that was the extremity vein pulsed while beginning to course with interminable cerulean brilliance. The unranked omniversal authority of Weirwold is coming to fruition, the first omniversal authority of the infinite omniverse, no longer an infinite existential omniversal seed. It became something else as it distinguished itself as a young omniverse, barely risen, with its first omniversal authority born as it was made of a few dozen existential extremity authorities that held the weight of millions when put together, and as existential terraforming continued, as the breadth of existence and potency of the existential extremity authorities continued to be expanded. Frankly, the elevation of authorities across the phases of ascendancy was going to be much faster and easier for the infinite omniverse, with continued terraforming with its pace likely exceeding Noah's progress with quintessence and the protagonist, but since the very sources of all elevated extremes even in the infinite omniverse, were bound to Noah that he received all the glorious benefits, so much so that at this time, his first mundi of power seethed with heavy brilliance, millions of snake-like colorless tendrils of the authority of the laborer being produced as the weight of existence he emanated became that much heavier. The authority of the laborer of the atlas of existence has become even more potent, the source of the conceptual system of existence exceeding all other assimilated systems of existence within the first mundi of power by a quintessential margin. The assimilated system of existence of opulentia has caused the authority of the laborer of the atlas of existence to further increase in potency as the wealth under your banner has significantly increased in value. His whole existence became suffered with brilliance as across the weavings of spacetime, he remained seated on his throne, his eyes crackled with tendrils of colorless brilliance as they observed weavings of the unranked omniversal authority of Weird come together from all directions. This authority including all the pillars of existence that kept up the infinite omniverse along with Noah's own existential extremity authorities. It all converged into a single central figure of a woman. Formed from pure authority, her eyes being blazing white brilliance as the moment she was formed, she kneeled towards Noah, Master. The features of the infinite omniverse are experiencing a quintessential elevation as we step into the stage of a genuine omniverse. Her monotone voice held a terrifying presence and authority at this moment as she continued, new authorities have also come to fruition. The feature of omniversal expedition has come to fruition, with undefined limitations. The infinite omniverse is now capable of warping its omniversal signature of existence and releasing its markings that search for other omniversal signatures of existence. Once discovered, it is possible to traverse across the markings of the omniversal signatures to arrive into a different omniverse, the capability to traverse into another omniverse, towards other sources of existence. Nay's eyes burned with a brilliant colorless light as this boon was worthy of being among the first to arise after the advent of the infinite omniverse. He didn't know much about the Commonwealth, but he could understand that the main reason for their power was their capability to discover and bring under their banner new omniverse. If the words and actions of the Empress of the existential omniversal Orcanium Wales remain true, there was tremendous power to be found in monopolizing and colonizing omniverse. As for Noah, there was also the study of other sources of existence for his atlas, chapter 3182 Existential Terraforming. The feature of omniversal expedition. Noah looked forward to the products of this feature as he gave the command, begin releasing the markings of our omniversal signature of existence. Let's see if we can discover any other signatures in the near future. They didn't know how long it would take. It could be within a matter of seconds that they discover another signature, or it may take days. The infinite omniverse moved fast while still overseeing the existential terraforming of all havens. The signature of the infinite omniverse has begun to spread across existence. The omniversal signature of existence of the omniverse the infinite omniverse is currently in has been recorded. The natal omniverse Noah was in was recorded right away, and after that, a glorious search began. The feature of omniversal authority generation has come to fruition. Apart from current pillars of existence, abstruse existential extremity authorities will be formed and have their weavings connected to further strengthen the unranked omniversal authority of Weird. The stability of the infinite omniverse will only continue to increase as none of the possible negatives of existential terraforming will be applicable to it. The feature of nuclear omniversal weapons generation has been born, spearheaded by entropy, relativity, mana dynamics, weak nuclear force, and strong nuclear force among others. The feature of nuclear omniversal weapons generation seeks to focus on the negative aspect of existential terraforming and exploit it. It seeks to create weapons that cause for an unstable weaving of existence to be initiated in specific areas for effects of mass existential omniversal destruction. If successful, portions of entire omniverse or even an entire omniverse could be erased by the successful targeted attack of a nuclear omniversal weapon that caused the very weavings of existence to unravel and decay, decimating all life and forms of existence within it. An unbreakable heavy feature came to fruition. They were tapping into nuclear fusion and nuclear fission as this process of expanding and accelerating existence had negatives if done wrong, and the infinite omniverse designed a feature to specifically study these possible wrongs, to possibly weaponize these wrongs into a deadly form of attack, weapons of mass existential omniversal destruction. Even entities at the vast autarchical stage or equivalent would be affected as they all held weavings of existence. Noah reviewed the continued details of this feature as he was forced to pause at it, gazing towards the manifestation of the infinite omniverse as he voiced out calmly. Be careful with this, of course, Master. He may not have even needed to say it. The smaller mistake could cause weavings of their own existence in the infinite omniverse to unravel, but the infinite omniverse was too fantastical in its capabilities. He knew that there should be no reason to worry. The infinite omniverse had just come to be, its boons were just beginning. As for the one who made the theory of all of this possible, her figure was currently evaluating the continued terraforming of Cappadocia and the region around it. Within Cappadocia, the empress of the existential omniversal Orcanium whale sighed as she looked at the tablet in her hands. I've talked too much already. Things seem to be proceeding smoothly here, as the terraforming of the other two locations should be the same. The waves of change will spread from all 3 points of terraforming as once they connect, the whole omniverse will be further catalyzed and accelerated towards a more potent existence. During this time, the tablet on her hand glowed as she tapped on it and allowed it to float upwards, a brilliant light shooting from it and showing an illusory scene above. I am also one of the messengers to the major forces of this omniverse to let you know that as existential terraforming is underway, the Commonwealth has a formal event to introduce the locals to the new arrivals of their omniverse, to foster some understanding and kinship. For this, the celebration of omniversal discovery is held. Above the spinning tablet, the illusory scene of a massive golden trophy could be seen. An interminable wool painted on the sides of this trophy as the illusory figure of a monkey-like existence burning with crimson gold fur was holding up this trophy gloriously. The empress of the Orcanium whales saw the raised brows of Noah and Eckert in the distance as she harumphed. I am very much serious. Protectors of the Commonwealth will be there along with the architects that will be designing the omniversal constructs in this omniverse, and of course lucky citizens of the Commonwealth who were granted an omniversal visitation ticket to observe a newly discovered omniverse and the myriad of sources of existence that will participate in this celebration of omniversal discovery. Cerulean flames burned around her figure as the tablet floating above returned to her, her fingers tapping out and releasing 2 balls of light toward Noah and Eckert. Details and location are included within. I believe the first omniversal construct of the Commonwealth has been completed at the point of entry of the first protector to arrive at, so you all can select however many of your people will witness the Commonwealth in this new unfolding era for your omniverse. Or not attend and be the first to offend them. Your choice. Noah grabbed the bundle of information as he nodded towards her. And you, me? I have to now oversee the fruits of my labor and ensure the smooth continuity of existential terraforming. If I leave it alone and anything goes wrong, the effects could be catastrophic. The Empress tapped her feet as a sea of blue flames bloomed below her. A body of water made of paradoxical flames was quickly formed as she submerged into it, sitting in a meditative pose beside the massive trunk of the existential modulator in the form of a tree. Her words made Noah think of the feature of nuclear omniversal weapons generation and the types of weapons that the infinite omniverse wanted to build that would carry out the exact catastrophe that the Empress of the existential omniversal Orcanium whales wanted to prevent. Chapter 3183 Existential Terraforming. 6. Her ideas made way for Noah to begin terraforming himself. And the biggest negative she wanted to prevent was something that Noah was already studying how to induce it. It was a terrifying set of actions if ever she found out about it, but her current actions were also ones that spoke about a new reality that was unfolding right in front of them. Her action of terraforming followed by her remaining fully situated in this place. It was an action representative of many things, but one thing was clear, and Noah gazed towards Eckert as the two of them shared the same gaze of understanding. The main action this represented was that truly, Cappadocia was no longer under the banner of the natives of this omniverse. This applied to Cappadocia today, and it would apply to many places in the near future as the existential terraforming continued. So truly, how would they triumph against the Commonwealth in the future to come? A challenging question with no answer, but Noah calmly looked forward to the future as his body split into two in the next moment, one shooting towards the direction that should be the first entry point of Protector Antonio while his other body. You wouldn't mind if I continued to talk to you from one citizen of the Commonwealth to another, right? I want to know of any connection there is, if any, between the worms of existence and the Commonwealth. More information on the Commonwealth. The Empress of the Orcanium whales here was more talkative than anyone Noah had met. So why not milk her for some more information, and even this celebration omniversal discovery where the forces of the Commonwealth would be showing themselves along with multiple entities from all sorts of walks of existence. All of it was akin to a research paradise for Noah, who was looking to fill up his atlas of existence. He looked forward to it. At the same time, the ascendant existential extremity authority of manadynamics burned around him to create a cerulean sea the same size as the Empress, his figure becoming surrounded by it as he looked out with interest. The Empress of the Orcanium whales looked at him silently before her lips parted to open, right. As fellow citizens, Well, this information isn't something regulated, as you would come to know sooner or later. The worms of existence. Are a form of anti-existence prevalent across the omniverse. In her sea of flames, she seemed to be recalling distant memories as the sea of flames around her undulated, her figure filled with a unique sense of beauty as she continued. Your omniverse has the initial stages of their infection, with neonatal worms of existence beginning to eat up your omniverse as such an infection is reversible. The Commonwealth has been eradicating worms of existence for as long as history has been preserved, with the constant cycles making them extremely perceptive to each other as where the Commonwealth goes, the worms of existence follow. And wherever the worms of existence go, there is a high likelihood for the Commonwealth to also discover them and follow. The Commonwealth had been fighting worms of existence since history began to be recorded. Right now, at their neonatal stage, the worms of existence are extremely perceptive to threats that can eradicate them, as they will likely hide and continue their infection through the gaps of existence within this omniverse. To locate them, the protectors will likely utilize synthetic existences to track them down before they take action. If the infection had advanced with these worms of existence devouring a large portion of this omniverse, the trouble that comes with that is something you cannot even imagine. Her eyes burned with a somber tone as she spoke about this, Noah nodding with interest as in the far distance. The figure of Eckert had a thoughtful expression. Eckert had many of those he subjugated devoured by the worms of existence, as his will had been inside of them more times than he could count before it was broken down. Recalling every sensation of destruction he felt and the fact that these worms of existence were only in their initial stages while being a massive threat to this so-called Commonwealth for countless eons. If he could somehow subjugate any of them before his will was destroyed, a blooming idea, and one that the great usurper did not waste any time on before he began to enact it, as while he also absorbed new waves of information from the Empress of the Orcanium whales, his will stretched out across tens of thousands of Imperium forces began to move. In the flaming blue sea, the Empress of the Orcanium whales seemed to have sensed something as she briefly turned her gaze towards Eckert's direction before she continued. The Commonwealth arriving here allows for this infection of worms of existence to stop, and eventually be eradicated in time. Any hostility you all may have against the Commonwealth should be dulled down greatly with such a reality. Yes, the Protectors. Their name held meaning as they fought on the front lines against enemies that wished to devour all of existence. Noah smiled at such a notion as he continued to talk to the Empress of the Orcanium whales, his other body arriving at the point within this omniverse where the celebration of omniversal discovery should be taking place, iridescent. This was the single best word to describe what used to be a dark point in a corner of the omniverse with no signs of life, yet at this moment, it was shining unfathomably bright as massive golden pillars burning with flames acted like beacons lighting everything up, and they floated like celestial candles as they encircled a massive circular construct that seemed to be in the form of a wheel. Noah appeared in this region as his eyes squinted at the massive construct that exceeded the size of many existential domains, its golden brilliance painted with a crimson hue making it look like an object that no normal entity could ever construct. The construct in the form of a wheel held too many intricate designs to count, but there was a wide entrance at its very center where, at this moment, millions of auras of other beings could already be felt. Chapter 3180 for the Commonwealth. It was not still. The massive wheel spun gloriously as it radiated pulses of golden light towards the surroundings. Noah feeling these waves even from a distance as they seemed to be enriching all surrounding forms of existence. You have entered an area of an existential domain with absolute effects. The existential ruling of the Wheel of Weaving seeks to impose itself on your existence. Your source of existence will circulate 20% faster in this domain, its expansion and strengthening further increased by 50%. In addition to this, the marking of the Wheel of Weaving will be applied to your current existence, its location and status being constantly recorded, a boon and a tracking feature to come along with it. Noah's eyes shone brightly as he began to analyze everything while floating closer towards the incandescent wheel. The massive pillars of crimson gold light that seemed to be like torches lit up everything as even from afar Noah could see the monkey-like figures in the millions floating towards the center of the wheel. The moment he neared, or truly, it was the moment the waves of golden light pulsing from the wheel touched him, many auras gazed towards his direction as if they knew. This was because moments later, whap, a figure warped before his eyes, white gold fur, a humanoid monkey face, a vibrant gold tail. The features weren't as regal or oppressive as Protector Antonio's, but this being held their own charm as they smiled and spoke toward Noah. You must be one of the prime citizens of this omniverse. I shall be your guide to the Commonwealth and this glorious celebration of omniversal discovery. Please, the guide pointed towards the pulsing wheel of weaving as Noah floated in freely while asking. Prime Citizen, any leader of the factions of the newly discovered Omniverse gets this perk that allows you much more leeway and freedom across the workings of the Commonwealth. Observing your figure and based on the information passed down, you must be Prime Citizen Emperor Rosmont. An air of profound confidence burned within the guide as he spoke, Noah sensing tendrils of authority equivalent to the stage of autarky from this being as his source of existence was still not easy to discern. That would be me. Is it protocol for millions of entrants to come into a newly discovered Omniverse? Noah's eyes were locked onto the scenes around the Wheel of Weavings as he asked. Beside him, the guide let out a smile as he shook his head, only for large Omniverse filled with high levels of existence and potential. More join in with the festivities of the celebration of omniversal discovery as every time this occurs, a show gets to be put on for entities from a variety of different sources of existence to express themselves. The main attraction of the celebration of omniversal discovery, the gladiators of the Omniverse, WAA, the gladiators of the Omniverse, literal sparks and waves of golden brilliance burst from the mouth of the guide as he said these words. Those who are victorious and achieve high rankings as gladiators of Omniverse get to enjoy and revel in the vaults of the Commonwealth as they can further propel their existence forward. But to attain any high ranking and distinction, one must attain victory over multiple entities with different sources of existence. Conceptual systems of existence like yours make up the majority, but then you have the variety of existence coming in, as there are those with different sources of existence that you can only experience to understand. Overcome them and prove your system of existence. And glory lies ahead, a chance to fight against other entities from different sources of existence. If outstanding enough, one could receive a high ranking that allowed them access to the vaults of the Commonwealth. Noah gazed at the guide and the auras of many entities far ahead as he had to say it. The Commonwealth were invaders, but they were truly good at what they did. They invaded and began taking over an Omniverse, and yet every part of their approach made it seem like they were saving the Omniverse from a grave danger as thereafter. They were doing everything they could to include it in a more massive civilization. Please, they arrived at the massive entry point of the construct in the form of a wheel, this entry point alone being the size of a cosmos as hundreds of thousands of uniquely designed vessels were already floating and moving around it. Within them, entities adorned in regal dresses and clothing at the terracosm and paracosm equivalent stages could be discerned. Their eyes bright as if they were about to set off to visit a zoo, many rose their wills to observe Noah as if he had a marking above him that stated he was a native. Seeing this scene, the guide smiled as he took them in while explaining, the citizens of the Commonwealth love nothing more than connecting with others of different existences. Of course, matches of the Gladiators Omniverse also draw in a lot of us. As the guide spoke, Noah fully entered the Wheel of Weavings as within it. It felt like one had stepped into an entirely different reality. All sound seemed cut off as in the far distance. A massive golden portal could be seen to the left where vessels constantly streamed out of its weavings, immeasurably stable as it was an established connection between this Omniverse and another. And to the right was something radiant with a crimson and golden glow that could only be described as a coliseum from pure dreams and fantasy, the Gladiators Arena. The guide spoke succinctly as the aura of autarchical equivalent entities could be felt towards that direction the most, the place that will be the center of all activities. Come, Prime Citizen Emperor Osmont, and let me show you the wonders of the Commonwealth. Their figures warped towards the Gladiators Arena, Noah keeping a close eye on everything as amidst all of this showy exterior, his inquisitive mind could see many things that were never explained. Chapter 3185 The Commonwealth 2. Of the massive Wheel of Weavings he had seen. The entrance alone led one into an area where they could see a portal to the left where the forces of the Commonwealth were coming from, and the Gladiators Arena to the right where the bulk of the festivities would be taking place, but these were only relatively small parts of the Wheel of Weavings. This construct was massive as what was the purpose of all the intricately designed areas apart from this Gladiators Arena and iridescent golden portal, the mind of the weaver of existence. Buzzed, a part of itself was sectioned off from Noah and left behind, the authority of the laborer of the Atlas of existence wrapping around it as it stayed behind. It was time to discover just what else this massive construct of the Commonwealth held. Noah's will silently melding into the weavings of existence in the surroundings and shooting upwards. At the same time, his body arrived at the entry point of the Gladiators Arena, stepping through wide crimson doors as alongside them, entities with different variations could be seen. Many had a monkey-like humanoid physiology, their fur variations of gold, crimson, white, and even black as they were adorned in similar armaments and clothing. Others were more similar to Noah in their Humanoid appearance, and figures of a few entities that were 10 times bigger compared to others here could also be seen. Many of them were at the terracosm and paracosm stage, as it was only after passing through the crimson doors. Did Noah's eyes capture the aura of autarchical equivalent entities he had felt from a distance? The first point of entry within the gladiators' arena showed a long extended walkway lined with golden stones, and to its left and right a variety of what looked like stores were set up, dazzling armaments radiating profound waves of existence, vessels put on display, and towards the far end, there was even a taller building that many people were going in and out of that had the inscription of Tavern of Existence. Above its doors, delicacies, armaments, and various forms of entertainment can be found within the gladiators' arena, with other areas even holding domains with distorted weavings of time and existence. An hour within such domains would only be 30 minutes out here, and the concentration of the weavings of existence are much more potent for cultivation. One has to pay to gain access to it, and currency is of course anything that is born from an omniverse that is conducive to the promotion of existence. Currency. When they got to this point, Noah gazed over the establishments with Telios, terracosm, and paracosm stage entities overseeing them as they held armaments of existence shimmering with multicolored radiance among other things. Within him, the authority of the laborer of the Atlas of Existence buzzed as he evaluated many things. Before he sought to release the bait, he waved his hand to materialize a golden quintessential fruit of existence as he asked. Currency like this. The mere wave of his hand caused the guide's eyes to open wide as he reached out to clasp the golden quintessential fruit of existence in his hands. It was born from the Alethian haven of Elysium as liquid gold light surrounded its surface, a potent aura leaking from it as it even caused a few eyes in the surroundings to turn over. This purity of existence. This potency. Even I can make small advancements if I eat up enough of these. The guide brought the quintessential fruit of existence to his nose and smelled as his eyes simmered with brightness thereafter. A single one of these would be equivalent to upwards of 1,000 units of the wheel. The currency of the Commonwealth. The eyes of the guide turned towards Noah as they held a fervent light within them at this moment as he asked, "Are these the fruits born naturally within existential domains in this omniverse? Are they all like this?" His eyes seemed to be burning with brilliance as he asked. And Noah looked at this scene with a silent smile as he replied, "Some areas produce something like this, some areas don't." "With the terraforming you all are doing," the eyes of the guide opened in surprise. "You know of that?" Yes. "May I keep this?" "In exchange, I will introduce to you the Tavern of Existence and how one can truly enrich oneself within it, my treat. After that, we can get you the mark of the gladiator and be ready when things start." Even as he spoke, his hands flashed with a blue device that scanned the quintessential fruit of existence and caused it to disappear, the tail of this monkey-like being visibly moving with a hint of expectation and excitement as he pulled Noah forward. Around them, the Telios stage entities and above looked at each other with sharp eyes of greed before they stared out of the gladiators' arena out towards the vast omniverse they had just arrived in. It seemed this omniverse held great riches for them to attain and further elevate their existence. Within the Wheel of Weavings, far above the dazzling golden portal and the gladiators' arena, a portion of Noah's will was moving silently across the countless threads and waves of existence. He passed through radiant crimson gold pillars and walls that connected together to form this massive construct, the material being something that even someone at the paracosm stage had to put in effort to break. He passed through many empty rooms and halls of varying sizes, with nothing within but the hollowness of existence. This continued for a few minutes as he continued to carefully move his will across, until eventually, he passed through a wall that didn't have only emptiness beyond it. His will arrived at an area of the Wheel of Weavings that was extremely vast, tendrils of crimson gold light swirling within as they surrounded multiple identical devices. They looked like hourglasses, but their ends converged towards each other to form a small circle on both ends. At the midpoint of the thousands of massive hourglasses, Noah could see a band of, yet again, a wheel. His will burned with brightness as he began to analyze just what these massive objects could be, but not before his will locked onto a calm but terrifying aura towards the very center of these clustering hourglasses. And the moment he locked onto and discovered this figure, this figure also raised his head up and began to look around. Chapter 3186 The Commonwealth. 3. The figure was that of an old man, seeming entirely human without a speck of fur or tail that many of those from the Commonwealth seemed to hold. His stature was that of an old man, and yet his hair and long beard were black and brimming with vitality. He was adorned in a white robe that seemed to hide a robust body underneath, with his pupils dark and cloudy as if they held countless planes of existence within. In the center of the constructs that looked like hourglasses, this old man had been walking around when he suddenly raised his head, his eyes squinting as he voiced out, in this vast space, a sliver of something peering here. Going by the fact that nobody from the Commonwealth would be spying on this place or me. This gaze should be one of someone from this omniverse wanting to see just who has invaded their home. The old man spoke calmly as he went back to walking around the hourglass constructs, checking them as he passed. I commend you for your capabilities and guts. Are you wondering what all these little trinkets are? Whether you found an answer to what the Commonwealth is doing in this omniverse, his eyes seemed filled with immeasurable wisdom and age as after stroking one last hourglass, he walked towards the absolute center of this space and sat down. Before him, a golden fire bloomed as a tea kettle came into existence, 2 cups appearing opposite the kettle as the old man breathed out with tiredness. Let's see, by the process of elimination. You wouldn't be that utter and nor that imperium. They would want to plan more in their age before they move. Being younger can make one bold in their abilities. So you must be the youngest faction leader in this place. Osmont, is it? His vibrant dark hair listened as he stroked his beard, the tea within the kettle beginning to release golden steam as he breathed in with contentment while beckoning with his hands. Please, I like to look at the person I'm talking with out of politeness. Don't let an old man ramble by himself to nothing. As a bonus, I'm currently burning tea leaves from an omniversal oak of existence that an entire omniverse depended on. The tea born from this is so pricey and hard to even get your hands on. You know, his gaze was calm. He was sure there was someone in this space, and he made a conjecture that it was Noah, and at this moment, he actually invited him to sit opposite him as while the authority of the laborer of the Atlas of Existence burned around him. Noah foresaw many possibilities before a moment later, whap, a point of colorless singularity appeared beside the seated old man. This singularity twisted and distorted greatly before moments later, it transformed into the handsome visage of Noah in a similar white robe, radiant colorless wings spread out behind his back and feet as he sat down, looking at the old man before him whose aura seemed reserved but unfathomably heavy. And the old man smiled at him with interest as he nodded and grabbed the tea kettle, pouring golden liquid brimming with existence onto the cups before him. They have files on all of you disseminated to the higher-ups and anyone pertinent already. All analyses they made, your probable psyche, power, and lands governed. The one who holds a unique mobile plane of existence while also having the youngest probable age of existence is one that caught my eye. Emperor Osmont, is it? Small tidbits of information were revealed as Noah took the cup holding the vibrant golden liquid, nodding calmly as he asked, and you are an abstruse old man. His existence held tremendous power, and yet his disposition was a unique one as he smiled while taking a sip of his tea before he replied. An old man lost in the vast seas of existence. But those who know me as Ashmole. A simple alchemist, Ashmole, a terrifying name and an even more unique occupation, this being nodding with contentment as he sipped the tea made from an omniversal oak tree and continued, I study the origins of existence. The variety of sources of existence that arise across the omniverse. Their differences, and their similarities. The transformation of life itself and exactly what binds everyone together, just from his speech, the surrounding weavings of existence turned tumultuous and heavy, his eyes radiating a penetrative light of brilliance as he continued, this time while he pointed to the hourglasses around them. What you see before you are my alchemical creations. Something I had already been working on, but the Commonwealth made me mass-produce it after I came in contact with them a long time ago. I called it the Transformer of Existence. A tool to smoothly extract the very essence of existence and transform it into an even more valuable version of existence. Something that could be used to make many alchemical creations possible. I believed it was a step forward to learning more about the origins of existence, the Transformer of Existence. Noah looked at the thousands upon thousands of these massive hourglasses as he asked succinctly, and what do you believe now? He came across the Commonwealth just like Noah. He came under their banner similar to the Empress of the existential omniversal Orcanium Wales, but his power and standing seemed to be much more terrifying. At Noah's words, he sipped on the vibrant tea while shaking his head. Now, my alchemical tools will be used to extract the nectar of existence of your omniverse as they have been getting used for many other omniverse. They become corporate tools for the flourishing of more existence, yes. But I am no closer to answering my questions regarding the origins of existence. I've been working tirelessly all these years as countless weavings tell me an answer is close. That an answer is near. But just when it seems I have arrived at the cusp of obtaining it, it slips further away, Chapter 3187 The Commonwealth. For Ashmole, an old man holding terrifying origins, with his existence searching for the very origins of existence themselves, why do different omnivores produce similar lifeforms but with different sources of existence? Why is the humanoid form of existence the most prevalent, and yet with the weakest beginnings and values? Why, questions flowed freely from this being as he seemed to be recalling everything he wanted to answer. After going on like this for a while, he shook his head and locked his gaze on Noah once more. I have many questions that still need to be answered, and thus, I take great curiosity in any unique things I come across. I may not come close to being one of the terrifyingly powerful existences within the Commonwealth, but I pride myself somewhat in my power. For you to have been able to hide from me to the extent that I couldn't pinpoint where you were must mean you have a truly unique origin of existence. The more of such origins I study, the more chances that one day, I may actually understand the origins of everything. So, for the sake of research, may I have a bit of your blood? Ashmole sipped his tea with seriousness after he finished speaking, and Noah looked at him silently as his eyes turned to the transformer of existence all around them. What would be getting used to essentially farm existence itself from this omniverse that the Commonwealth was fattening up with existential terraforming? I won't just ask and take without anything to give back. Look here. Before Ashmole continued his musings as he pulled out a pure white book, a grimoire, a codex. On its cover, it held the title, The Manuscript of Existence, a record of the myriad parts of existence I've come across over the eons. It ranges from the weakest lifeforms I've come across to the strongest ones who have complied with my requests. You share with me a drop of blood, and I, HUUM. He waved his hand over the glorious white book as a fourth of its pages simmered as illusory pages came up. A portion of my records of existence from the manuscript of existence are yours, you read. From all sorts of life forms and oddities I've come across as I traveled under the banner of the Commonwealth. The pages shone with potent waves of existence as they floated towards Noah. He looked at them carefully as this was exactly what he wanted for himself, records of different sources of existence and how similar or different they were to his atlas of existence, but his expression remained placid as he asked first, under the banner of the Commonwealth. Why do you follow their banner? Why make them the transformer of existence and be with them for all of these eons? The reason for this alchemist to follow the Commonwealth, it couldn't purely be to further his research, could it? Ashmole smiled at such a question as he looked up at the enclosed wall in the space above while he replied. As vibrant as existence is, there are also things that absolutely decimate and erase existence. Many eons ago, I found myself coming to a realization of how hilariously outmatched I was when it came to forces whose natural aims are the erasure of existence, and the Commonwealth was the only thing with the strength to stand against them. I may not agree with many of their methods. I may not like those who sit at the highest levels of power within the Commonwealth. But they are doing what must be done, and they have the power to do it. That is why I am where I am, Osmont. Why are you here, an entity of his caliber, someone that at this moment, Noah could not say with confidence whether he would even be capable of getting through his defenses? Even now, as his atlas of existence sought to analyze everything, seeing through this old man was an impossibility as much about him was unknown, but he still stated why he was where he was, why he did what he did. As for Noah, he grabbed the illusory pages in front of his hold, giving his reply, I'm actually following the same goal as you. Understanding all three different systems of existence out there, his words caused Ashmole to raise his head and stroke his beard as he asked dubiously, you wouldn't be among those seeking to assimilate different sources of existence, would you? I've looked into that route. All that I've seen has been instability and destruction to existence overall. My friend. Of course, it is also something the Commonwealth has outlawed. His last words were more of a reminder towards Noah to caution him as he smiled while his will delved into the few pages from the manuscript of existence. Why, of course. The purity of existence is what keeps the wheel turning, is it not? Boom, simple words from Noah, but in the next moment, the very weavings of existence of Ashmole erupted out with immensity and grandiosity, purple tendrils of brilliance seething around him as his eyes became as deep as the domains of existence of an omniverse. He looked at Noah with immense somberness as he voiced out while emanating a terrifying aura. Why did you say that? Around Noah, silent and unseen tendrils of the authority of the laborer began to gather as his eyes became sharp while he asked, say what? Both of their words were now filled with intent and authority. Terrifying waves of existence pulsed. The eyes of Ashmole were deep as he seemed to be reining himself in as he spoke slowly. The purity of existence is what keeps the wheel turning. Why did you say this? What do you know about the wheel? The wheel. Noah's simple words had evoked such a reaction from this being as he pointed around them while replying calmly. the massive wheel-shaped construct we are all in. The wheels binding the center of your hourglass constructs. It seems that a wheel is a big theme with you all, as I just said words related to it. Why did it cause you to get like this, my friend? Noah truly had just spoken the words out freely, but for them to evoke such a reaction. Did he stumble onto a grand secret inadvertently? The purity of existence is what keeps the wheel turning. The purity of existence, the wheel. Ashmole looked into Noah's eyes with interminable brilliance before moments after his aura receded into nothingness as he simply sat back down in front of his teapot. Noah did the same as the old man. Before him smiled apologetically, going back to speaking without authority. I seem to have misunderstood and made a fool of myself. Excuse me for that. Now, you accepted the pages of my lifelong work. Can I expect a drop of blood, a drop of blood? Something simple, something small, but the consequences for it. Were things that not even Ashmole nor Noah understood at this moment. Chapter 3188 The Commonwealth. Everything retained its calmness after the brief eruption of authorities that stemmed from a few simple words, words that Noah said freely before, but he now engraved them in his heart. The purity of existence is what keeps the wheel turning. It was something wholly against what he was doing, but it seemed critical to the Commonwealth. His eyes burned brightly at this thought as he brought the illusory pages from the manuscript of existence closer while his left hand tapped out. A small cut appeared on his finger with this simple tap, and from it, a drop of golden blood containing minuscule weavings of the existential omniversal lumen emperor lineage flowed out, only small tendrils of weavings of his lineage. The eyes of Ashmole lit up as he opened his pristine manuscript of existence, its pages actually flying out and rotating around him as if they were stellar bodies. A single blank page came out as it was the one to receive the golden drop of blood and paper came in contact, and the page began to vibrate with a cacophony of noises as Ashmole's entire being focused. At the same time, Noah looked at the first illusory page he had gained from the manuscript of existence. Gigantominous, a species with a unique source of existence that is reliant only on size to determine their power. The gigantominous start off the size of an atomic particle and gradually increase in size as their existence becomes more enriched. As they increase in size, their existence becomes increasingly harder to enrich as they have to devour a great deal of the pure essence of existence to advance. Those who have attained the size of domains of existence are dangerous, and legend has it that one gigantominous has long since attained the size of an omniverse, but such a creature has yet to be observed. Further analysis of the gigantominous has been broken down in physiology, behavior, quantifiable values, a single page, and yet it held a great deal of information within that opened Noah's eyes to another source of existence, a system of existence based purely on size. The larger they were, the more powerful they were. It was a simple and straightforward system of existence as it didn't rely on anything else, no concepts, no wealth, nothing. It made Noah even hungrier for coming in contact with such an existence, as if he could study their physiology, he would likely be able to assimilate this source of existence into his atlas as well. His will moved rapidly to another page, a unique lineage of existence found within an omniverse plagued by eons of peace and serenity. It relies on the power of love and affection to propel one across the weavings of existence, with those burning with boundless love being capable of withstanding a few moves from even someone of my caliber. The thought was to initially dismiss them as something such as love was not an idea I considered truthful towards the origins of existence themselves, but these creatures have truly overcome everything over the eons with the power of love. Idiotic, but useful nonetheless. Further analysis of the lobe has been broken down into physiology, behavior, quantifiable values, the power of love. Even something that sounded outrageous like this could take one towards autarky? It was a maddening possibility, as just when Noah was about to flip onto another page, his will that was also always monitoring Ashmole and what was occurring with the record of a smidgen of his blood. Caught something that forced him to pause. The figure of Ashmole was trembling. A terrifying entity that collected information of dozens if not hundreds of entities from different sources of existence. Was trembling moments after a drop of blood from Noah entered his manuscript of existence. The white page was pointed gold as it pulsed again and again, and every time it pulsed, the expression of Ashmole became more and more stern until he turned his gaze towards Noah's figure, and he looked at him as if he were looking at an omniversal oddity. What are you? What was he? It was a simple and obvious enough question, and yet Ashmole took the golden page Noah's blood had dripped on and shook it within his hands as he continued. Every creature has a source, an origin. Draconian, simian, viral, bacterial, Plenty. Human. Every single creature I've recorded has a source stemming from a certain type of existence. I cannot locate your source. You look human. You seem human. Your physiology is human. But your origin is not human. So what exactly are you? A bold accusation, one that the existential omniversal Lumen Emperor shook his head towards and spoke with sharp eyes. I was born human, and I've continued to be human. My origins have never changed. His bloodline had evolved over time. He had incorporated lineages of other races into him over time, ranging from reality Ursity to Willow Tree, all the way to demons, celestials, Koan Pangs, and more, but ultimately, his basal form remained human, his origin remained human, yet even as he affirmed this Ashmole shook his head with a somber expression. No, you don't understand, even if you had mixed qualities of other bloodlines into yours. Even if you had remained pure throughout. You would still carry a marker. A signature that distinguishes you into a certain group. You don't have any such markers. Your origin is not something I have observed across my eons of research and many travels across different omniverse. I cannot pinpoint exactly what you are, but I can say with absolute surety that you, my friend, are not human. His eyes were filled with immense seriousness. He looked Noah up and down as if he were Chapter 3189 The Commonwealth. 6. An entire unknown origin. Based on the sheer database of information that Ashmole had, this shouldn't even be possible. Everything fits somewhere. Whether partly or wholly, everything fits, but there were no unique markers from any studied origin that Ashmole could find for this entity disappearing ahead of him as statically. Such a thing shouldn't be possible. We'll be in touch. As Noah disappeared, Ashmole's voice echoed out heavily in this space, his figure surrounded by dazzling pages of his manuscript of existence as his eyes were focused on a single one. A page still unable to classify and fully analyze a drop of blood, a new mystery he had to solve. But he was Ashmole. The secrets of existence were things he had uncovered too many times, and he would step up to this current challenge as in time, he would solve it. Was it truly an origin he had never come across before and it matched no other origin? Or was it something else entirely, a mystery? While one entity sought to solve something in one area, Noah's other body within the gladiator's arena was uncovering mysteries regarding the workings of the Commonwealth ever so slowly. Even if it was in how they entertained themselves, the tavern of existence he had entered with the guide was much larger within than its structure outside. An establishment the size of a small world stretching out within as countless areas held their own unique happenings. Sections where dazzling arrays of meats crackled over golden flames as they pulsed with the fervor of existence, places where golden rivers flowed down as those near it held chalices in their hands that they dipped into this river to drink its potent nectar. Places where what seemed to be games and competitive sports were taking place, one particularly interesting one being 20 terracosm stage entities facing off against each other as they sought to pierce a miniaturized cosmos they were kicking with their feet towards an opposing goal on the other side. This sport alone took an area of a whole 1,000 miles as a few 100,000 gathered around to see who would come out victorious. Of course, Noah had been listening to the guide talking as he went to the area filled with food stalls cooking all sorts of exotic beasts. The cultivated beast meat of the beluga sturgeon has been devoured. The elevation of existence is minimal. An analysis shows a weak source of existence not conducive to cultivation. The cultivated beast meat of the Eonian cattle has been devoured. The elevation of existence is minimal, but the unique source of existence makes them viable for mass production in the infinite omniverse. There were very few surprises as Noah obtained a variety of meats to see how many things with different sources of existence he could get his hands on in the stalls. The monkey-like humanoid entities preparing and selling different types of meats were all looking towards Noah hungrily as he took out vibrant quintessential fruits of existence to pay for large amounts of delicacies that he also put away for later, enough to even feed hundreds, as he wasn't just doing it for his own research, but also for his people to enjoy. And as he waded through this region of delicacies, the guide to his right smiled as he nodded towards another area shining with darkened crimson radiance. A big spender like you can really enjoy themselves over there in the health and wellness district as well. The eyes of the guide were directed towards an area where gorgeous men and women could be seen adorned in loose clothing and welcoming others into tall buildings where nobody could see what was happening within. Many of the entities there held a single horn or two horns erupting from their heads as their skin held no fur, with crimson gold wings of light erupting from their backs, their beauty being the main point as their bodies brimmed with vitality. It's a unique lineage of entities who thrive on cultivating with others the Fae of vitality. Their time is precious and pricey, but a few hours or days in there, and your source of existence will feel soothed and calmed to the extent that making advancements in your existence becomes all that much easier. The eyes of the guide proposed such a place with a smile as Noah only spared it a glance before shaking his head. No, let's complete the registration process so I can attain the mark of the gladiator. The tavern of existence was full of things to enrich oneself, but he had gotten all he needed for now. The guide nodded with a nod as their figures began to flicker. Another time then, whap. By the time they reappeared, they were in another section of the gladiators' arena. It wasn't even apt to say in another section, but truly at the very center of the gladiators' arena, as the figures of the guide and Noah found themselves atop a floor made of pure gold that stretched out for thousands of miles, and yet in the far distant corners, massive statues of entities could be seen, half of which were those with monkey-like qualities and golden tails, another half having their own unique physiologies or more humanoid in nature. Such statues surrounded the massive arena in all directions, the champions of previous battles. Gladiators of the omniverse who distinguished themselves to be full of power. This existential arena was the land that forged them into legends, and their legends carry on to this day. As the guide spoke, his tail smashed the center of the arena they stood on as a golden card flew out, a card that floated towards Noah as it shone with an écriture that read, Gladiator, if you would mark that with a signature of your existence, you will have your mark of the gladiator and be ready to participate when things kick off soon. Chapter 3190. What have you done? A golden card, now burning with a minuscule portion of his existence. It distinguished him as a gladiator that could join the fight against other terrifying entities from different omniverse, each one with a different system of existence, each one being someone he could analyze and potentially obtain a new source of existence. Noah waved his hands and caused the golden card to disappear as he looked at the massive statues stretched out all around them. The monkey-like entities made the majority as the guide spoke while they looked at their magnificent figures. The royal existential omniversal simian lineage makes up the bulk of the Commonwealth. We have waded across eons of history and existence. We saved every omniverse we've come across, or are in the process of saving others even now. You may have your own perception of us now as we've come to your omniverse, but we truly are here to help. To make things better, the royal existential omniversal simian lineage, the golden tails, the variations of fur on their humanoid bodies, the guide spoke of his people as from his words. Noah picked a few that he focused on. What omniverse are still in the process of being saved right now? The simian guide looked at him calmly after such a question as after a brief silence, he replied. There are omniverse where the infection of the worms of existence has advanced tremendously. They had already devoured over half of these omniverse by the time we found them, and they were no longer in their neonatal stage. Fighting against them and reclaiming any omniverse has been an endless battle, as if they are given any edge whatsoever. If a source worm who devoured an entire omniverse ever rises, this will be an unfathomable loss that very few can even grasp, the work of the Commonwealth. It was so critical that they sent their forces on endless battles to ensure that entire omniverse were not devoured under the banner of those antithetical to existence itself. Nobody knows how they came to be. Nobody knows how even we came to be. There is an interesting old man who should have also been assigned to come to this omniverse who was looking into the origins of existence, but even this has turned out to be a fruitless endeavor as right now. The most important thing is to maintain the equilibrium of existence. To not give an edge to those seeking the disruption of existence. This is the mission of the Commonwealth. This is WAP. The simian guide had his eyes blazing with brilliance as he spoke of the glorious purpose of the Commonwealth. But before his words could continue, the flickering light of teleportation warped near them as the figure of another simian guide appeared, a heavy aura of autarky surrounding him as he wasn't alone. A golden-haired man adorned in a white robe accompanied him. His eyes shining with unfathomable golden splendor as just his sheer presence made it seem like he was the center of everything nearby. The moment he arrived, his gaze instantly honed in on Noah, eyes that held endless halcyon brilliance, grace that shone unfathomably bright. It was none other than the Imperium Autarch making an appearance. Oh? Your tour has yet to end, Reiner? The newly arriving simian guide spoke to the guide that had been moving with Noah this whole time with a smile, but before a reply could be made, whap, another distortion of space occurred. Another simian guide appeared, and this one was a female simian with pure gold fur, her eyes vibrant as they looked around towards the other guides here. My oh my, she came with a dark-haired man surrounded by heavy obsidian radiance. His eyes filled with coldness as he came to gaze at Noah and the Imperium Autarch. This was none other than the Ionic Utera, all the leaders of the factions of this omniverse meeting at the center of the gladiator arena before things kick off. How unique, whether by design or coincidence, What the Commonwealth considered the hegemons of this omniverse met on the gladiator's arena, colorless brilliance surging in the surroundings. A stroke of existential fate it is then. Come, why don't we all finish the tour together as we await for the celebration of omniversal discovery to begin? The female simian guide, pulsing with unique waves of power, smiled towards her peers as they raised their brows and acquiesced. At the same time, a flash of brilliant light flashed in the eyes of the Ionic Eutera, Imperium Autarch, and Noah as they stared at each other, far away from the dark point of the omniverse that was now turned into a splendorous area with a massive wheel of weaving stationed at the heart of the source of Pompeii. The figure of Noah could be seen grasping a silver ashen singularity that was none other than the seat of the greater omniversal authority of Pompeii, this being another intersect omniversal authority similar to Asia that led towards and was at the heart of an autarchical omniversal authority. After returning from the Var Elionic omniverse record, clearing the dangerous musings of this greater omniversal authority were an easy thing for Noah as he exceeded any progress that the omniversal pillagers made. At this moment, he was alone as Sona and all others were sent back into the infinite omniverse. The source of the greater omniversal authority of Pompeii within his hands pulsed as his mouth opened to devour it, its silver ashen light being pulled towards his lungs as waves of prompts began to rise. The intersect omniversal authority of Pompeii is being assimilated into your omniversal organ. A pathway towards its connected autarchical omniversal authorities will soon be analyzed and traversed. The prompts came and went, but Noah remained right where he was. He was waiting for something, someone. His colorless wings fluttered with a regal brilliance as within moments, whap, a golden figure appeared in front of him, whap, and a dark figure encased in shrouds of obsidian majesty appeared behind him. The Imperium Autarch and the Ionic Eutera, two of the strongest entities within this omniverse before the advent of the Commonwealth. Chapter 3191. What have you done? 2. The two strongest entities within this omniverse that controlled vast numbers of existential domains in the case of the Imperium Autarch, and legions of omniversal pillagers in regards to the Ionic Eutera. Not too long ago, the Ionic Eutera had even sent his omniversal pillagers in this very domain of Pompeii to tell Noah to go to him for a meeting, and yet at this moment, both he and the fearsome and mysterious entity that was the Imperium Autarch appeared before him. They came to him. As when they appeared together in the center of the gladiator's arena, he was the one who was confident to send out a signal with a flash of his eyes towards the Imperium Autarch and the Ionic Eutera without being discovered by the forces of the Commonwealth around them. And his bet paid off, as at this moment, both these terrifying entities brought part of their wills here. Very interesting. The voice of the Imperium Autarch was magnetic as a golden sea unfurled below his feet, a throne rising from it as he sat down freely. Whatever did you do to the Sanctus Autarch? All of her forces? I haven't been able to find anything regarding the Sanctus Populi across the omniverse. And that baffles me greatly. Did you usurp her power entirely, or? He spoke with immense curiosity as if he found everything about Noah interesting. Seeing his mannerisms, Noah waved his hands to bring out a colorless throne of quintessence, his wings spreading out gloriously behind it as he sat down. The visage of the Ionic Eutera shook his head as behind him, an obsidian throne radiating terrifying pressure formed that he sat down on as well. Both his eyes and the eyes of the Imperium Autarch were on Noah, as between the two of them, he was the one they least understood regarding his origins and power. He had very little time of history within this omniverse, with his origins truly being found from a destroyed domain of existence days ago, and yet now, he was considered one of the three strongest forces under the banner of this omniverse as he shared a seat with the Ionic Eutera and the Imperium Autarch. Seeing Noah not answer his question, the Imperium Autarch smiled as he continued. But hey, look at us? Playing kings and emperors over stretches of existence, and then tiny worms come to remind us of our mortality as they are followed by another force invading our lands and dividing it up for themselves. Yet here we are sitting on our grandiose thrones. His words were heavy ones, his words were true ones. Imperium turned towards the Ionic Eutera as his smiling expression faded to show calmness. I've tolerated all these years as you've remained silent for the most part, understanding this isn't your true home. But you melded with the authorities of the omniverse and changed yourself. From your devouring you became assimilated yourself. That is fine. The visage of the Ionic Eutera buzzed with a fearsome light as he squinted at the golden throne and the man who sat on it, a gruff voice echoing out, "Do you think your mere birth gives you a claim over vast stretches of existence? Do you take your distinction that seriously? Then tell me, O great omniversal Ankira, what did you do as invaders entered your home?" The Ionic Eutera knew many things like the fact that the Imperium Autarch was the omniversal Ankira, things like what such a title represented. His words didn't cause any waves on the calmness of the Imperium Autarch as he moved his gaze from him and towards Noah. I had a choice to make. Wage war right away and lose trillions of lives. Or wait and learn about the invading enemy and see how to deal with it with the least possible casualties. I left the Ionic Utero alone all these years because the number of lives that would have been lost outweighed the benefits of seeking the end of his existence. I was only just coming to learn of you before your weavings became obscured, as I now wonder. Will you be friend or foe of this omniverse? The omniversal Ankara spoke towards the existential omniversal Lumen Emperor. Was he a friend of the omniverse, or a foe? The omniversal Ankara was backed by the weavings of an unknown number of autarchical omniversal authorities, as the sheer pressure that he emanated alone caused the weavings of existence to tremble. His golden hair flowed with majesty as he sat back on his throne and continued, "What exactly are you all doing for this omniverse right now as you receive worthless tours of a portion of the Commonwealth? The stories the protectors and guides are spouting? Will you truly masquerade yourselves as gladiators in their games? As they make a mockery of your distinctions?" His eyes burned with galaxies of golden radiance. He asked as the Ionic Utero remained silent and pondering. He asked as for the first time, the existential omniversal Lumen Emperor spoke out with unfathomable radiance. "I am weighing the breadth of your existences on a scale and deciding whether it is worth the effort to include you all in my plans." The weavings of existence for countless light years buzzed and turned tumultuous. What was he doing amidst all of this? What exactly was Noah doing for this omniverse, in the infinite omniverse, in a domain filled with interminable waves of entropy and rivers of crackling mana dynamics? Countless waves and strings attracted and repulsed each other as Noah's ascendant existential extremity clone of entropy could be seen at the very center, and the figure of the manifestation of the infinite omniverse was beside him as they stared at an extremely dense and volatile singularity, the fruits of their labor. The first viable result of their experiments to make a nuclear omniversal weapon that could play the role of a weapon of mass existential omniversal destruction. The weapon of mass existential omniversal destruction, designated with the moniker Fat Monkey, had come to fruition, an extremely dense singularity, one that after sparked, the weavings of existence where it was deployed would begin to unravel in a shocking manner, potentially causing the erasure of part of an omniverse if not a majority of one. This was just one of the things Noah had been working on, as at this moment, what he needed was a place to test it, a place to carry out the test of a nuclear omniversal weapon. Chapter 3192 Fat Monkey. A testing location. Noah never thought he would arrive at such a point in his existence where he could design something so disastrous that he needed an entirely different setting just to observe its effects. Due to many unknown factors regarding the scope of its effects and the permanent damage left behind thereafter, the testing grounds had to be within an entirely different omniverse, and given the reality that even though the infinite omniverse was actively looking for other omniverse right now, no results had come from this, as the only thing left were the much easier to access Ionic omniverse records. Records reachable via unique weavings of existence, one that Lumen made possible alone. With the alteration of the weavings of existence through the ascendant existential extremity authority of the protagonist, when the sentinels of Lumen remained active between the three-way battle before. More of them had died to the worms of existence that enough shards to formulate a gateway to a few Ionic omniverse records became possible, and there was something else even more pristine in connection to Ionic omniverse records and the atlas of existence that was formed with one. It related to the sources of existence obtained and assimilated into the first mundi of power within his atlas. The assimilated weavings of all new systems of existence are recorded and kept for further analysis within the Atlas of Existence, with these weavings capable of being traced across existence to other sources similar to them, within Ionic omniverse records similar to them, if the connection and similarity of existence is strong enough. A gateway could potentially be formed toward another Ionic omniverse record with enough authority of the laborer of the Atlas of Existence. There were just some of the prompts that had risen over the last day after Noah's busy movements, which gave him two ways to go about entering Ionic omniverse records, but both weren't entirely usable, as currently there was an active search and surveillance for what caused the eradication and implosion of the Var-El Ionic omniverse record. The entry into another Ionic omniverse record set up by the Commonwealth would almost certainly draw the gaze of eyes currently monitoring and making Noah predict unfavorable future weavings. But if he entered an Ionic omniverse record ever so briefly just for the purpose of deploying and understanding the effects of his nuclear omniversal weapons, there is a 70% probability of observing the full effects of the deployment of Fat Monkey in their entirety. There is a 40% probability of being discovered at entry, with this probability rising over time. With the veiling of the authority of laborer, it is estimated that only if the enemy exceeds the quantified values of autarky by a large margin would they be able to discover you right away. But if only a portion of your will is sent, it could be destroyed with all traces erased thereafter. The sonorous voice of manifestation of the infinite omniverse echoed out beside Noah as the forming idea became more and more cemented. A blinding light shone from Noah's body as part of himself was sectioned off. 3 dazzling shards of light also being brought out as they converged into a singularity beside them that began to balloon into a small blue portal. In his prior visions under the banner of Invictus Maximus, he had seen 9 portals of light surrounding him that each led to different locations, and he still wanted to bring this vision to fruition after his authorities continued to be elevated in power to the extent that he didn't have to worry about anyone watching or seeking him. But for what he needed to do now, one was enough. The 3 fragments of the Wasser existential omniversal map have joined together and formed the gateway into the Wasser Ionic Omniverse record. The stability of the gateway has been purposefully reduced to ensure that nothing outside the bounds of autarky is capable of passing through. Safe measures were put in place as Noah nodded. He looked at the unstable point of singularity as he voiced out, "Let's put Fat Monkey in its intended home before deployment." The weavings of mana dynamics shone, the authorities flowing in the surroundings converged around the weapon of mass existential omniversal destruction as an outline of a fat monkey began to form, the material coming out being finalized with a golden metallic sheen that showed a statue of a monkey that had simply eaten too much over the years. The statue showed a big round belly that the hands of this monkey held onto, its face that of contentment as it was smiling with its eyes squinted. Noah nodded with contentment at this weapon of mass existential omniversal destruction, his authority carefully wrapping around it as he took it within the folds of his existence. And disappeared towards the blue portal before him. Wasser, it was an ancient word closely linked to nothing else but water. As he felt the distortions of existence itself, his small section will was further veiled by the authority of the laborer that even Ashmole was only able to sense, but not know exactly where he was. Within moments, whoosh, he warped into an entirely new weaving of existence. Not a genuine omniverse, but an ionic omniverse record that was somehow made through the hands of the Commonwealth. It was here that protectors placed existences whose omniverse were destroyed. Among others, the reason why wasn't entirely clear. The weavings of existence became extremely clear within moments as his section will found itself in a body of water. All around him was an endless sea stretching out in all directions, and the moment he arrived, countless chains of golden brilliance instantly blazed with gold flames all across these blue waters. Alongside it, a voice that seemed to be a few light years away boomed out jovially, "Do you know how much of my existence I've had to stretch out across different Ionic Omniverse records waiting for you, O follower of anti-life?" The voice was booming and filled with a potent authority, an authority that felt capable of suppressing the colorless brilliance of any normal autarch as it coursed through the countless chains that were no doubt spread out across this Ionic Omniverse record. Chapter 3193 Fat Monkey 2. An intent that came along with blazing good flames and chains all across this Ionic Omniverse record. You still hide? You people are always so bold and flashy in everything you do, so why hide now? I've cleared this Ionic Omniverse record on everything but myself, and these omniversal chains can even prevent escape in a genuine omniverse, much less a record of one. You aren't getting out of here, so how about you tell me why the hell you all would begin targeting records of omniverse now? Noah's will remained veiled as he spread himself out, across light years, his will traversed until in a distant direction, he captured the visage of royal existential omniversal Simeon. Lustrous gold as white fur, this entity had his tail blazing in white flames as his figure was robust and filled with muscles under the radiant fur. Oh, there is the boldness. I know I can feel your gaze on me. But what's stopping you from coming out? Does every part of you not feel the hatred all others under your banner feel? The countless numbers of you vermin that we have eradicated? Come on, let me see a glimpse of you before I erase you entirely. Taunting words boomed out as thus being truly designated Noah as someone he had yet to gain enough knowledge of, someone belonging to anti-life. Was this under the same weavings of the worms of existence that could be designated as anti-existence? Or something else entirely? Noah calmly mulled things over as he prepared the fat monkey to be deployed. The enemy was someone he couldn't fully quantify the strength of, but if they faced the Sanctus Autarch or others of her caliber, they would likely be able to suppress them within nanoseconds. It was a good candidate to obtain some values in numbers and even possibly allow him to better quantify the strength of protectors and others he was coming across from the Commonwealth. my friend, if you won't show yourself, I will simply burn every ounce of anti-existence here. I'll have to wait a bit more before finding out why you fools are targeting records of omniverse now instead of genuine omniverse, but time is something I have in abundance. The gold flames all around began to burn with scalding heat that even caused Noah to frown, but at this moment, a colorless light flashed. A few light years away, the statue of a fat monkey with a content expression appeared. The moment it did so, the white and gold-furred simian with an astonishing visage appeared in front of it with eyes of skepticism while he tugged on the golden chains all around it. What is this? The simian did not approach any closer as he probed the fat monkey before it with his senses. At this point, the monotone voice of the infinite omniverse rang out in Noah's mind, the first test of the weapon of mass existential omniversal destruction. Fat monkey is being recorded, a test, a simple test of something that came to be after Noah and the infinite omniverse observed the existential terraforming of an omniverse through the hands of the Commonwealth. What could go wrong with the artificial expansion of the weavings of existence? To purposefully induce the unstable unwinding of existence itself, and then further hasten and magnify this process with entropy and other terrifying weavings of existence, to cover an extremely large surface area as anything caught up in it would face the same induction of the unwinding of existence itself. Let's see what you're made of, fat monkey, Noah's will observe sharply. And the moment that the royal existential omniversal simian had his will merely come in contact with the fat monkey, a mechanism was set off. The smiling and content happy face of the fat monkey twisted and became angry as its belly began to expand. The golden pupils of the simian constricted as a blinding pillar of light manifested from him that smashed down onto the exploding fat monkey. But at this point, it was all too late. A heavy and murky obsidian light had already expanded as the fat monkey was no more. When the immense pillar of golden light smashed down, the potent weavings of existence itself that made it began to unravel the moment it touched the expanding murky obsidian light. The blinding pillar turned into fine strings of light that lost all luster before they began to blaze with a murky obsidian radiance. This unraveling and changing of gold to black occurring at an incredibly rapid pace as in a fraction of a nanosecond, the murky black light already neared the fingertips of the dazzling royal existential omniversal simian. His expression turned rageful as his whole figure blazed with iridescent golden flames, the illusion of massive white gold simian with a blindfold seated in a meditative position wrapping around him protectively, and, the mechanisms of the fat monkey fully unfolded as its unraveling obsidian light bloomed out to cover 10 light-years right away in a heavy explosion. Noah watched this scene with calm eyes as a voice rang out in his mind. Initial range of explosion is deemed to be 10 light-years in diameter. 10 light-years. This was how vast the initial explosion stretched out to. As after this boom, Noah felt his section will vibrate as heavy shockwaves stretched out all the way to his position dozens of light-years away. These shockwaves alone were withstood by his authority of the laborer, but judged they would be sufficient to erase the existence of even a paracosm stage entity. After the shockwave, scalding waves of dark tendrils of brilliance erupted out further, unraveling existence everywhere they passed, in the surroundings. The waters endlessly stretched throughout, dried as reality distorted and broke down into crumbs. The weavings of existence crumbled as if they were sand, waves of debris accumulating rapidly as moments later, heavy rotational movements ravaged everything along with the unraveling of existence, another explosion booming out as it showed a massive cloud of debris of decaying existence being flung out in all directions. It was shocking, it was monstrous, it was beautiful. Chapter 3194. The designation of anti-life. Beautiful. This was the word that rose in Noah's mind as he saw the progression of fat monkey being deployed and the unraveling of existence that followed, massive shockwaves spreading out for light years. Fiery blasts of existence devouring heat, and crumbling weavings of existence that all came together to cause a swirling cloud of debris to begin spreading out like a storm endlessly. The golden chains burning with flames in the surroundings all became broken and joined this enlarging debris, their grande fading so rapidly that it was maddening to see. Every second that passed, more and more surface area of the ionic omniverse record was being covered as the obsidian tendrils of light that peeled apart existence itself were everywhere. Now, at the center of all this was terrifying royal existential omniversal simian who had taken this blast head-on. Just how was this existence faring? Boom! From the very center of unraveling weavings where fat monkey was deployed, a point of flickering gold radiance was flung out like a twinkling star, seeking to escape the raging tendrils of unraveling existence at the very center and going towards the storm of debris of existence stretching out in the surroundings. It moved rapidly to escape the expanding range of the weapon of mass existential omniversal destruction with every ounce of its remaining power, this figure becoming clear to Noah, as it was hard to look at, the white gold radiance of the simian was all but gone. Across its body, clear holes could be seen throughout as parts of its skin and musculature were constantly peeling away. From his eye sockets, one eye had already fallen out while the other was hanging. A golden brilliance tried to keep everything together unsuccessfully, more and more of this being's existence unraveling after taking a direct impact from Fat Monkey HUUM, and yet brilliance continued to unfold as all remaining golden chains were forcefully pulled towards its body, less than 50% making it to his figure while the rest had already broken down, but the moment they branded themselves unto him. His existence stopped unraveling just for a few moments as he gazed at the unraveling weavings of existence all around with unfathomable rage and hatred, his figure disappearing in the next instant. WAP, a terrifying entity whose power exceeded most autarchs, was so gravely injured and forced to run away from the single explosion of Fat Monkey. It was a stupendous result. The analysis of the effects of Fat Monkey has exceeded expectations. The area of effect continues to increase with the passage of time, with existence unraveling at an accelerated rate in the very center of the blast. Further analysis is required to grasp if the area of effect will remain contained, or if the unraveling of existence becomes an ongoing process that only continues. A few things had to be made clear. They had to know if the unraveling of existence would stop after a certain point, or if it continued, just how drastic its effects would be. But at this time, the ionic omniverse record began to shake in its entirety, as even though it was a fraction of what an omniverse was, mere record of it, more than half of its space had been covered by the storm of debris from Fat Monkey. Over half of its weavings of existence were actively shredded apart as this process even continued, so naturally, the Wasser ionic omniverse record is proceeding towards an end. HUUM entropy. Cheered, in the depths of his heart, apocalypse and other weavings of existence attuned towards the end seethed. Sadly, the analysis of the full effects of the Fat Monkey may not be observed in their entirety due to how horrific its effects were on this omniverse record. This reality was a great one to see in ascertaining how terrifying the weapons of mass existential omniversal destruction he was designing were, but it was also a cautionary tale. Something similar to this, maybe much slower and not as disastrous, was the negative effect of existential terraforming if things went wrong, if the augmented weavings of existence were not stabilized over time. What he was seeing in real time at this moment was if the research of the Empress of the existential omniversal Arcanium whales ever went wrong, this was exactly what would happen to his omniverse. Thus, he had to be vigilant. The test showed that if powerful enemies of the Commonwealth were close as this weapon was deployed, a genuine chance to decimate them could arise. Thus, this had to be used with tremendous planning and care. So, begin the manufacturing of more Fat Monkeys. See if there lies any viable path of increasing their potency and rate of unraveling existence. He would build a grand arsenal of these weapons of mass existential omniversal destruction. It would be dangerous. It would be beautiful. But just as he gave this command, his will buzzed as it felt weavings traverse across an unfathomable distance seeking to reach him. When he squinted his eyes towards a certain direction to view and analyze them, their weavings were displayed in the form of prompts. Your deployment of Fat Monkey and its subsequent results have become a topic being discerned by entities sitting unfathomably high on the wheel of existence. HUUM, his will buzzed as his records turned tumultuous. The wheel of existence, he felt like he had just received a glimmer of terrifying information as he remembered the words he had said to Ashmole not too long ago. The purity of existence is what keeps the wheel turning. Ashmole had erupted with a heavy reaction at these mere words as he knew of the wheel of existence. The massive construct that the Commonwealth constructed in his omniverse at this moment was given through distinction of the wheel of weavings as around the structures of the Commonwealth. They had flags painting an image of an intricate wheel. The wheel, there was something of insurmountable importance with the mere idea of this. And on this day, Noah had done something so heavy that the results of his actions became something that was getting discerned by those sitting with high statures on the wheel of existence. Chapter 3195, the designation of anti-life. 2. It was undoubtedly something brought to fruition by the escape of the royal existential omniversal simian, whose very existence was collapsing and being torn to shreds from the effects of Fat Monkey. For the first time, the musings of your existence are being reflected back to you from the wheel of existence. The wheel of existence contains all things relating to existence, and the results of your actions have garnered a distinction. Existence is power, and the distinctions of one's existence contain even more power. The weavings of your existence have been associated with the distinction and designation of anti-life. Your source of existence has become more perceptive and proficient towards all weavings related to the erasure or unraveling of life. a flow of information kept coming as Noah and the infinite omniverse observed the last flicker that was the Wasarionic omniverse record: anti-life, anti-existence. Were they not one and the same? Were the worms of existence not considered anti-existence with how they treated the weavings of existence? Could an entity be anti-life and still be considered a supporter of existence but simply deny one aspect of existence itself, life? These questions buzzed in Noah's mind as he had to make things clear. What he did just now, the unraveling of the weavings of existence itself, was it only antithetical to life in this ionic omniverse but not antithetical to existence itself? Could what he did actually fall under the banner of existence? He sat with these weavings and mulled them over silently as everything around him shattered into pieces. He couldn't give a definitive answer. He couldn't say for sure, but one thing was clear: the answers, if any, could be affirmed through nothing else but the wheel of existence, something the powerful echelons of the Commonwealth knew of and understood enough to take the symbol of the wheel as their core dictum. Master, the possibilities of design and computation of the possible weapons of mass existential omniversal destruction have jumped from 1000 to 1,000,000. The voice of the infinite omniverse that was connected to his core weavings echoed out in his mind. It was a tremendous jump in possibilities, as this was brought to be by nothing else than the prior flow of information that stated Noah's source of existence had become more perceptive and proficient towards all weavings related to the erasure or unraveling of life. The weapons of mass existential omniversal destruction he could make could become even deadlier, and the ascendant existential extremity authority of entropy is leaping towards the next phase of ascendancy. The weavings of apocalypse have attained the first phase of ascendancy. The weavings of destruction have attained the first phase of ascendancy. The weavings of tyranny have attained the first phase of ascendancy. His weavings of existence geared towards the end surged with power as in his atlas of existence, the first Monday of power shone brightly. The authority of the laborer within it jumped in production and potency as multiple weavings of concepts elevated their level of existence. Uniquely, even his weavings of tyranny were grouped up as weavings of the end or the unraveling of life. All of this came as a byproduct of Noah being designated with the distinction of anti-life from the wheel of existence by those who were already distinguished within it, looking at his actions and placing him in this designation. Such a thing truly showed that stories had power. That fables, the ascendant existential extremity authority of fables, is leaping towards the next phase of ascendancy. His atlas of existence see that even further. Yes, stories held tremendous power as depending on how someone was perceived. A lot of things arise from it. He would allow them to continue perceiving him this way. In the meantime, he had to understand just what exactly is the wheel of existence? And how can I find you, HUUM? The unraveling of existence of the Wasarionic omniverse record reached a critical point as everything crumbled. The first test of a weapon of mass existential omniversal destruction coming to an end as the results it produced were many, lost in the tumultuous weavings of existence. Noah's section will return with many boons, as there was a lot to ponder on and analyze, back in Noah's natal omniverse, inside what used to be the heart of Pompeii. 3 thrones floated in the obscurity of silver and ash as existence itself was trembling after the words that the existential omniversal Lumen Emperor had stated. He had stated that he was weighing the breadth of their existences on a scale and deciding whether it was worth the effort to include them all in his plans. He said this, but who were they? One was an omniversal Ankara, and the other was an entity whose origins were not entirely clear. Noah's gaze was placid as before any replies could be made. The stern eyes of the Imperium autarch flickered and looked ever closer at Noah as if he had discerned something. His voice was filled with interminable brilliance as it echoed out calmly, and where exactly have we landed on your scale? He didn't erupt with unfathomable pride and arrogance. He didn't exert his influence or bellow out that he was the omniversal Ankara. He only asked calmly amidst such brazen words uttered by Noah. So Noah looked at this being with the same calm gaze as he replied, the Commonwealth is more dangerous than any of us have currently theorized. For the sake of information and understanding everything about them before any moves can be made. There is more benefit in numbers. More benefit in numbers. He was not alone within this omniverse. There were entities like Eckhart. There was a genuine omniversal Ankara blessed with the weavings of an omniverse itself, an anchor of this entire omniverse. The least Noah could do was put him and others to work as he better understood the Commonwealth and how far their reach extended into the wheel of existence. Chapter 3196 Gladiators. 3 entities gazed at each other. All 3 had different ideologies and mindsets, with each of them leading over their own respective empires. On this day, when a common enemy came into their home and began taking over everything, their weavings began to intertwine so that they could ensure that their fables did not dim into oblivion. The Imperium autarch looked at Noah calmly before he began to speak. They are carrying out terraforming of existence itself across the omniverse. An artificial manipulation of existence that is extremely dangerous, and yet they are proceeding as if it doesn't matter. Any semblance of instability can destroy everything. A positive of this is the artificial increase of existence is causing the complex weavings of greater and autarchical omniversal authorities to double or triple, which in turn pushes up our power. A process affecting their omniverse also affected them since their system of existence utilized its weavings of existence to get where they were. What is an utter shame is the fact that this process is irreversible. The new artificial weavings do not hold the best stability as they have their own means to stabilize existence, and this omniverse has to now depend on them to perpetuity. Thus, before this problem is solved, even thinking of the destruction of the Commonwealth is akin to destroying ourselves. The omniversal Ankara spoke out about the dire situation the omniverse was in. Noah reciprocated his calm gaze as this being had already uncovered much of the information he knew, and gazing at him made him wonder, what twisted mindset did he have, to eradicate the entire lineage of Lumen in the past, all for the sake of the worms of existence never locating this omniverse? To enslave any other traces of those connected to them into existential domains governed by codexes of extremity. That farmed fruits of existence all across this omniverse, and now, did he see himself still as a chosen being fighting to save this same omniverse? The silence made the shrouded figure of the Ionic Utera to rise as he spoke out gruffly. Where I came from, was a place already governed by the Commonwealth. So let me tell you how this omniverse will look after eons under the rule of the Commonwealth. Both Noah's eyes and the eyes of the Imperium autarch turned towards the Ionic Utera. When he saw the dazzling image of the Protector appear before him in this omniverse, he did everything in his existence to pretend not to know anything about them. He was too weak back then, never seeing anything like the contract of existence that was given to him this time around, and he was successful in passing below their radar. His figure pulsed with a devouring light of brilliance as he spoke while gazing up at the dispersing silver rays of ash all around them. Over the years, an influx of millions of entities will occur. In the centers where they began terraforming, massive devices will be installed and protected by their people as the very essence of the omniverse will be extracted by them. Slowly. Efficiently. Everything they do so with purpose, as after a sufficient enough time, you will feel like an outsider in your own home. Around you will be invisible chains of regulations and rules that slowly dwindle your very existence. You cannot devour that. You cannot sample another system of existence. You cannot leave your omniverse unless permitted. You cannot enter another omniverse unless permitted. A boundless weaving of rules will bind and stifle you to oblivion as you will wish you ceased to exist. Words that made the atmosphere unfathomably somber echoed out. Three entities looked at each other as information about what the future may look like was being shared. Noah didn't know what the other two were doing outside of this congregation here, but his will was stretched across multiple areas doing many things, inside the infinite omniverse. In an area swirling with thick tendrils of entropy that made it seem like cycles of apocalypse were occurring again and again, the dazzling gold visage of Piety stood tall amidst the raging entropy as his body pulsed with an unfathomable colorless aura of the laborer of the atlas of existence. The weavings of lumen he radiated were that much more potent, his existence having proven its worth after being shredded and ground down again and again by Atlas. It had battled hundreds of times and been shredded apart hundreds of times. Not a single victory had been granted to Piety in all of these battles, but it kept on going back again and again with the same goal. Unbeknownst to it, everything in its existence was shredded apart within the space of the atlas of existence by the authority of the laborer. Its weavings were edited ever so slightly each time. After enough battles with such a process, the existence of Piety became substantial enough to handle a glimpse of the authority of the laborer of the atlas of existence. He had proven his existence, but he wasn't the only one, with a gaze that showed trauma after having their existence decimated by his father again and again. Henry Osmond was also riding the chaotic waves of the elevating ascendant existential extremity authority of entropy as weavings of the authority of the laborer wrapped around him, hundreds of battles without a single win, but he had proven his existence, and so did the dazzling visage of Sona, an anomaly that sought to collect anomalies as her mission. Her figure was bathed in a frosty gold radiance while familiarizing herself with the terrifying new authority, the visage of the Sanctus. Autarch not being far from her as she did the same, the stout figure of Ericsson looked like a bronze statue belonging from a celestial beach in his attire as he held a serious expression. Lilith being nearby holding a crimson codex pulsing with hatred while Kazuhiko stroked a sharp blade that was coursing with a colorless radiance. Noah floated before each of these entities that had proven their existence as he spoke with interminable clarity. They want gladiators. Let us give them gladiators. Chapter 3197 Gladiators. 2. Gladiators. On a glorious time when the Commonwealth discovered yet another omniverse and saved it from the infestation of the worms of existence, it was a time of festivities as the celebration of omniversal discovery. At this moment, the coincidental meeting of the three leaders had already passed as they were all brought into an area within the Wheel of Weavings that held hundreds of floating golden thrones around a circular white table that glowed with existential radiance. The center of the table displayed the scene of the landscape of the golden area that was at the center of the gladiators' arena, this whole area being termed gladiators' barracks, where those with the mark of the gladiator could stay and communicate with other distinguished entities across different omniverse while seated on grandiose thrones. The guide had finished his job as he was giving Noah blank golden cards that represented marks of the gladiators after he asked for more in order for powerful entities under him to participate, and the guide had been very enthusiastic regarding this. But his whole expression changed moments later. A stern light flashed through his eyes as if something had occurred. Noah observing these changes as undoubtedly they were likely caused by his own action of the deployment of the first fat monkey. News had begun to spread as the identity of the being he gravely wounded, a being that managed and oversaw Ionic Omniverse records, must have been a distinguished one. Is everything okay? Noah asked nonchalantly, as of course there would be no way he was involved in whatever had just occurred. The guide began to flicker with a spatial radiance as he replied while looking around him. The enemies of the Commonwealth seem to be getting bolder and more unique. Some changes have occurred that may even affect the events today. Everyone will be notified soon enough. Until then, Prime Citizen Emperor Osmont, WAP, with a flicker of radiance, he disappeared. All of them would be entities Noah could begin analyzing as if he met them in the arena and was able to devour weavings of their authority. It may just be sufficient enough for the Atlas of Existence to replicate them. Noah kept a hidden smile on his face as he looked around this room filled with white gold radiance and a high potency of existence, along with the hundreds of thrones that began to fill up with unique entities, each with their own systems of existence. All of them would be entities Noah could begin analyzing as if he met them in the arena and was able to devour weavings of their authority. It may just be sufficient enough for the Atlas of Existence to replicate them. Half of them stemmed from the royal existential omniversal simian lineage, and others held different varieties of humanoid forms. As Noah observed them closely, in the far corners of this room, he also observed the figures of the Imperium Autarch and Ionic Utera on their own thrones. Uniquely, whether due to his distinction being known by the Commonwealth or by other means, the golden-haired Imperium Autarch was smiling and talking with two female royal existential omniversal simians and someone who seemed to be from the existential omniversal Orcanium whale lineage, her hair shimmering with blue flames. They surrounded him in a languid conversation as the omniversal Ankara of this omniverse seemed to be under close watch, with the Commonwealth placing a focus on him due to his importance, and the Imperium Autarch played along. The Ionic Utera, on the other hand, was shrouded by darkness as he seemed to be brooding and watching all those around with care. Just as Noah's gaze was passing over others, I heard you were the native with unique panaceas of existence. Might you be interested in a trade? I'm always curious about the products of the weavings of existence in other omniverse. A feminine voice came out calmly as only he could hear it, his eyes turning to his right as an entity floated towards him with utmost grace, dark hair and dazzling blue eyes, with a white battle dress wrapping around her curves. Wondrously, Noah felt like he recognized her existence, but the most astounding of all was her power. It was enough to make Noah frown as this being gave a simple curtsy while voicing out with her intent once more, Artemisia of Omniverse 149. And a past champion of the Gladiators Arena. How he recognized her: she was one of the many statues lining up the surroundings of the massive expanse of the arena within the center of this Wheel of Weavings. Noah nodded towards her while replying, Osmont, of the current Omniverse. Future champion of the Gladiators Arena. What would you have for a trade? His words were dazzling ones as they caused Artemisia to place her hand on her lips while laughing softly, her figure coming closer as she waved her hands and formed a barrier of white light that seemed to isolate things just between them. It only covered the throne Noah sat on and a few meters nearby as thereafter. Artemisia waved her hands to reveal pure white stones, yet the essence they held was unfathomably pure and potent as she spoke while allowing a few to float towards Noah, stones of conviction. Other people call it belief, fealty, or faith, but it is something from my omniverse that can be extracted from the purest weavings of those you rule over. and have them be condensed into these stones of conviction that can elevate your existence greatly. I want to see how unique or different these are from the panaceas of existence you have. Noah received the dazzling white stones in his hands as his eyes shone, his own hands waving to bring about a few quintessential fruits of existence that this entity before him brought towards her with enthusiasm. Fealty. Belief. This was something he was already dabbling in, and he wondered if he could cause it to explode in importance with the stones of conviction he held in his hands right now. The possibilities that could open up by understanding more about the Commonwealth began to show themselves already. The entities stemming from different omniverses already beginning to mix with each other as the results to come were unknown. As Noah began to analyze the white stones before him, space fluctuated near his throne, and the figures of piety, Sona, the Sanctus Autarch, and the rest of his people with the power of autarky appeared. When they arrived, all they saw was his figure seated on a throne and an unfathomably powerful and graceful dark-haired woman floating before him. They couldn't even see what the two of them exchanged, as the power Artemisia held was that terrifying, and just as everyone began to gather, as different entities began to talk, as others secretly exchanged ideas or items, a voice boomed within this grandiose space filled with thrones and power. Chapter 3198 Gladiators. 3. A powerful voice boomed out across the stellar space filled with floating thrones and entities burning with power. Each one seemed to vibrate with autarchical brilliance, but their heads and wills rose when this voice began to ring out from above. The enemies of existence are becoming more complex in their workings, which leads the Commonwealth to expand its network and seek those who fight in favor of life. In favor of existence, WAA, the voice was teeming with an undeniable authority that could make the years of a paracosm stage entity ring, and it only became more pristine as it continued to echo out, to expand the reach of the Commonwealth and ensure the longevity of all existence. Those who distinguish themselves enough in the gladiators' arena this time will have the chance to be selected to become protectors of the Commonwealth, protectors of existence. Boundless waves of interminable authorities flared. Artemisia raised her head as her blue eyes radiated immense sharpness, her fair hands twirling with the quintessential fruits of existence with immense scrutiny while these words rang in her mind. She wasn't the only one, as many gladiators here couldn't help but be surprised at this progression. Protectors of the Commonwealth, the vast majority of these beings were royal existential omniversal simians, with one having to look truly far to come across a protector that didn't stem from this lineage. This was the lineage of the Commonwealth, so to gain the opportunity to become a protector, the freedom that came with it, the position one could wield within the Commonwealth, it was too appealing to not chase after. The honor of all gladiators remained radiant across the eons, and we wish you all luck in your existential battles in the gladiators' arena. The buzzing voice ended after delivering its heavy news. As for the chance to become a protector, in front of Artemisia, Noah twirled the stones of conviction as after passing his authority of the laborer throughout them, he sent them across his existence and towards the infinite omniverse to be analyzed. As for the chance to become a protector, what better way to learn about the enemy and how to destroy them than to become one of them? His eyes shone with waves of brilliance at such a change that was akin to a butterfly effect brought about by his actions. The single usage of a weapon of mass existential omniversal destruction had resulted in such drastic results, with Fat Monkey exceeding all possibilities in its first test. Even now, as all of this happened, the infinite omniverse had already begun the process of designing more fat monkeys and the possible variations of it that would be even more disastrous, with such a thing being more feasible with Noah's designation of anti-life. It seems like things will become a bit more interesting this time. Even with all of this, I would love to open up a channel of trade if we can both benefit. Your panaceas of existence for my panaceas of existence. What do you call yours? Artemisia burned with a glint of a pure white radiance as she asked, and Noah replied while putting the rest of the stones of conviction away, quintessential fruits of existence. And I don't think there will be any harm in exchanging our panaceas of existence. There wouldn't be any harm, and why would there be when the preliminary findings of these white stones were so brilliant? In Noah's mind, much of what they could do was already broken down. Stone of conviction, a product of complex weavings of existence made from the extracted fealty and dependence of billions of entities. Even if it is lacking in any aspect, the one area where it is unmatched across the myriad waves of existence lies in its purity. The purity of this product of existence is extremely conducive in the natural growth of any system of existence, with its purity allowing for usage at any stage of power. If used as a material for alchemy or forging, the products will have a high success chance and potency. The stones of conviction were things that exceeded on the aspect of purity. and this put them on the stage for many possibilities. Artemisia smiled at such a reply as she waved her hand to materialize a pristine white chest, a treasure chest of conviction. Within lies 1,000,000 stones of conviction. I wonder if you are able to make this exchange right now for starters? Our business relationship can continue thereafter as we see fit, 1,000,000 stones of conviction. There shouldn't have even been a question on whether Noah could match it, as the rate at which the infinite omniverse and he produced quintessential fruits of existence before ruination proceeded to multiply all of them was unfathomable to others. So he simply constructed a treasure chest while altering the weaving of space within it and filled it with 1,000,000 quintessential fruits of existence, waving his hands to bring it out shimmering with multicolored splendor as Artemisia smiled. Both sides took their respective chests and put them away as the dark hair of Artemisia shone while the barrier she placed around them began to disappear. I look forward to a wonderful arrangement, and hope we are not pitted against each other too. Quickly in the arena, she gave a quick nod to his people who appeared near his throne as she floated back to her own, a past champion. Her power alone was a terrifying thing as there was still much to learn from her. From the Atlas of Existence, an intent arose. Not enough contact or devouring of the authority of the entity designated as Artemisia was made to provide a sufficient framework for her source of existence. With any entity he met, with anyone sufficiently different from him, he would seek to understand what source of existence they had, as this was the key in elevating his strength ever higher. The key in the progression of the Atlas of Existence that only had the first Mundi of power. Active, Chapter 3199 Gladiators. For, his intent boomed out around him, Sona, Henry, the Sanctus Autarch. All the strongest combatants of the infinite omniverse that were here felt his intent as they pulled out the marks of the gladiators he had given them and found their respective thrones. When he spoke about the strongest combatants of the infinite omniverse, he didn't include and incorporate the queens of the infinite omniverse who were currently with his other ascendant existential extremity clones spending time with each other, as not everybody had to wage war and face danger. What was he working so hard for this whole time? Was it not to be with his loved ones and spend genuine time with them, so his ascendant existential extremity clone of the protagonist, Fables, or any myriad of other clones would occasionally switch and rotate across the Alathian havens of the infinite omniverse, moving across its wonders with those he cared for the most? He could have any ascendant existential extremity clone transition and take the spot of any of his bodies. So he had Quintessence currently taking the reins as the gladiator, and he waited to enter the arena where he could actually be close to and have the excuse to devour the authority of another entity's system of existence, within Noah's natal omniverse, far away from the construct of the Wheel of Weavings where the Commonwealth had as their base. In a region filled with hazy auroras of red and white brilliance that only became larger and larger due to the ongoing effects of existential terraforming that were occurring from a far distance, the figure of Protector Antonio could be seen as another simian accompanied him, the white gold brilliance surrounding them being entirely too potent as the female simian spoke to him. Protector Antonio. What sort of thing could have done that to Protector Commodus? Even now, they barely managed to stop the unraveling of his existence. The question was a stern one, as this female protector was looking at a few hundred synthetic existences waiting through this area and light years ahead of them. Synthetic existences. Tools they constructed that were extremely useful in picking up the locations of the worms of existence that had undoubtedly gone into hiding mode with a slow accumulation of their devouring of the omniverse until they gained enough power. In the early stages of the infection, when they were still neonatal worms of existence, the utilization of the synthetic existences was paramount. Protector Antonio was following along the progression of this task as the woman beside him simply joined in. His gaze was just as stern as hers as he replied, "We have the anti-existences seeking to end all of existence that we fight and hold at bay, and then we have the scattered armies of anti-life that should have had their ranks fractured across the omniverse. Yet now, their threat levels are starting to rise to be just as critical as these worms. Whatever tool they developed to cause Protector Commodus to enter that state, they are tools that could unfurl the weavings of an entire omniverse if made even more disastrous than they already are. WAA, that is why the number of people under us that we can deploy must increase. More protectors. More limbs for the Commonwealth to move. And we cannot fail in this, as nothing else stands between us and the imbalance of life and existence itself." His words were unfathomably firm. They were the bastion of existence. They protected others who may not even know it from threats they may never understand. They did all of this not for glory or hubris, but for the protection of existence itself. The gaze of the female simian was difficult. Wainer was her name. Protector was her distinction, and yet her gaze was unfocused at this moment as she spoke hesitantly. But what of the possible weavings we were forbidden from ever freely mentioning? The weavings that the 99th Viceroy of the Commonwealth uttered out before he perished? Stellar words left her mouth as the moment they did so. Protector Antonio stopped gazing at the flow of the synthetic existences and came to lock his gaze onto her. His expression was heavy as he replied, "We do not talk about that. Those weavings were the weavings of a madman. Someone that should have never held the throne of Viceroy of the Commonwealth." His face was clear. He was warning her, "Do not speak, do not say anything further about this." But as if possessed, Protector Wayner uttered out with a hazy gaze of fear, "The 99th Viceroy of the Commonwealth said he foresaw the breaking of the wheel of existence. That it would be done through the hands of the Commonwealth itself. He sought to break us apart and dash." Do not. The body of Protector Antonio blazed with heavy, incandescent golden flames as he looked coldly toward Protector Wayner. "Do not speak of this." Understood? A clear threat was now within his words. What the mad Viceroy uttered before his death was not something for them to pay attention to. The Viceroy that went mad and wanted the dissolution of the Commonwealth itself based on a bad dream. "Wayner, do you understand?" Protector Antonio repeated himself again to the woman who seemed to be lost in her own thoughts. Yet his words, carrying profound waves of power, shook her out of her reverie as she came to focus on him. Words like these can have you stripped of your distinctions. Words about someone and something that has long since been banned from being spoken about. You are no longer that foolish girl I picked up who idolized heroes and villains. You are a protector, and you must begin to act like it. She was a protector. These powerful words resounded in her heart as she nodded grimly. She would not think of it. She wouldn't think of the being who only held the grandest distinctions when he was alive, ushering the Commonwealth into eons of prosperity. And yet towards the end of his life, he was granted the distinction of a mad viceroy, all because he had uttered the disastrous words that he believed to truly paint the future weavings, the breaking of the wheel. Words that had nearly fractured the weavings of the Commonwealth itself before the mad viceroy was dispatched, and everything was laid to rest. Chapter 3200 Ionic Brilliance. Protector Wayner gazed at Antonio with a difficult gaze as he went back to managing the synthetic existences and looked for the worms of existence infecting this omniverse. She was a protector, yes. She was no longer a foolish girl, yes. But she also questioned the one distinguished viceroy. What if, unlike what everyone wanted to believe, his words held a hint of truth? What if, sometime in the future, the Commonwealth would truly be involved in the breaking of the wheel? Why? Why did nobody want to even entertain the idea of this possibility? She questioned and questioned again, but there was no answer. In the Wheel of Weavings, inside the gladiators' arena, after some time, nearly all the thrones floating before the massive round table were filled, with intents constantly weaving around from different entities as they discussed the prospects of being made protectors. After some time, the round table displaying an illusion of the golden arena began to flicker and change. It panned out as more and more of the arena was seen, the massive statues of past champions being seen at this moment as from all around. Instruments began to play, the low beat of a drum, melodic horns of victory and power. They slowly began to pick up pace before moments later they were joined by a massive shout of cheers. Apart from the statues, the scene displayed throngs of millions upon millions of entities cheering on seats that circled the massive arena. The figures of mainly simians raised their hands while billowing out in exhilaration and excitement, and a booming voice echoed out alongside them, "Citizens of the Commonwealth, a cheery voice filled with power." It was met with resounding cheers across the gladiators' arena as it continued. There are a great deal of worries as the Commonwealth fights for existence. But we never let these worries bog us down as we make sure to celebrate when it counts. On the table, illusory scenes continued to flash as they finally panned to a single being floating above the golden arena. A royal existential omniversal simian with pure white fur and gold streaks across his chest. His whole body emanated valor and battle as the beat of drums and horns booming out seemed to come from him. We celebrate, O citizens of the Commonwealth. And on this glorious celebration of omniversal discovery, the Commonwealth is proud to add a new omniverse under our banner, an omniverse that from this day forth shall be deemed Omniverse X999, Omniverse X999, on the thrones observing all of this, Noah's eyes shone with interminable brilliance. Their omniverse had received a number. His natal omniverse had officially been taken by others who stated that they discovered it, and they had now renamed it to what they wished. I am Nunchus Eshkari, and I have been tasked with the glorious purpose of announcing the distinction of Omniverse X999, as well as the even grander honor of introducing the presence of those who keep the wheel turning. On this day of the celebration of omniversal discovery, we have been blessed with the presence of the Viceroy of the Commonwealth, within the domain Noah and the others were in. Boundless waves of authority erupted as many entities showed genuine shock. They showed shock because of the rarity of what was currently occurring. The Viceroy. The governing body of the Commonwealth was rarely seen across the Omniverse, only making appearances within special Omniverse over the years. Was this Omniverse that special? That even the Viceroy made his presence here, on the table showing the illusory scene of Nuntius Eshkari, his visage turned towards the front of the arena where at this time, a golden sea unfurled, a glorious golden sea that showed resplendent thrones on it, 9 thrones in total. The central throne was slightly bigger than the rest as above it, a golden wheel spun while releasing waves of brilliance. Not all the thrones were filled. Beside the largest throne, the 3 thrones to the left and to the right were filled, leaving behind 2 empty ones. On the central throne, a relatively young-looking simian could be seen seated, his face showing immeasurable grace and power as an unfathomably few could even manage to look at his image for longer than a second. He was draped in golden garments, his figure that of a regal simian with gold and purple fur, his expression emanated boundless brilliance and benevolence as beside him, the other occupied thrones were seated with aged royal existential omniversal simians whose presence alone could press down on an entire omniverse. There was a woman to his right who was actually fully human. Not an ounce of fur on her fair skin as a head full of golden white brilliance of hair draped past her shoulders. Adorned in a white dress, her eyes were extremely sharp as they stared forth coldly. To the left of the central throne, there was a simian filled with silver white fur, an entity that even the illusory screen couldn't show too well as existence seemed to be constantly distorting around him. This being the one on the central throne, the woman to his right, and all the other unique entities occupying the other thrones. Noah looked at all of them as he confirmed with certainty, none of these beings were remotely within the bounds of autarky or anything equivalent to it. Their power had long since exceeded this stage. We welcome and thank the 81st Viceroy of the Commonwealth for his presence. The Palatine of the Commonwealth. The Cardinal of the Wheel. The heir of the first exalted simian Viceroy Gilgamesh. Oh, unfathomably profound shouts of valor and joy echoed out. Seated on the throne, the young-looking simian waved his hand with grace and honor. The Palatine of the Commonwealth. The Cardinal of the Wheel, the heir to the first exalted simian. His distinctions were many, his power was unfathomable. His presence here today marked the beginning of something glorious as all of the gladiators' arena was shaking from his mere appearance.